Hi friends, welcome to my channel Demon Manhwa. Let's start the video. Today is the most important day for these high school graduates. In the second classroom of the senior year students, the air was thick with tension and anxiety. In our world, we have a college entrance exam. And for the students here, tomorrow marked the day of the awakening trial. An assessment that everyone has mixed feelings about. John, wake up, stop sleeping. A boy anxiously nudged our protagonist John, who seemed to be joyfully enjoying his afternoon nap. Blinking his sleepy eyes open, John's expression shifted from drowsiness to surprise as he took in his surroundings. He found himself back in a classroom amidst the buzz of chatter. Suddenly he stood up, drenched in cold sweat, panic evident in his voice as he questioned, "Where am I?" Then a flood of memories rushed into his mind. The planet he is standing on is called Blue Star, a world much like Earth with modernized cities, familiar streets, and existing nations. Perhaps this was a parallel universe, he wondered. In this world, a catastrophic event that happened a century ago drastically altered everyone's life. Vicious monsters emerged from the skies, wreaking havoc on humanity, causing countless deaths and massive destruction. The people of Blue Star, however, were blessed with innate talents that could be awakened. Bypassing the awakening trial, individuals could then unlock a path to unique professions such as assassins, mages, hunters, warriors, or support, just to name a few. Only these powerful awakened individuals are capable of combating the monsters. Those who failed to pass the awakening trial were doomed to a lifelong mediocre existence. The division between the awakened and everyone else in terms of wealth and social status was immeasurable. Thus, the world focused on nurturing awakened, the elites of this world. And tomorrow, June and everyone in the senior year would have to face the awakening trial. In this world, the awakened possessed unimaginable wealth, formidable abilities, and countless followers. As June pondered over his bizarre situation, a sudden realization hit him. All of these memories and the plot of this world seemed eerily familiar. It was just like the game he had played before. What was it called again? Right, it was Apocalypse Online, which was the most popular open-world MMORPG with exceptional gameplay and freedom, a global phenomenon back in the day. Gulping, June started to process what was going on. He looked at his hands in disbelief. He had somehow isekai into a world where game and reality seemed to merge. In his previous life on Earth, in the game Apocalypse Online, he played a warrior class and reached level 999, a breath away from ultimate victory in Apocalypse Online. He had defeated countless monsters and players, earning the title of the GOAT. But things did not go all well. After defeating countless monsters, he finally arrived at the final room. What held him back was the cooldowns on his skill and the lack of damage. He was swarmed by an endless horde of monsters summoned by the final boss. Just mere steps away from the final boss. What lay between them were hundreds of powerful elite monsters. He was exhausted, his health and mana depleted, and his equipment shattered. Defeated and kneeling on the ground. His vision blurred as he was overwhelmed by the horde of monsters. Seeing the large letters of defeat on his monitor angered. He pounded his keyboard, frustrated and unwilling to accept this end. What followed up was the screen glowed with the red words of death. He was so close, yet so far, and next thing he knew, he was isekite into this world. Jun's reverie was interrupted by a chubby student sitting next to him, who nudged him. He questioned why was Jun daydreaming, as he was so anxious that he began to tear his hair out. Hong said. Jun turned to Chub, whose nickname was Chub, looking surprised, exclaimed and called out Chub's name. Just like in his past life, Chub was his loyal friend and the best buddy during their time in school. Looking at Chub's familiar face and how he seemed to have butterflies in his stomach, Jun suddenly felt this world had its own charm. He gripped Chub's shoulder, saying he couldn't believe to see Chub in this world too. Chub, a bit startled, didn't understand what he was talking about and thought Jun was joking. Seeing Jun's relaxed demeanor made him even more anxious. Chub knew Jun was smart and always did well in school, but he himself was fraught with worry. He grabbed his hair and became even more anxious. Jun smiled, reminiscing that in this world, Chub Both the looks and personality remained unchanged. It seemed his relationships and life in this new world weren't much different from before. Chub looked at his best friend Jun with tears welling up in his eyes. Clutching Jun, he broke down, revealing his dread for the upcoming awakening trial. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and failing the assessment would not only be a personal disaster, but would also mean facing his father's wrath. Jun, recalling his past experiences in the game, remembered that the term awakening referred to players touching the awakening stone in the assessment's secret realm, and that is the only way to activate a person's innate talent. However, he wondered if it was the same here. After getting to know more, it seemed this world operated on similar principles. Chub, whispering into Jun's ear, begged for his help in the upcoming trial. With a smile, Jun asked, how did Chub want him to help? Chub, with a comedic expression, said he didn't need to shoot for the stars. He just needed to do the bare minimum to satisfy his father. Chub knew Jun was known for his cleverness and resourcefulness, and wondered if he could pull off a last-minute miracle. Although Jun had inherited a wealth of memories, he knew that the game's tricks and strategies might not fully apply in this new reality. The extent to which this world mirrored the game and why he was here were mysteries he needed to unravel himself. Standing up, Jun reassured Chub he could count on him. He decided to visit the practice arena to figure something out. As he left the classroom, Chub, filled with newfound hope, shouted after his best friend and even said if he could pull this off, the entire year's lunch would be on him. With a cool gesture, Jun left, determined to find a way to help his friend in this strange yet familiar world. Jun swiftly arrived at the practice arena, a vast space bustling with students. In the center stood a shimmering oval-shaped portal, constantly radiating white light, where students continuously entered and exited the practice secret realm, quite a lively atmosphere. There were also several staff and teachers present to maintain order. Approaching the portal, Jun observed various students discussing strategies. Some debated that they should have gone for the easier mobs first, while others argued it was a waste of time and mana. A other party of two, supporting each other, exited the portal, looking utterly exhausted. Taking a deep breath, Jun was eager to see what this amalgamation of game and reality had in store. He smiled and stepped into the portal. A flash of white light transformed his surroundings. No longer in the practice arena, Jun found himself in a forest, facing a suspension bridge leading to a small village. The setting was sunny, complete with the chirping of birds. Scanning the area, Jun was stunned. It was the beginner village from the game, replicated perfectly down to the last detail, but his surprise didn't end there. The mechanical voice rang in his head, system detecting host. Binding transformation system, progress 50%, 70%, 100%, binding successful. Jun, puzzled, wondered what exactly is this transformation system. To answer his question, a window appeared, confirming the successful binding of the transformation system, currently level 1. Quite a shocker to acquire a system in Ice-Sky. Oof, shocker, right? Anyway, reading through the system's description, it stated that the transformation system could convert 2 active skills with specific conditions into an extra passive skill, the power of which was enhanced by the character's primary attributes. Jun was baffled yet intrigued by this functionality. To explain what's going on in the game Apocalypse Online, most skills were active skills, with passive skills being a rare commodity. He knew that active skills had cooldowns and couldn't be triggered indefinitely. Passive skills, however, were different. They were always present, depending on trigger probabilities. Higher levels of passive skills meant higher trigger probabilities. Jun clenched his fists, reminiscing about his previous inability to defeat the final boss due to skill cooldown restrictions. Now, with this passive transformation system, he hoped to overcome that shortfall. Carefully, Jun opened his skill panel, greeted by rows of familiar skill icons. The system prompted him to choose a skill to transform. His options included uppercut, wave slash, slide tackle, and weapon switch. Finally got glimpses of what was going on, and Jun decided to transform wave slash first. Upon his selection, a sword materialized in his hand. accompanied by a system notification. Wave/level 1 acquired, a powerful upward strike that releases a wave. An AOS skill, attacking and knocking back enemies. The skill then transformed and granted him a new passive ability, granting him a 30% chance of triggering another wave slash, but this time it deals more damage. Also granting the users only 2 seconds of invincibility. Good, but not broken. Jun, initially surprised, swung his new sword a few times, marveling at the new passive ability and the significant damage boost. Now the real game begins. Just then, he heard footsteps and heavy breathing from behind. Looking up, he saw a massive minotaur approaching. The creature, missing one horn and bulging with muscles, wielded a giant axe, its bloodshot eyes fixed on Jun. Jun recognized the beast as a level 3 minotaur, one of the more challenging foes in the beginner village. As Mo gradually entered the minotaur's attack range, the minotaur bellowed, tongue lolling, and charged at Jun with its axe raised high. Jun didn't flinch. Instead, he readied his sword, eager for a real battle test. His sword swung, triggering wave slash, sending a powerful purple wave that knocked the minotaur back several meters into a tall rock. He had exerted his full strength in that strike and watched intently. As the mist cleared, the minotaur rose unscathed, its eyes now glowing a fierce crimson. Enraged, it leapt into the air, appearing above Jun in an instant and slammed its giant axe down. Jun dodged continuously, attempting counterattacks with his sword. Unfortunately, his current attributes were insufficient to defeat a minotaur in a berserk state. At that critical moment, Jun found himself cornered, with the minotaur's axe mere inches from his head. He raised his sword in a desperate attempt to block, but the inferior weapon stood no chance against the mighty axe. Shortly after, the sword shattered completely. However, in that split second, the passive wave slash triggered, granting Jun 2 seconds of invincibility. Without hesitation, Jun used the remnants of his broken sword to forcibly unleash the minotaur slash. Enhanced with a 1/5 times damage multiplier, he crouched and then thrust upwards, stabbing fiercely from the minotaur's chin into its skull. The creature howled in agony, dropping its weapon and crashing once more into the distant rockery. After a brief struggle, it lay motionless, defeated, as the minotaur's body dissolved into the ether. Jun's face lit up with an exhilarated smile. Looking at his hands, he realized that transforming his skills into passives not only solved the cooldown issue, but also significantly increased his damage output, addressing all his previous problems. Gazing at the distant sunset, a fiery resolve ignited within him. Clenching his fists, Jun resolved that in this world, he would rectify the regrets of his past life. Suddenly, a giant mantis monster appeared behind Jun. Reacting swiftly, he plunged his broken sword into the creature's head, causing green blood to spurt out. Jun then spun around 180 degrees, yanked the sword out, and kicked the mantis's corpse away. After hours of relentless combat, Jun was utterly exhausted. Surrounding a large tree were the bodies of hundreds of different monsters he had defeated. Panting heavily, Jun examined his nearly shattered short sword, reflecting on the familiar sensation of battle from his past life. Having trained for hours in this realm, he felt confident about helping Chubb awaken his talent in tomorrow's assessment. But first, he needed to have Chubb get him some intel about the assessment. The system suddenly reappeared, prompting Jun to select a second skill for passive transformation. Opening the skill interface again, Jun stroked his chin, contemplating his next choice. Considering that his shortcomings were insufficient attack power and long skill cooldowns, and having already chosen Wave Slash, Jun selected Weapon Switch for transformation. The system confirmed Weapon Switch acquired. Weapon Switch initially had a cooldown, but after successfully transforming it into a passive skill, now the skill permanently reduces all weapon switching cooldowns by 30%. Jun opened his backpack, surveying an array of beginner weapons. Long swords, short swords, daggers, hammers, axes, and more. With the new passive ability, he realized he could swiftly switch between these weapons during combat, enhancing his flexibility and strategy. Jun's lips curved into a satisfied smile as he opened his character panel, revealing detailed information. The panel displayed his name, race, and level. Currently at level 1, he was just 100 experience points away from leveling up. His attributes, strength, agility, intellect, and vitality, each stood at 20 points. Each attribute impacted different aspects of his abilities. Strength influenced physical attack power, agility affected critical hit rate, evasion and attack speed, intellect influenced mana regeneration and spell damage, and vitality affected health and stamina. Jun had 2 passive skills, Wave Slash and Weapon Transformation, with a combat rating of 500. Ready to head out, Jun exited the practice area. He stepped through the portal, ready for the next day's assessment. The day arrived quickly, and the hall was packed with spectators. Thousands of students stood in the center, fully armed and ready. They all waited for their chance to awaken their talents. Close to Jun, 2 students were checking their weapons and potions. Suddenly, Chub's voice rang out from behind. He ran towards Jun, holding something in his hand. Using the power of money, Chub had convinced his father to bribe someone and acquire the map of today's assessment. Last night, Jun messaged Chub to try his best to obtain more intel for the assessment. Though puzzled, Chub had obliged. Chub's voice was quite loud. Jun told him to lower his voice. Chub immediately covered his mouth and then quietly shared his excitement. They moved to a corner where Chub unfolded the map, revealing that today's assessment would take place in the Ragefire Chasm, chosen by the most strict of them all, Professor Liu. Chub believed the difficulty of this secret realm would be high, given Professor Liu's reputation for rigor. After hearing about the Ragefire Chasm in the back of his mind, Jun was familiar with this novice map, where monster levels ranged from 3 to 10, not too difficult for him. However, for Chub at his current level, it would be a challenge. Jun turned to Chub, asking him about the highest level of elite monsters he had managed to solo in the novice secret realm. With a hint of embarrassment, Chub fiddled with his fingers and sheepishly admitted that 5 was probably his limit. Jun sighed internally at Chub's lack of strength and prepared to use some shortcuts to help his friend. Their conversation, however, had attracted unwanted attention. A blonde-haired boy named Richard, flanked by 2 sidekicks, approached with a mocking tone. He ridiculed Chub for trying to take shortcuts because of his wealth, then began to make fun of his dad. Richard, a rich brat from the neighboring class, whose father was a direct business rival to Chub's father, always looked for ways to undermine Chub. Chub, infuriated, rolled up his sleeves, ain't going to let that slide. Jun, noticing the anger in his best friend's eyes, quickly stopped him, urging him to stay calm. Chub protested, eager to put Richard in his place. Richard, energized by Chub's anger, taunted them further, saying Jun was wise to hold Chub back, knowing he couldn't win. Just then, Jun subtly tripped Richard with a swift move of his foot, causing him to fall face first to the ground, eliciting laughter from the surrounding crowd. Chub was also shocked. Jun quipped, telling Richard no need for such a grand apology. Richard made a fool of himself in front of everyone and stood up. His face became red from earlier embarrassment. He glared at Jun hatefully, never having imagined Jun, who used to be unnoticeable, would dare to take the initiative against him. "You're seeking your own death," he cursed, then swung a punch at Jun. But to his surprise, Jun caught it effortlessly with one hand. Richard, regaining his composure and pondering Jun's surprising strength, listened as Jun proposed a bet. After Jun let go of him, Richard rubbed his sore wrist and scoffed at the wager. Turned out that Jun said the wager was to see whether Chub would score higher than Richard in the assessment. The noisy crowd around them fell silent at this bold challenge. Richard and his sidekick couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding the bet absurdly easy. Richard disdainfully agreed, setting the stakes. The loser would run 10 laps around the field butt naked and shout 3 times that the winner was their father. Jun smiled and accepted the bet, causing Chub, drenched in cold sweat, to simply just stare at his best friend in disbelief, speechless. The audacity of the bet shocked everyone, including the teachers maintaining order. The gap in abilities between Chubb and Richard was well known. One was the worst student, the other a top performer. After the trio left, Chubb became anxious, whispering his concerns to Jun. Jun gestured reassuringly, but Chubb was close to tears, lamenting his simple wish to pass the assessment and impress his father, not expecting such a turn of events. Clearly, he had no confidence in himself. Jun watched Chubb's frustrated expression, holding back his laughter, and then pulled him up, whispering a plan into his ear. No one other than Chubb could hear what Jun said, but Chubb's expression transformed from panic to surprise, and then to overwhelming excitement. He eagerly asked Jun if it was possible, to which Jun nodded with a smile. Chubb then stood up, shouting that today he would make Richard run laps while calling him daddy. The crowd watched, utterly bewildered by this bold declaration. Then, a middle-aged man approached the center of the stadium, drawing everyone's attention by coughing into the mic a few times. He was the dean and a second-class transfer professional. Without missing a beat, he announced the start of the assessment. As the candidates entered the portal one after another, Chubb flexed his biceps before stepping in, confidently telling Jun to watch his performance. As was Jun's turn. A flash of white light transported him into the rage-fire chasm. The heat in the secret realm was intense, with lava everywhere. The familiar environment of the massive volcanic cave, rumored to be the dwelling of evil orcs and demons, stretched out before him. The front part of the chasm consisted of several small platforms suspended above the lava, connected by narrow pathways where one misstep could mean falling into the scorching molten rock. To reach the final boss of this map, players had to climb rugged mountains. It feels good to be back in a novice secret realm, Jun mused, rubbing his wrists. Taking a deep breath, Jun quickly moved deeper into the secret realm. Following the route he remembered, he soon encountered two monsters, grotesque, muscular green-skinned orcs, known as Burning Blade Acolytes, armed with sharp daggers. The moment their eyes met, the acolytes charged at him. The sudden attack startled Jun, but he easily dodged it by leaping backward. However, three more appeared behind him, quickly surrounding him. Experiencing in real life was different from playing on a computer. Now, unlike controlling the keyboard, this was a real physical battle. Jun pulled a beginner's sword from his backpack. The monster's speed and strength were notably greater than the weakened creatures he had faced in the practice arena. Surrounded by the 5 monstrous orcs, Jun realized that fighting 1 against 5 was a daunting task. Suddenly, the system notified him that his vast gaming experience had been converted into instinctual bodily responses. Jun was surprised, thinking even this could be turned into a passive ability. He felt a remarkable change in his body, as if a surge of strength had filled his muscles and bones. What he could do in the game was made into muscle memory. As 2 orcs lunged at him, Jun dodged with uncanny agility, then leaped an astonishing distance onto a wall. Using the wall for leverage, he propelled himself back towards the orcs, delivering a powerful kick to one of them, sending it flying several meters away. The orcs were momentarily stunned. With his sword in hand, Jun felt a rush of excitement adapting to his new capabilities. This transformation ability was incredible. He could control every muscle in his body with precision. He coldly eyed the remaining orcs, now confident in his newfound prowess, and taunted them to attack together. Sensing Jun's challenge, the 5 orcs charged at him in unison. Jun masterfully dodged their attacks, skillfully maneuvering them into a line. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a swift sliding tackle, sending all 5 orcs into the air. Then turning swiftly, he unleashed Wave Slash. In an instant, a burst of purple light emanated from his sword, forming a circular wave that struck all the airborne orcs. But it didn't end there. The passive Wave Slash triggered, unleashing an even more potent attack. The combination of the active and passive Wave Slash was devastating. The 5 Burning Blade Acolytes were obliterated, soon their bodies crashing heavily to the ground. Since Jun performed what the system called a special move to defeat the orcs, he was rewarded with a 50% experience bonus, amassing a total of 250 experience points. This rapid gain propelled him straight to level 3, and his body was enveloped in 2 golden glows of level up. Excitement sparkled in Jun's eyes. The additional experience from a special kill was an unexpected boon. Defeating just 5 monsters had catapulted him to level 3. This world is much more intriguing than the game, he thought, feeling increasingly engaged with this new reality. He continued his journey deeper into the secret realm, contemplating the numerous tactics he could employ with his array of beginner skills and weapons. Meanwhile, back in the assessment hall, a large screen displayed the information of all participants. The rankings on the screen were constantly changing. Suddenly, a name that shot up to level 3 captured everyone's attention. It was none other than Jun. Students from the first and second years watched the screen in excitement, amazed to see someone level up twice in less than 5 minutes. Even the dean also noticed the leaderboard. The name Jun only vaguely registered with him, sparking curiosity about what other surprises this student might bring. Back in the secret realm, Jun swiftly navigated several platforms until something caught his eye at a corner, prompting him to halt. He spotted a few cloaked figures not far ahead, 3 shadow warlocks, each accompanied by a hunting hound. Jun scanned the area and a brilliant idea struck him. He recalled a bug from his past gaming experiences that, if exploited successfully, could simplify leveling up significantly. Quickly, he took out a grappling hook gun and fired it upwards, landing atop a large boulder with a commanding view of the warlocks below. He then pulled out a small dart and threw it at one of the shadow warlocks. The dart didn't cause much damage, but it drew the attention and pulled the aggro of all 3 warlocks. As they looked up and began to cast spells, their progress bars for shadow bolts slowly filled. Jun stepped back and hid behind the rock, knowing that low-level shadow warlocks only had 2 skills: summoning hunting hounds and casting shadow bolts. He was confident his plan would work. With Jun out of their line of sight, their casting was interrupted and their progress bars reset. Jun was happy with how things were going as planned, pleased with the effectiveness of his strategy to exploit their line of sight. He then resumed his attack, throwing more darts to eliminate the warlock's hounds before retreating back behind the rock, causing another interruption. Then, an amusing scene unfolded. With their hounds killed, the warlocks simultaneously began summoning new ones. Jun couldn't help but feel exhilarated as his plan was working perfectly. He had remembered an infamous novice bug, the Shadow Warlock summoning glitch. The glitch occurred when the warlocks, unable to lock onto a target, fell into a logical error, continuously summoning hounds. Each summoned hound added to the potential experience points, as the summoned creatures also yielded experience upon defeat. Jun flawlessly executed this strategy, exploiting the bug to its fullest. Now all he had to do was wait for the right moment to strike. He lay down, deciding to take a brief rest, while the warlocks unwittingly accumulated massive experience points for him. 8 hours swiftly passed in the assessment hall, and the leaderboard underwent significant changes. Jun's name had long disappeared from the top, with the first and second places occupied by students at level 9. The rest of the top 10 were at level 8, and those who followed were students at level 7. Chubb was ranked 498th, having reached level 4. Students buzzed with discussions, particularly disappointed in Jun, who had initially reached level 3 faster than anyone else, but was now at the very bottom, still at level 3. As time ticked away, the first student finally reached level 10 and successfully transferred his class. It was Jing Jing, who had been in second place. She suddenly surged to level 10, becoming the first to class change to a gunner, jumping to the top of the leaderboard. The crowd erupted into cheers, but the excitement was short-lived as more students reached level 10 and began their class transfers, with several becoming swordsmen. The dean nodded in satisfaction at the progress of these outstanding students. However, his expression turned to disappointment when he saw Jun's name still lingering at the bottom. The dean doubted Jun's ability to awaken his talent. Just as the spectators were discussing Jun's perceived failure, a student suddenly shouted, "Look, the last place is moving." Everyone turned their eyes to the big screen, and their expressions changed drastically. Jun rapidly climbed from last place to the 400th, then to 200th, and soon to 120th. The dean's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Jun managed to level up so quickly. To know what had happened, let's rewind to a few minutes earlier. No joke, Jun had actually slept for 8 hours, and he was just waking up. He stretched comfortably, then stood up. Glancing casually below the boulder, his eyelids twitched in shock. The platform was swarming with at least 400 mobs under him, and the number continued to increase. Jun was delighted as he pulled out a Gatling gun, aiming at the shadow warlocks below. Excitedly, he pondered how many levels he could gain from such a multitude of hounds. As he began firing, the gun whirred to life, spraying bullets wildly at the unsuspecting targets. Though each bullet inflicted minimal damage, the sheer volume of fire was devastating. Soon, one warlock fell, followed by the rapid disappearance of the hounds, and then the other 2 warlocks succumbed as well. With the field cleared of hounds, golden light erupted from Jun, and his experience points skyrocketed, reflected in the frantic system notification. Jun watched his experience points rapidly increase, a satisfied smile on his face. Now this is how to level up, he thought. Taking them down one by one would have been too tiring. As Jun's level increased, so did his skills. Wave Slash's damage multiplier went from 15 times to 16 times, and his invincibility period extended from 0.2 seconds to 3 seconds. The cooldown reduction for weapons switch also improved, now permanently reducing the cooldown by 40%. Jun, exhilarated, gazed at his skill bar, pondering if his passive skills might eventually trigger 100% of the time at higher levels. The notification of leveling up flickered continuously. Incredibly, in less than a minute, Jun had skyrocketed to level 13 through his strategic massacre of the warlocks and their hounds. On the leaderboard outside, his name now soared above the former first place, marking him as the first person to reach level 13. Meanwhile, the teachers observing from outside were utterly captivated by Jun's meteoric rise on the big screen. My goodness, what kind of leveling speed is this? In just a few seconds, he's jumped over 100 ranks. The rise continues, it's unbelievable. How did he manage this? I've never seen or heard of anything like this in all my years. Jun's achievement was so remarkable that it would likely rank in the top 3 nationally. All these comments began to pour in. The teachers were stunned by Jun's sudden ascent, however. One plump teacher beamed with pride, pointing at himself and excitedly claiming Jun was from his class. Though he didn't understand how Jun, a student known only for decent grades, had achieved such a feat, he didn't miss the chance to boast. His joyous laughter was cut short when he sensed someone behind him. Turning around, he found himself facing the dean. The dean, infuriated, berated him for not recognizing such a talented student earlier. How could you miss such a gem right under your nose? The teacher didn't dare to speak up, while the dean shook his head in regret at the admission of his oversight, murmuring to himself about how he too didn't recognize such a prodigy earlier. In the back of his mind, he was certain that Jun's talents were unprecedented in the school's history. Back in the secret realm, the system voice echoed in Jun's ears as another notification popped up, congratulating him for reaching level 13. Now he can choose his desired profession and class. Jun paused, considering his options. In his previous life, he had reached the pinnacle in all professions and acquired their divine titles, except for one path he had never taken. The Classless Wanderer, a unique play style that involved not choosing any class. The advantages and disadvantages of being a classless wanderer were distinct. One major advantage was the ability to use any equipment without class restrictions, offering immense versatility in gear combinations. Classless Wanderer could tailor their gear to perfectly match their combat style. Additionally, they retained all basic skills, as other classes will automatically abandon other branches' basic skills upon class transfer. This allowed the classless wanderer the greatest freedom. However, classless wanderers never caught on mainly due to a critical issue, which is their insufficient damage output. Their multitude of basic skills. limited by not class transfer, couldn't be overcome even by someone as skilled as Jun. But now, in this new world with the transformative passive system, Jun realized he could address the classless wanderer's fatal flaw. With his experience and technique, he could maximize the potential of a classless wanderer. The choice was clear. Jun chose the path of the classless wanderer, ready to rectify his past regrets. Then another system notification appeared. Congratulations on successfully choosing the classless wanderer's unique hidden class, the Spellbinder. In the assessment hall, students and teachers alike were abuzz with speculation about what class Jun would choose. When the screen displayed that Jun had selected the classless wanderer, a class considered to be weak and useless, the crowd was shocked. The dean roared in disbelief and angrily confronted Jun's class teacher, questioning his teaching methods and how could his student choose such a useless class. Classless wanderers were universally regarded as having no future in this world, a consensus that no one believed could change. The classroom teacher was more anxious than anyone. He explained that Jun had always shown an inclination towards the berserker class in tests and career preference surveys. The dean, after hearing his explanation, calmed down slightly, rubbing his forehead in contemplation. It seemed that Jun had indeed intended to follow the berserker path until his sudden, inexplicable change of heart, which the dean attributed to youthful impulsiveness and obstinacy. The assessment hall was filled with a sense of shock and sadness at the perceived downfall of a prodigy. The lower grade students, unable to comprehend the choice, discussed among themselves. One knowledgeable student explained that while classless wanderers have great freedom and versatility in early levels, they fall drastically behind other classes in the mid to late stages, becoming the weakest link in any team. Meanwhile, Jun, unaware of the commotion he had caused, was content with his progress. Having reached level 13, his power had increased significantly. He was satisfied with his class choice, confident that the passive transformation system would address the classless wanderer's critical damage deficiency. With his experience and skills, he was ready to maximize the potential of the classless wanderer. Upon opening his information panel, Jun encountered the term Spellbinder and clicked for an explanation. The Spellbinder class is a hidden branch of the classless wanderer, but couldn't learn skills from academies or other institutions, but only from boss drops. However, each level up granted an extra 2 attribute points. Additionally, secret realms were set to the highest difficulty by default, with increased rewards for completion. Jun was astounded by these perks, initially shocked, but quickly understood how suiting this was. With his intimate knowledge of all secret realms and their layouts, this class was perfect for him. He tapped his chest, thinking, "This class is incredible." After organizing his thoughts, Jun decided that his primary objective was to enhance his passive damage by increasing attack speed. Consequently, he allocated all his free attribute points to a team. Free attribute points to agility. After doing so, his speed became incredibly fast. The monsters couldn't even see him before they were sliced into pieces. Jun felt a tremendous improvement in attack speed, dodge frequency, and critical hit rate, since focusing all his attributes on agility. His dodging and attacking became more effortless and fluid, a tangible improvement in physical capabilities, rather than just a numerical increase. This transformation exhilarated Jun. During his rapid progress, an old book was dropped from the corpse of a burning blade acolyte, drawing his attention. Intrigued by the title book of demons on the cover, Jun opened the book and began to read. As he did, old memories surfaced in his mind, reminding him of an interesting hidden task. In the secret realm, other than the final boss, there were also hidden bosses, summonable only by collecting specific items. However, with only 1 hour left until the end of the assessment, time was of the essence. Jun quickly decided to pursue this hidden boss. If successful, it could be the key to unlocking new abilities and further elevating his power. As the assessment neared its conclusion, many students had reached level 10. They gathered at the area of the final boss, Basilan, preparing for the ultimate challenge. This was the decisive moment of the assessment. Defeating Basilan and successfully awakening meant a promising future, while failure could mean a lifetime of mediocrity. Basilan, a level 10 elite boss, was a formidable opponent with exceptional attributes. With his massive ram horns and blood-red skin, he was a quintessential demonic beast. Only by defeating him and touching the awakening stone behind him would the candidates pass the assessment. Guarding Basilan were two powerful bodyguards, adding to the challenge. Among the candidates, one student, battle-worn and exhausted with his clothes scorched and tattered, breathed heavily, steeling himself for the fight. Just defeat him, and I'll awaken, he thought. Charging towards Basilan with a weapon in hand, Basilan unleashed his powerful skill, Sacrifice, channeling a power spell towards the student. This spell will deal continuous damage. Additionally, he randomly cast various debuff curses, reducing the attacker's base attributes. If been hit, the chance of defeating Basilan will be close to none. The student was clever and utilized his speed in an attempt to dodge the boss's attack. Just as his sword was about to strike the boss, less than half a meter away, he was not fast enough and was knocked back several meters. The severe pain made his body tremble, leaving him unable to move for a moment. He felt his attributes weakening and his consciousness blurring. He saw one of the boss's bodyguards approaching him, but it was too late to dodge. The huge axe struck him fiercely, and he was teleported out of the secret realm. Outside, more than a dozen candidates had already failed, and the one just now was among the top 50 in the grade. Many were surprised to see such a top student fail. Some noted that this year's assessment was much harder than before. The secret realm, known for its insane difficulty and having been shelved for 10 years, and now finally brought back into play. Back to June, who finally reached the final boss's room, somewhat out of breath. He had spent nearly an hour at full speed searching for items to unlock a hidden task. Facing the final boss, he confidently approached Basilan, whose eyes immediately turned red, and he began chanting a sacrificial spell. The two level 8 elite orcs bodyguard charged at him. Despite their bulky appearance, they were incredibly fast. However, to Jun, they seemed like they were moving in slow motion. Jun dodged perfectly between the two orcs and continued his motion, kicking the orc bodyguards away. Meanwhile, Basilan, in the middle of channeling a spell and without his bodyguard's protection, couldn't keep up with Jun's pace. Jun slid towards Basilan and kicked him into the air, then pulled out a Gatling machine gun and fired wildly into the sky. All 10 bullets hit Basilan, whose body was sent flying back into the air before crashing down hard. The two orc bodyguards, seeing their leader in pain, became enraged. Their green skin began to emit a red glow, a sign of berserk mode, and their speed doubled. However, as they charged for the second time, Jun switched his weapon. 1 second, he held a Gatling machine gun, and the next, a sharp spear appeared in his hands. With a gleaming silver spear in hand, Jun made a swift strike toward the feet of the orcs. With a crisp crack, the two berserk orcs felt severe pain in their legs, as if their bones had shattered and they fell to the ground. Normally, a sweeping strike like this would only cause a brief knockdown effect, not bone-breaking damage. However, Jun precisely aimed for the weak spot, hitting the weakest part of the shin bone in the lower leg, which led to this unusual effect. This was just one of the hundreds of techniques that Jun mastered. He continued his advance towards the boss. The final boss, Basilan, struggled desperately to rise, but this time the spear's tip was aimed directly at Basilan's back. Without missing a beat, Jun fiercely stabbed his long spear into its head. Shortly after, a young male and female student appeared in front of the portal. The girl, a step ahead, is the first to exit. Despite his initial hesitation, the male student congratulates her. Their attention quickly shifts to the large screen behind them, displaying rankings, where they are shocked to find that the top spot is not held by the girl, but by a level 7 student named Chubb, who, astonishingly, was the first to complete the assessment before them, without even having reached level 10 or undergone class transfer. No idea what was going on. To lose to a student with the lowest grade seemed to bother the girl a lot. Fellow students come forth to console them, suggesting that Chubb must have cheated, especially since he was taken away by the dean. The male student also offers comforting words. The girl, trying to calm herself, is convinced that Chubb must have cheated. Meanwhile, in the office's conference room, it was both tense and quiet. An elderly man, no other than Professor Liu, the main examiner for this year's assessment, is also a powerful third-class transfer professional, suddenly stood up. He slams his hand on the table and confronts Chubb, demanding to know if he cheated. Unlike most students who might have easily confessed, Chubb, determined not to snitch on his best friend Jun, insists that it was just pure luck. Professor Liu, glaring at Chubb, questions how he could have passed the assessment without even knowing the boss's skills and what he looked like. Professor Liu's words were heavy and cold, his tone stern, and even sounded threatening towards the end. He calmly suggests he had seen the earlier surveillance camera, that the person who helped Chubb cheat must be a close friend to him. However, he warns that the school won't spare him either. Hearing this, Chubb's expression freezes, and he is overwhelmed with fear. In a desperate move to protect his friend, Chubb kneels and takes full responsibility, pleading for the school to punish only him. Chubb decides to narrate the entire sequence of events, taking all the blame upon himself. He reveals a secret pathway in the secret realm that allows him to bypass all monsters and reach the boss unnoticed. Since the monsters couldn't see him, they didn't attack, and he waited in safety for 10 hours before sneaking behind the boss, where he encountered the awakening stone. Chubb, looking terrified, was ready to be expelled from school. However, everyone in the room, including Professor Liu, is stunned into silence. Professor Liu was surprised to know the existence of such a hidden talent within their school. He instructs the dean to retrieve Jun's records. The dean promptly presents Jun's personal file and a tablet. As Professor Liu watches the footage, his eyes widen in amazement. First he looks perplexed, then bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "This young man is extraordinary." Meanwhile, in the assessment hall, the portal to the secret realm is flashing more frequently as students begin to come out. However, Jun, the only level 13, is still inside with less than 15 minutes left in the assessment. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Jun has defeated the final boss and is now at the awakening stone. But he doesn't want to exit now, as he wants to complete a hidden mission first. He doesn't rush to touch the stone. Instead, he takes out 6 items from his bag. As he arranges them in a hexagram pattern, a dazzling purple light emanates, and ancient texts appear before him. A voice inquires who has disturbed its slumber. Excited, Jun awaited the hidden boss. With a thunderous roar, the hidden boss, a massive level 12 demon warrior named Timon, clad in red metallic armor, appears. He summons a rune-enchanted greatsword and thrusts it into the ground, causing the earth to split and magma to erupt. Jun effortlessly dodges this attack with a backward step. As the magma receded, everything within 30 meters of Timon vanished. Jun maintains his distance, comparing Timon to the final boss he had previously faced. Timon's brute strength and enormous, but cumbersome body are both his strengths and weaknesses. Quickly devising a strategy, Jun taunts Timon with a provocative gesture. Timon, thinking Jun is underestimating him, becomes enraged. With every step he takes, the ground cracks, and suddenly he disappears, or rather charges at Jun at an incredible speed, swinging his greatsword. Jun reveals a sly smile and with a deft movement, throws a handful of sand from his hidden right hand. This basic skill, sand throw, targets an enemy with sand, causing temporary blindness upon impact. The sand accurately hits Timon's eyes, plunging him into a brief state of blindness. Timon, unable to see, frantically rubs his eyes. While the sand causes no physical damage, it effectively hinders his actions. Surprisingly, Timon reveals a passive skill that allows him to counteract control effects. Jun swiftly places a self-destructing robot on the floor, then closes in with a sliding tackle. Since Timon was immune to being knocked airborne by the tackle, Jun got under his chin and used uppercut, landing a powerful blow to Timon's chin. The attack temporarily stunned Timon, who had just recovered from blindness. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Jun grabs one of Timon's horns, maneuvers behind him, and viciously stabs his head with a dagger, followed by a front kick, sending Timon flying, landing right in front of the self-destructing robot. A massive explosion ensues. Jun's perfectly executed combo leaves Timon defenseless. Just as Timon struggles to rise, Jun throws 2 more daggers, pinning Timon's hands to the ground. Just when Timon lifts his head, he is confronted by 6 barrels of a Gatling gun. Jun unleashes a point-blank barrage, with bullets mercilessly striking Timon's head. Timon found himself utterly overpowered by Jun's relentless assault. Following a flawless combo, Jun emerged victorious against the hidden boss Timon. In that very moment, the outside rankings shifted dramatically, catapulting Jun's position to the top. This unexpected rise to first place, despite Jun did not awaken his talent, sent shockwaves around the observing students, sparking chaos and accusations of cheating. The students erupted in uproar, demanding explanations. Convinced that Jun's reluctance to show himself was a sign of guilt, Professor Liu, witnessing the scene, shook his head in quiet disappointment at the ignorance of these students. His whispered remark, which can only be heard by the dean, expressed his frustration. Ignorant children, unaware of what a true prodigy is like. The dean, observing Professor Liu's unusual interest and excitement in a student, wondered why he was so convinced this was Jun's genuine abilities. As the assessment neared its final minute, Jun remained unseen. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, the system announced that Jun, having defeated all the bosses, received a 50% bonus reward. His strategic defeat of Timon under flawless combo granted him an additional 200% experience, catapulting him to level 14. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jun marveled at his accomplishment. His effort in completing the hidden mission paying off handsomely. With the assessment concluded, Jun emerged at the top, his eyes set on the nearby awakening stone. Now already awakened as a spellbinder, he wondered about the stone's relevance. With curiosity, he touched the stone, unleashing a burst of light and runes soaring into the sky. Unable to decipher the runes, Jun heard a voice congratulating him on his success, just as his awakening talent was about to be revealed. The voice vanished as if nothing ever happened. Suddenly, the runes merged into Jun's body, triggering the familiar system voice, announcing an upgrade of the system and additional skill transformation opportunities. His reward, a pair of Far Journey boots and a skill book enhancing his critical strike chance by 20%. Delighted, Jun opened his skill panel, choosing to transform the Gatling gun. The new passive ability gave a 25% chance to fire 10 guaranteed hit Gatling bullets with any firearm attack. Satisfied, Jun pondered his second transformation, ultimately reserving it for a sweeping attack, granting a 10% chance of causing a knockdown effect in a 2-meter radius, changing a single target knockup to a potential AO knockup. With these changes, Jun opened his information panel, now at level 14 with 98 agility points and 4 passive skills, boasting a nearly 10,000 combat power rating. Jun left the secret realm content with his performance. The entire arena buzzed with anticipation, many eager to witness Jun's embarrassment. However, a sudden burst of light from the portal, signaling the end of the assessment, drew all eyes to it. As the light faded, Jun appeared, instantly becoming the center of attention. Professor Liu's face transformed with various emotions: seriousness, excitement, and thrill as he gazed upon Jun. He thought to himself, this young man has an immeasurable future. Jun's emergence stirred up a new wave of commotion among the students. While some looked on with envy, others hurled accusations of cheating at him. A few even shouted at Professor Liu, challenging Jun's results and alleging foul play. Suddenly, Professor Liu appeared at the center of the arena. His commanding shout for silence instantly hushed the entire stadium, leaving many students frightened into silence. The assessment hall fell completely quiet, with students covering their mouths. Smiling, Professor Liu walked towards Jun, asking if he really had passed that challenge. Jun, taken aback by Professor Liu's question, realized he was referring to the hidden boss, knowing that he casually nodded in affirmation. The audience, including many teachers, was baffled, unable to understand why Professor Liu seemed not only unbothered but somehow pleased. Upon receiving Jun's confirmation, Professor Liu's demeanor turned excited, patting Jun's shoulder and praising him as the deserving top student and a future prodigy. His voice echoed throughout the hall, leaving no doubt about his endorsement. At this point, two students, previously ranked second and third, now demoted to third and fourth, approached. They questioned Jun's ranking, arguing that it was impossible for someone who finished last in the assessment to be ranked first. Facing Professor Liu, they expressed their disbelief. Other students joined in, demanding evidence to support Jun's ranking. Professor Liu, anticipating such reactions, suddenly adopted a more stern demeanor. His aura, befitting a powerful third-class transfer professional, filled the arena. As he shouted with a deep voice, "Enough, you short-sighted fools," he rebuked, instantly silencing the crowd. He then pointed out that Jun, within the allotted time, had defeated an additional level 12 hidden boss. His words were cutting, if not him as the first. "Do you all think you short-sighted fools deserve the spot?" With these words, the hall erupted into a frenzy of shocked and awed reactions as Professor Liu's statement reverberated through the stunned crowd. Hearing Professor Liu's explanation, the students who had been causing a ruckus were momentarily stunned. The concept of a hidden boss was unfamiliar to them. It wasn't covered in their textbooks. How then did Jun know about it? Their focus swiftly shifted to questioning how Jun knew the method to summon the hidden boss, conveniently ignoring the fact that he had defeated a level 12 elite boss. In fact, even the teachers present were unaware of the hidden boss in today's secret realm. Meanwhile, the classroom teacher of the elite rocket class, seeing her students overshadowed by Jun, felt a blow to her pride. In an attempt to regain authority, she disregarded decorum and intervened. Leaping from the high platform, she approached the center of the arena and demanded that Jun share how he discovered the method to summon the hidden boss. She coldly insinuated that if he couldn't explain, it would be considered cheating, making him unworthy of being a student at the school. Encouraged by their teacher's stance, the previously disheartened students regained their confidence, although Professor Liu was disappointed with this reaction. Professor Liu, considering various factors, chose not to interject. However, Jun's next words stunned everyone. "Why should I tell you?" he said with a calm tone. This response was completely unexpected. Many jaws dropped, knowing that the typically assertive rocket class teacher would not let this slide. The arena fell into a stunned silence, including the teacher herself. Beside her, Soon Ki, the fourth-place ranking, first looked at his teacher, and then, fueled by the audacity of Jun's statement, his anger reached its peak. Summoning his great sword, he furiously accused Jun of disrespect and pointed his sword at him, challenging him to a duel. His classmates supported him, eager to see Soon Ki teach Jun a lesson. The crowd began to cheer for Soon Ki. Jun, expressionless, glanced at Soon Ki's sword and then at him, surveying the crowd with a look that seemed to regard Soon Ki as a fool. He replied coldly, "A duel." With a smirk, he followed up saying, "Are you even worthy?" Erupted again due to Jun's icy face, slapping, cheek clapping, bag strapping, kneecap snapping, your wife taking sorry, I will stop, due to Jun's icy cold response. The audience started throwing trash and hurling insults, labeling Jun as nothing more than a foul-mouthed cheater. Sun Ki was also shocked, not expecting to be subjected to such mockery. Just then, Luo Jingjing, who had been silent, stepped forward. She gently patted Sun Ki's shoulder, signaling him to stay calm. Then, turning to Jun, she made a bold suggestion. If he was so confident, why not go up against the two of them at the same time? This proposal caused another uproar. Everyone was surprised that Luo Jingjing was willing to fight Jun alongside Sun Ki in a 2-on-1 battle. However, as the crowd buzzed, Jun scanned her from head to toe and scoffed. "And who are you exactly?" This comment left Luo Jingjing, the academy's belle, feeling humiliated and aggrieved. Embarrassed and breathing rapidly, Luo Jingjing forced herself to calm down and retorted angrily, saying she was the academy's belle. But it seemed Jun truly hadn't heard of her. Hearing this, the simp Sun Ki, with red eyes and fury, announced he would teach Jun a lesson. He stared intensely at Jun, this time proposing a duel, emphasizing that it would be a fight to the death. The rocket class's head teacher also shocked upon hearing this, as such a duel was not a mere sparring session, but a formal showdown between professionals. In this world that revered the strong, refusing a challenge would lead to public scorn. Despite Jun being ranked first in the trial, the rocket class's head teacher didn't believe Sun Ki would lose. Jun, seeing the fight as inevitable, nonchalantly expressed his willingness to swat these annoying flies, though he found it boring and a waste of time. If Sun Ki really wished for death, might as well teach him a lesson. At this moment, Professor Liu, stroking his beard with a smile, seemed amused by the sudden turn of events. He saw it as an excellent opportunity to gauge Jun's true strength. Under his protection, there would be no risk to their lives. With a wave of his hand, Professor Liu magically created a temporary arena in the center of the assessment hall. He reminded Sun Ki that since he chose to challenge someone, he should have no regrets. Sun Ki was slightly upset. It almost sounded as if Professor Liu didn't have any confidence in him, but he still managed a polite smile, indicating he understood. Jun, not wanting to waste any more time, immediately leaped onto the arena, ready for the duel. Sun Ki, with a grim expression, followed suit. As the duel commenced, Sun Ki's body radiated a purple glow, instantly boosting his speed and attack power by 50%. A testament to his A-grade talent. The audience, recognizing the purple light and his astonishing speed, identified Sun Ki's use of the swordsman's signature skill, shifting shadows. Sun Ki moved so swiftly that the students could hardly track his actual position. Appearing behind Jun, Sun Ki's lips curled into a cruel smile, mockingly thinking his opponent was all talk. Sun Ki thrust his long sword fiercely at Jun, showing no mercy and seemingly indifferent to the potential of fatally injuring him. However, at this critical moment, Jun suddenly turned and smiled at Sun Ki, then effortlessly leaped up, evading the attack. In midair, Jun shook his head, clearly disappointed by Sun Ki's strength, deeming him too weak. This scene stunned the audience, who couldn't comprehend how Jun had so easily dodged the attack. Sun Ki adjusted his glasses, a serious glint in his eyes, still seemingly convinced that Jun's evasion was just a fluke. He swung his long sword again, unleashing the skill sweep, sending a powerful blade strike toward Jun. Jun pulled out a beginner's long sword from his storage space, blocking the attack, but was still knocked back a few meters. Unrelenting, Sun Ki used the charge skill to quickly close in on Jun, then swung his long sword again, executing the uppercut skill to launch Jun into the air. Jun in midair showed no change in expression, seemingly accommodating Sun Ki's attack. Just then, Sun Ki disappeared again, using his shifting shadow skill to reappear above Jun, swinging his long sword fiercely. An explosion echoed in the air, but no one knew what had happened. The students of the rocket class began to praise Sun Ki's perfect combo, and Jing Jing, clenching her fists, admired the display, saying, "Well done." Even their teacher showed a smile. However, Professor Liu saw a different scene. As the dust settled, Sun Ki reappeared in the arena from the intense exchange, already panting heavily. His combo had drained much of his mana and stamina. However, he couldn't clearly see Jun's whereabouts, but confidently believed that no one could escape his swift attacks. However, before he could finish his thought, he was hit by a kick to the chin, followed by a double kick that sent him soaring into the air. Everyone was astonished to see Jun standing unharmed. Jun used the wave slash skill, triggering its passive effect, and struck Sun Ki fiercely. Sun Ki crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood before blacking out. Despite Sun Ki's great speed, it paled in comparison to Jun's near 100 points in agility. The entire square fell silent. The battle was over in less than 30 seconds. Sun Ki, one of the top talents of the academy, was defeated so easily. Jun walked to the edge of the arena, looking down at Luo Jingjing, asking if she still wanted to fight. Luo Jingjing, with a bitter expression, shook her head to indicate her surrender. With Jingjing's surrender, the once silent hall erupted into activity. Many apologized for their previous doubts and insults towards Jun, changing their tune. And with that, it completely reversed everyone's opinion. In a world that revered only the strong, people always respected the more powerful, and Jun perfectly embodied this. Luo Jingjing, who once looked down on Jun, seemed to have a different feeling towards him. Poor Sun Ki not only got his ass kicked, and now the girl he is simping for is now simping on our MC. Anyway, among all present, only Professor Liu could clearly see what happened in the earlier fight. Jun's astonishing reaction speed and precise skill execution timing deeply impressed Professor Liu. He believed that even when he was at Jun's age, he couldn't compare to Jun. Professor Liu's intuition began to sense something extraordinary. As a third-class transfer professional himself, he thinks that Jun might have the potential to reach the elusive and lofty fourth-class transfer realm. And even the legendary fifth-class transfer realm wasn't entirely out of the question. Jun's potential had far exceeded Professor Liu's expectations. At that very moment, he knew that he must act to ensure Jun stayed at his academy to prevent him from being poached by other institutions before the final exam. After careful consideration, he decided to make a shocking decision. When Professor Liu suddenly spoke up, the entire hall immediately quieted down. He asked for silence from all students, as he was about to make an important announcement on behalf of the school. All eyes focused on him as he announced that, in light of Jun's exceptional performance, he was being awarded 1 million Blue Star coins and the honorary title of Prodigy student. This announcement stunned everyone present. Everyone, including the teachers, found this decision astonishing. This honorary title hadn't been awarded in nearly 20 years, and every student who had received it in the past was a once-in-a-generation prodigy. The last student to receive this title had since become a fourth-class transfer powerhouse. However, Jun didn't fully grasp the significance of this title and even wondered if he could exchange the title for some extra cash. The head teacher of the rocket class's view of Jun shifted, as this title implied that Professor Liu believed Jun would definitely become a future fourth-class transfer professional. For her, getting Jun into her class meant she could potentially become the mentor of a fourth-class transfer professional. With this in mind, she slowly approached Jun, took his arm, and tucked it under her pair of bowings with a hint of shyness, and invited him to join the rocket class. She also offered to be his personal tutor for the remaining month before the final exam, with a tone that hinted at intimacy when mentioning personal tutor. She bit her lips in a seductive way and emphasized heavily on the word personal. The students looked enviously at Jun as the rocket class's head teacher held a high status in their hearts. In her late 20s, her stunning figure and beautiful face made her the fantasy of many male students. She looked at Jun softly, holding on to his arms eagerly awaiting his response. However, Jun suddenly withdrew his arm, indicating his disinterest in a thought. He glanced at her and bluntly expressed his thoughts, telling her that she couldn't teach him. This statement plunged the entire hall into shock, and her smiling face instantly stiffened. After being rejected by Jun, clearly in disbelief and anger, she was about to react, but Professor Liu intervened. He shook his head, explaining to her that Jun was correct. In fact, no one in the entire academy might really be able to teach Jun, as no one was a classless wanderer like him. Even Professor Liu himself, who's a powerful third-class transfer professional, has no experience with the combinations and techniques of a classless wanderer. Perhaps it would even be rare throughout the entire empire to find someone who could teach Jun. Professor Liu's words captured the attention of everyone present. He deliberately stated that Jun's future could only be shaped by himself. He walked towards Jun, reminding him that choosing the path of a classless wanderer meant facing countless difficulties and challenges, and hoped Jun wouldn't regret his choice or give up halfway. Jun nodded firmly, indicating his commitment to the path he had chosen. Professor Liu saw a strong conviction in Jun's eyes. He smiled, then approved Jun for self-study for the remaining month and told him he could come to him with any questions. He also wished Jun great success in the final examination. All the students envied the special treatment Jun received. Jun thanked Professor Liu for his support and understanding, but had one more question. Professor Liu, pleased with Jun's attitude, encouraged him to speak freely. Jun, scratching his head with a smile, asked when his 1 million blue star coins would be deposited into his account. That's our boy Jun, who likes cash more than thoughts. After the assessment, Jun's fame rose not only within the academy, but also caused a sensation outside. Various media outlets rushed to report, flocking to the academy for interviews, inquiring about Jun's future plans, why he chose to become a classless wanderer, and even requesting exclusive interviews. Although the reports included both positive and negative content, Jun didn't bother paying attention to any of them. Meanwhile, Jun headed to the Apocalypse Management Association. This organization is one of the largest on Blue Star, with similar entities in nearly every country. A distinctive feature of the Apocalypse Management Association is its possession of a portal to the main world of the Apocalypse continent. After passing through security and verifying his identity, Jun was allowed to pass through. A century ago, a major catastrophe occurred when a vast spatial rift opened in the sky, from which countless ferocious beasts and monsters emerged, slaughtering the people of Blue Star. Military and weapons were useless against them. This terrifying event cast a shadow over the entire planet, causing endless fear and sorrow. Surprisingly, the monsters didn't wipe out the entire planet, almost as if they were just hungry and looking for snacks. Eventually, after the beasts had their fill, they retreated, however. The void space they left was preserved. This disaster prompted nations across Blue Star to set aside their enmities and historically unite for the first time. The world's top scientists were gathered with a singular task: to study this residual spatial rift. Jun's visit to the Apocalypse continent was in preparation for the upcoming final exam. On this mysterious land, he had many tasks to complete, with his primary goal being to rapidly reach level 20. Jun, along with others, entered the teleportation array, and the next moment they appeared in the Shattered Isles, a zone for professionals between levels 13 and 18. The surrounding architecture and his memories from a previous life were exactly the same, making every tree and blade of grass feel familiar. Jun took a deep breath, immersing himself in the aura of the Apocalypse world, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. Here, the air was filled with shouts for teaming up to grind levels, while most people chose to level up by grinding monsters. Jun, with his knowledge from a previous life, knew the best leveling spots and secret places on this map, especially hidden quests. He slowly left the safe zone and headed towards an old house in a distant forest. The house looked dilapidated, with rotting wood and a broken door. Jun carefully inspected the house, then entered, rummaging through the ruins. Soon, he found a letter hidden under a pile of wood and stones, concealed in the gap between a chair leg and the seat, very well hidden. Jun opened the letter and quickly skimmed through its contents. It described how the writer, while fishing by the sea, had spotted a massive dark shadow luring below. When he tried to catch it, the shadow suddenly disappeared. He shared this discovery with the villagers, but no one believed him. The letter expressed hope that someone could confirm the existence of this dangerous shadow in the sea. Jun's quest log suddenly updated with a new entry, indicating that he had accepted a hidden quest, the Vanishing Shadow. It was a 3.5-star difficulty quest, requiring him to use the tail of a mutated sea turtle to lure and defeat the mysterious shadow monster. Even in his previous life, only a handful of people knew about this quest. The reward for this hidden quest included a significant amount of experience and a useful novice artifact. Jun headed towards the nearby beach, a core spawning point for mutated sea turtles, which had already attracted many young professionals competing to hunt the creatures. Suddenly, a small party-grinding mob was attacked by several fireballs from the sky. the two of them jumped backward to dodge it, the other summoning a magical shield. One of the party members who couldn't dodge in time was struck, suffering severe burns on his arm. His teammates angrily confronted a professional named Ethan, accusing him of breaking the school's no fighting policy. Ethan, a level 14 magic swordsman, was accompanied by two level 14 mages, a man and a woman. Faced with the accusations, Ethan, far from apologizing, laughingly claimed he was just grinding mobs and that the injured student had carelessly entered the range of his skill. Ethan appeared very arrogant when confronted by the protesting students. He sneered, claiming the entire beach as his territory and threatened others to leave. When a student loudly retorted that it was a public area, Ethan suddenly vanished, disappearing and reappearing behind the student, lightly grazing the student's cheek with a dagger, who seemingly wasn't scared at all for breaking the rule. Seeing Ethan's attitude, the entire situation left the other students feeling helpless, even though they were reluctant. There was not much they could do other than leave the area with their injured teammate. After all, Ethan was a student from one of the top 10 universities, clearly not someone they could confront. Just then, the female mage in Ethan's team noticed someone else killing sea turtles in the distance. They found out the person was a level 14 classless wanderer. Since there was only one person, Ethan immediately sprang into action, using his taunting chain skill to attract the nearby sea turtles. Their plan was straightforward. Ethan would lure the enemies by pulling their aggro, and the two mages would use their AI skills to finish off all nearby turtles, ensuring that no one else could get even the tiniest bit. June quickly noticed that the sea turtles were being drawn in one direction and realized that someone was trying to monopolize the monsters. He quickly saw through Ethan's plan and recalled how seeing this condition of those three people standing there laughingly say, "Ha ha, these three idiots didn't even successfully steal the monsters, but in the process helped someone else steal them all. It's really satisfying. To dare to be so unreasonable and arrogant in the mainland of Apocalypse, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and this time you've kicked an iron plate." Hearing all this, his team leader Ding Hong says angrily, "Class monitor, don't be rash." Seeing so much damage to the Cheng, one of the three teammates named John Yanner is surprised and says, "This guy's damage output was even higher than all of ours combined, so let's be a little cautious." Hearing all these things from Jan Yanner, Ding Hong is surprised and says, "Cheng Kaienmo, I'll remember your name, I am sure we'll meet again someday, let's go." Hearing all these things from them, Cheng's eyes become red, and in anger he tells them, "Did I say that you guys can go?" Hearing Cheng words and seeing red eyes, Ding Hong says with fear, "Hey dude, you already stole all the monsters, and we're letting you have this place, so what more do you want?" Cheng reply them in anger, "It's simple, I'll give you guys 1 minute, take out all of the items you farmed just now, otherwise you'll have to level up from the start again." Hearing Cheng words, all three become angry, and one of them attacks and says, "You are going too far. So what if your damage output is high? Even if I have to have a fight where both sides will suffer, don't even think about trying to take anything from me." Then the people standing there said in fear is that the explosive fireball skill. No wonder he's a part of a top 10 school, he actually learned such a high-level skill in just a year. Even though Great God Cheng's skills weren't bad just now, at the end of the day he's only a vagrant, so there's no way he'll be able to handle such a powerful attack. Then we see the fireball attack going towards Cheng, but Cheng stands there fearless. Why isn't Great God Dihang moving? If he waits until he's done casting, then it'll be much harder to deal with. Sun Weijun says laughingly to Cheng, "Haha kid, are you so scared that you can't even move a single inch? Just now I still believed that you were very strong, but it turns out that you're just a good for nothing with no real combat experience, ha ha ha." The next moment we see the fireball attack moving rapidly towards Cheng, and Cheng also launching his attack, boxing gloves, and he uses his agility and moves fast towards Sun Weijun and hits Sun Weijun with his attack boxing club. And the next moment he comes behind Sun Weijun and hits him with the flying kick, and Sun Weijun flies in the air and falls very far. Despite all this, Sun Weijun tells Cheng, "You actually dare to humiliate me, I am not done with you." Hearing all these things from Sun Weijun, Ding Hong angrily says to Sun Weijun, "You idiot, don't you think that you've embarrassed yourself enough?" After all this, we see that all three of them give all their belongings to Cheng, and Ding Hong says to Cheng, "Follow student Cheng, we were too impulsive just now, so I hope you'll kindly accept these things." Then Cheng thinks in his mind 120 taels, but it's all thanks to these idiots who helped me save a few hours of time. And you guys can go now. As soon as Cheng said this, all three of them run away from there so fast, and seeing all this, the people standing there laugh a lot and say, "Am I seeing this right? Is he really a vagrant? He actually defeated a group of students from Moling University. I've never seen such an amazing vagrant. Great God, please form a team with me. You can be the team leader." What kind of team are you going on about? Did you not see that the great God's objective here is to collect items, hurry up and make way for the great God? That's right, let us hurry up and go. Our hero Chan thinks this, it's exactly the same as in my previous world. In the mainland of Apocalypse, it's only one strength that decides who reigns supreme. But now at least there'll be no one getting in my way as he continue to gather the items needed to complete the mission. Then we see the Dark Shadow mission window arrives. Disappearing Dark Shadow hidden mission. Needed materials: X400 flatback sea turtle's tail, exquisite black bamboo fishing rod. Then Cheng starts completing his mission and thinks, since I still need another 239 taels, it seems that I'll be grinding all night. Chan spends the whole night hunting, and the next day arrived. I finally collected all 400 taels. No wonder this energy-consuming mission is a hidden mission, but at least I still leveled up. After completed, the mission status window arrived. Cheng thinks, smiling at his status window. After using my 6 unassigned stat points on agility, my agility has finally passed the barrier of 100, with a combat power of 10,000. I'm afraid that's an achievement that even a lot of new first-year students wouldn't be able to achieve. Now that everything's ready, it's time for me to go complete the mission and obtain that novice weapon. The moment shifted to Moling University, and Ding Hong talked to their team class monitor. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss just to deal with a vagrant? What do you know, even though that kid is a student like us, his movement skills are really too unusual. In order to thoroughly destroy, we cannot afford to be careless. Then he asks to Zhang Yanir and Sun Weijun, "How's it going on the task I assigned you to?" Zhang Yanir says smilingly, "Class Monet, I've already someone to keep an eye that at Cheng Jianmo, so there's no way he'll be able to ruin." And Sun Weijun also says, "We're smilingly face. I also contacted the top 30 first-year students, and out of respect for you class monitor, they've all agreed to help." Ding Hong is very happy to hear these words of both of them, and says, "Great job, now we're only missing one more person." Hearing Ding Hong words, Zhang Yanir says with fear, "Are you talking about the provincial top scorer Gu Yunfei?" That's right. It's said that not only does he have an S-rank talent, but he have abundant magic power. And he thinks while laughing and making a scary face, but in just 1 year he reached level 21 in one breath, and became the undisputed strongest new student. After listening to Ding Hong, Sun Weijun tells him, "But there are also rumors floating around that he's conceited and won't do anything as a favor for anyone else, so class monitor, will you be able to recruit such a person?" Ding Hong reply, "How in this world is there anyone that would refuse money? In the case that he says that he has no interest in money, then that just means you need to add more money." Then suddenly we see there is an explosion, and the one who made the explosion is Sun Weijun. And due to the explosion, a lot of soil starts flying there, and Ding Hong claps and says, "No wonder you're Moling University's #1 Heaven's Pride, to be able to use the exploding fireball skill to such an extent." After some time of removing the soil, we see Gu Yunfei standing on the pillar, and he is surprised and says this area has been deserted for several months, and no one normally comes to pay a visit. I wonder what the purpose of the young master of the richest family in Tianhai, the Ding family, is in coming here. Hearing all these things of Gu Yunfei, Ding Hong is surprised and says, "Since classmate Gu knows me, I'll just be straightforward. I have here a combat plan, and I wanted to invite you to take part." And after hearing all this, Gu Yunfei says to Ding Hong, "I am not interested." After saying this, Gu Yunfei starts leaving from there, and then Ding Hong speaks angrily from behind. "But classmate Gu, I haven't finished. I didn't come here with the idea of letting you help for free. Aren't you about to undergo your second class change? I can provide you with all the resources you'll need to undergo your class change." Gu Yunfei replied, "No thanks." Saying this, Gu starts leaving from there. Then Ding Hong and his teammates say, "Ah, don't leave." Then Ding Hong tells Gu about Cheng. "Classmate Gu, to tell you the truth, I plan to ask for your help this time in order to teach a student a lesson, and I'll agree to any conditions you have. We got mercilessly bullied by that guy yesterday." After listening to all the words of Ding Hong, Gu puts his hand on his neck and says, "He's only a level 14 student. That guy's strength is unfathomable, to the point that even the combined strength of us three wasn't even enough to be his opponent. Move aside." Ding Hong gets surprised after hearing all these things from Gu, and when he sees Gu start leaving from there, he shouts from behind him saying, "Not only that, but that guy also only a vagrant." On hearing this, Gu stops and makes a dangerous face and says, "A vagrant. Interesting. I originally thought that all students in the entire province of the same grade were all trash. But this time I've finally run into an opponent that piqued my interest." After all this, we see Cheng going to the fishing gear store, and as soon as Cheng enters the shop, he says to the shopkeeper, "Hey shopkeeper, I'd like to have a look at your best fishing rods and baits." As soon as Cheng says this to the shopkeeper, he thinks in his mind, "Collecting those tails is only the first step of this hidden mission. Now I need to obtain an excellent set of fishing gear. Luckily, I have around 100 gold coins from those three idiots, which saves me the trouble of having to exchange the blue star currency I obtained as my reward from the school." When Cheng says this, the shopkeeper thinks something in his mind and lowers his glasses and says to Cheng, "Little brother, all the items within the store are on that price list. So once you figure out what you want, let me know and I'll go grab it for you." It seems like he's just another dumb layman with loads of money. You should know that the most important part is that the fishing gear needs to match with the fishing bait, so only a layman would come up and ask for the most expensive products. After looking at the price list for a while, Cheng thinks something and says to the shopkeeper, "The quality of your fishing gear and bait isn't very high, so it seems that I must make do with this. Then let me get an exquisite black bamboo fishing rod and add on 10 high-grade bloodworms." Hearing Cheng's words, the shopkeeper's face sweats, and he thinks in surprise, how is this possible? In just under a minute, he chose the best matching equipment in the entire store. In addition, listening to his tone, it's almost as if he's come across even better fishing gear before. Could this guy be a fishing expert? But even if he were to have begun fishing in the womb, it still wouldn't be possible to have such extensive fishing knowledge. After thinking all this, the shopkeeper introduces himself to Cheng. "My name is Yu He, and seeing as you have such a unique way of doing things, could you be from a prominent fishing family in Apocalypse?" After listening to the shopkeeper's words, Cheng says to the shopkeeper, "No, fishing is merely my hobby." Then Cheng starts thinking in his mind, it seems that this shopkeeper is misunderstanding. In my previous world, this pairing was the most optimal novice equipment that pretty much everyone had. Then the shopkeeper starts speaking smilingly, "Young man, I can see that you have a good eye. How about this? I'll give you a discount on everything you want, so I'll only take 10 gold coins." Even if this man isn't from a prominent fishing family, he surely isn't an ordinary person. Since I have the chance to be on friendly terms with him, what's the harm in doing so? Just then the shopkeeper holds Cheng's hand and coaxes him with a smile and says, "If in the future you fish up some good things, you can come here to sell it, and I can guarantee you won't suffer any losses." Then the moment shifts, and on the other side we see some students doing monster hunting on the seashore, and Cheng is standing on a stone rock on the side and thinking, "Now that I have the sea turtle tails and the fishing gear, I'm only missing one more thing. I remember that in my past world, it was just on that small island over there, every 72 hours a new rare boss world spawn. Even though it isn't too far from the novice village, most novices won't be able to deal with that boss, so there will be very few people who set foot over there. Then we see Cheng jumping into the sea, thinking and smiling. The thing that I need is a drop from that rare boss, which allows you to breathe underwater. In order to guarantee the success of the mission Disappearing Dark Shadow, this item is an indispensable piece. After Cheng jumps into the sea, the people standing there get confused and look back and start thinking, damn, someone just jumped into the sea. You should know that the limit for anyone in the Apocalypse mainland to stay underwater is only 2 minutes. If this time limit is exceeded, you'll take damage equivalent to 10% of your maximum health each time, so no matter how much health you have, you can last at most 10 seconds before immediately drowning. Moreover, being in the water will attract many monsters, adding on to the cruel death penalty of the Apocalypse mainland. Under ordinary circumstances, no one dares to rashly enter the water. After Cheng goes into the sea, people standing there start talking among themselves. This guy is too awesome. The situation under the sea is much more complex than that on land. So I've never seen a novice who dares to enter the sea alone. Is he not afraid of encountering unknown monster? Then we see 2 people hiding behind the bushes, listening to those people and talking to each other. Big brother, they're all talking about how dangerous entering the sea is, so should we still go in and follow him? Wealth and honor are achieved in dangerous situations. The remaining Sumjao Yanar agreed to pay on completion is enough for us to live comfortably for many years. I also heard that within this area of the sea, there aren't many dangerous monsters. Let's go find a place with no one nearby and enter the sea immediately. And after some time, Cheng takes him out of the sea and reaches the beach where he has to complete his mission. And we see that both of them also follow Cheng to Iceland and start talking secretly behind a stone. Let's just follow him till here, since this island is so small that even if you were to run a lap around it, it wouldn't even take you 10 minutes. Also, if we were to get any closer, we would be at risk of being exposed. Since Zhao Yanar is giving me so much money, this person's strength mustn't be looked down upon. Make sure to never get into a face-to-face conflict with him. Got it, big brother, so long as we hide behind this rock, there's no way he'll be able to escape our sight once he decides to go back. After walking some distance, Cheng reaches the location where he has to complete his hidden mission. And then we see Cheng's foot falling on a waterline, and immediately after that a green slime-like thing starts flying in the air. Cheng launches his move Novice Staff, and a stick comes in his hand, and he laughs and says, "It seems my luck is pretty good." After a while we see that green slime turn into a huge monster. Sticky radioactive dust. Level 18 Rare Elite. Elemental creature. Health 3500. Immediately after that we see Cheng start attacking on the monster. Seeing Cheng doing this, the monster also starts attacking Cheng, and Cheng starts dodging him very easily. Cheng starts thinking as he dodges monster's attack. If I remember correctly, getting hit by the corrosive mud will cause you to experience a 30% decrease in speed, along with a 50-point damage reduction to make for a double debuff, which can still be repeatedly stacked. If I get hit even once, with my current attack power, I'll immediately lose more than half of my damage output, so this isn't something that I can afford to get hit by. While dodging the monster's attack, Cheng starts switching his move, weapon switching longsword ripple slash. As soon as he switches his move, he attacks the monster, due to which the monster's HP starts decreasing, and some of its parts start flying in the air like mud. Seeing its HP decreasing, the monster gets angry and starts attacking Cheng with its move. Cheng gets surprised by such a dangerous move of the monster, and as soon as he dodges the move, he starts thinking. This is the radioactive cloud, and once you become poisoned by it, you'll begin to continuously lose health every second. While thinking, Cheng starts switching his move to Gatling gun. And as soon as the move is switched, a devil smile appears on Cheng's face, and he starts firing indiscriminately at the monster. Seeing indiscriminate firing towards him, the monster gets very scared and starts screaming, and after the indiscriminate firing, there are many holes in the whole body of the monster, and after some time it explodes with a bang. As soon as the monster explodes, Cheng falls to the ground and says, "I did it." After he defeats the monster, the mission is complete, and he gets a water vine stuff. And he says to him, smiling, with the staff in his hand, "Not bad, its effect is the same as in my previous world." Smiling and thinking after defeating the monster, "Now that all my preparation work is complete, it's time to go fish that disappearing dark shadow." What follows next is destined to be a difficult and fierce battle. After all, it's the novice village's strongest hidden boss. All this preparation I did beforehand was all in order to increase my chances of completing this mission. While thinking all this, Cheng's eyes fall on the two hiding behind the stone, and Cheng starts smiling and speaking to himself. "Ah, ever since yesterday, those two sneaky rats have been constantly following me. Since you guys are so patient, then why don't you keep waiting for me there?" And thinking all this, Cheng takes that staff and jumps into the sea and goes away from there. Waiting so long, one of them gets tired and says to the other, "I can't take this anymore. It's already been 4 hours, to the point that my skin's already begun to wrinkle. Could he have run off already?" Hearing his words, the other one answers him, "That's not possible. There's only the vast sea on the other side of this island, so if he wants to return to land, he can only pass through here." While talking among themselves, one of them stands up and sees that there is no one standing there, because Chan had left there some time ago, and then he surprisingly says, "Miss, this isn't good. That guy called Cheng Kainmo somehow sneaked away right under our noses. Just who is this great god that we provoked? The deal's off, I'm not doing it anymore." After leaving from there, Cheng reaches Shattered Archipelago's fishing spot. Cheng thinks smilingly after reaching the fishing spot, "Now that all my preparations are done, next, I'll need to fish in order to trigger the latter part of this mission. From what I remember, the disappearing dark shadow fishing spot should be just here." Cheng was still thinking this until he saw that someone else was already fishing there, and then he was surprised and said, "Someone's already taken the spot." Seeing him fishing there, Cheng tries to read his stats. Cheng gets surprised when he doesn't read his stats, and we see sweat start appearing on his face, and he gets surprised and starts thinking, "How is this possible? I can't even see this guy's stats." Everyone knows that in Apocalypse Mainland, if there's a huge level gap between players, the lower level player can't check out the higher level player's stats. He saw Cheng standing behind him and started saying to Cheng, "Young friend, did you also come here to fish? Come, I'll make some room for you." Cheng is surprised to hear his words, and he doesn't know what to say. Then he starts saying to Cheng, "As a young person, it's good to be cautious. But just so you know, I could easily take you down with your current strength. If you want to fish, then come over here and take a seat." Then we see that after listening to all these things, Cheng sits there and gets ready for fishing and starts thinking, "I'll just fish a bit until he leaves, then I'll complete my mission." Seeing Cheng fishing, he looks at Cheng and starts thinking, "He's neither haughty nor humble, seeing as how he didn't make a fool of himself in front of me. It seems that this kid is pretty daring." 2 minutes later, we see Chan grab his first fish, and after catching his first fish, Chang becomes very happy and he starts thinking, "I'm pretty lucky. I snagged an 8-pound fish on my first go. In my past world, my fishing skills were consistently considered one of the best." When Cheng catches his first fish, the man looks at Cheng and starts thinking, "Your luck is indeed pretty good." Then we see that Cheng catches a lot of fish in a few minutes, and Cheng becomes very happy. Then the person gets so surprised to see Cheng and starts thinking, I've been fishing here for half a day now, and I still haven't caught anything, so how exactly is he doing this?" Then that person starts saying Cheng smilingly, "At such a young age, you actually have so much knowledge in the fishing field, which is something very admirable." After saying this to Cheng, that person starts thinking too much. "However, according to my observations, it's not only your fishing skills that are remarkable, but your individual abilities seem even better. I just don't know. Let's test him out." Only after thinking this, we see that the man's eyes turn red, and he raises his hand and starts attacking towards Cheng. Where does he hit the Cheng as soon as he attacks? Why have you chosen the path of the vagrant? Seeing the attack coming towards him, Chan also comes to his position and puts the gun on his shoulder and starts telling him, "The path of the vagrant, why shouldn't I walk this path?" After listening to Cheng's words, the person comes into normal position and starts saying to Cheng, "I understand. With such unmatched talent, even if you were to walk on the path of the vagrant, you're destined to reach heights that few can dream of. Young friend, are you willing to take me as your master?" Hearing his words, Cheng tells him, "Senior, many thanks for your good intentions, but I prefer to walk this path alone." Hearing Cheng's words, he starts leaving from there, and while leaving, he throws something towards Cheng and starts saying to Cheng, "Since you've already made your decision, I won't insist. But if there's a day where you change your decision, my door will always be open to you. Here, take this ring. If you ever find yourself in trouble, feel free to reach out to me at the Management Association whenever you need." Then we see that Cheng has a ring in his hands, which was thrown by that person towards Cheng. Then seeing that ring, Cheng gets very confused and starts thinking, just what era are we in to have to use this to send messages? And on the other hand, we see Ding Hong going to fight Cheng with 15-20 boys and laughing with an evil smile. He starts thinking, "Today, Cheng Kaimo will die." Then we see Ding Hong laughingly saying to Jiyu, "Classmate Jiyu, it'll be all up to you in a bite." Hearing these words from Ding Hong, Jiyu tells him, "I'll let this group of bums go up and test the waters first. And if you are really as strong as Ding Hong claims, then I must have an exhilarating fight with you." Just then we see Ding Hong and 15-20 boys going with him. A person standing there calls a senior official of the university and says, "Chief Wu, Ding Hong brought 20 people with him and entered the Apocalypse mainland just now. Will something big happen?" The university official gets very surprised after hearing his words and tells him, "Xiao Zhang, hurry up and follow them inside, and if anything significant happens, immediately report it to me." After saying this to him and hanging up the phone, the university official puts his hands on his head and gets very upset and starts thinking, all this kid from the Ding family does is stir up trouble. We cannot allow him to cause another big incident today. And on the other hand, we see Cheng fishing alone there and thinking, this shouldn't be possible, right? Using 400 taels to fish out the dark shadow is the largest amount I've ever used in my previous world. P.S. I, who was once an emperor, couldn't have just become a mere tribal chief, right? Then we see that Ding Hong along with 15-20 boys reaches the same place where Cheng is fishing, and Ding Hong says smilingly to Cheng, "Cheng Kaimo, long time no see. I'm afraid that you won't be able to fish any longer today." Seeing 15-20 boys with Ding, Cheng smiled and said to Ding, "Oh, aren't you guys the 3 losers? Heh, you had to bring backup because you couldn't beat me alone. I never imagined that the esteemed Moling University would have such a unique tradition." Then we see Ji Yu looking at Cheng, smiling and thinking, he's that rumored vagrant, interesting. Hearing Cheng's words, everyone standing there as well as Ding Hong becomes very angry and starts saying, "This fucking sharp-tongued bastard. Since you've offended our Moling University, do you think you'll be able to escape? Today, we'll keep killing you until you're back to level 1. And then we see something huge get stuck in the chain's fishing rod, and a warning screen starts showing, and Chang evil smile laughs and says, "It's finally here." And we see a huge monster stuck in the fishing rod. Chang pulls it out of the water, and the people standing there get very scared and start thinking, what is this monster? Could this be the hidden boss? I've never seen it before. Did Cheng Kaimo just fish it up? After some time we see that the monster completely comes out of the water and starts looking at all the people standing there. After seeing such a big monster, all the people standing there get scared, and we see that wrinkles start appearing on Ji-Yu's face too, and he starts thinking, Level 22 Elite Chieftain. Even if it's me, it would be hard for me to kill by myself. Could his appearance have something to do with that level 15 vagrant? And we see that the monster starts moving fast towards those people and starts attacking them. Due to his attack, some people standing there start flying in the air. Then we see Gu, who dodges his attack. And immediately after that, Ji-Yu starts attacking that monster with his attack, due to which the HP of the monster starts decreasing. And on the other hand, all the 15-20 boys who came with Ding Hong start attacking Cheng. Seeing them attacking, Cheng starts thinking, 3 magic swordsmen have come to stall my movements, while 3 mages are in the back preparing their attacks. It seems that this guy Ding Hong still has some brains. However, no matter what flashy tactics you use, it's all useless in front of me. As soon as they think this, Cheng attacks them. After Cheng's attack, some of them fall very far. Then we see 3 boys standing there with their hands in the air and start using their move. Then Cheng attacks them. And all 3 of them also fly in the air and fall very far. And on the other hand, after the attack of Gu, the monster's HP becomes very high due to which it goes into its second phase. After the monster enters the second phase, all the people standing there start drowning in water. And seeing this happening, Cheng becomes very happy and starts thinking. He finally entered the second phase in the water. That's where I rule. Seeing themselves drowning in water, they all look at the monster and start saying, Prince Nasjak has entered the second phase. 30 seconds of immobile invincibility remaining. Seeing himself so helpless in the water, Sun Weijun says to Ding Hong, Class Monitor, what should we do now? This area is extremely unfavorable for our mages. There's no way for everyone Vryon to stay underwater for long, since every 2 minutes we must go up for air. And on the other hand, Zaho Yanir also starts saying to Ding Hong, Class Monitor, let's just forget about killing Cheng Jianmo and leave him here. Since either way, Prince Nasjak will definitely kill him too. Hearing both of them, Ding Hong gets very angry and makes an angry face and starts saying to them, Fucks all, this is so unlucky, even after I went through all the trouble to bring all these people here. We just had to encounter such a strange boss. Is even the heavens trying to help Cheng Jianmo? This isn't fair. Seeing them all fighting among themselves, Ji Yu says to Ding Hong, You guys can leave first if you want, but I'm gonna go pay that vagrant a visit. Hearing Ji Yu's words, Ding Hong looks at Ji Yu and starts thinking with a smile. Great, as long as we have Ji Yu Yunful, we still have a chance. Immediately afterwards, Ding Hong seems to be angry with all his companions. Everyone, even though we are feeling extremely uncomfortable right now, it must be the same for Cheng Jianmo. We'll give up on killing Prince Nasjak for now and solely focus on killing Cheng Jianmo. As long as we kill him, I'll give you all double your rewards. Hearing all this from Ding Hong, all his companions become very happy, and he starts moving towards Cheng to attack using his agility and his move. Seeing them all coming towards him, Cheng thinks smilingly, Hey, even in my home turf, you trash still want to try and kill me. As soon as Cheng thinks this, we see that suddenly they all start attacking Cheng, and Cheng uses his agility to dodge all their moves and starts thinking, looking at the monster. The boss's 30-second countdown is about to be up, so I can't keep getting held up by them. Otherwise, even I will face some difficulties here. And in the next moment, we see the monster starts shouting very loudly, and seeing him shouting, Ding Hong gets very scared and starts thinking, crap, I completely forgot that within the water, the most terrifying existence isn't Cheng Jianmo, but rather. And then we see that suddenly the monster uses his move Deep Sea Whirlpool on all of them, and they get trapped in the monster's move. And seeing themselves so helpless, they all start shouting and saying, Just what exactly is this strange force that's making me lose control of my body? If you get swept into the deep sea, there's no way you'll be able to come out within 2 minutes. Save me, I don't want to die. Then we see that someone's move Explosive Fireball skill hits the monster, and the person who attacked him is none other than Ji Yu. But seeing his move failing like this, Ji Yu also gets surprised and starts thinking, how is this possible? Even after I, a level 21, used my full power to cast the Explosive Fireball skill, its resulting damage output couldn't even reach half of what it normally is. Seeing Gu so helpless, Ding Hong starts thinking, damn it, using fire-type skills within the deep sea will reduce its efficacy by such a great amount. Then we see that those people inside the water were not able to breathe, and seeing themselves so helpless, they start speaking to each other. With our current skills, there's just no way we can go against it. Let's run. Keeping ourselves alive is the most important thing. Seeing his condition, Ding Hong tells to Ji Yu, Classmate Ji Yu, Cheng Jianmo will surely die within the deep sea, so let's just retreat first. After listening to Ding Hong's words, Gu agrees with Ding Hong and says, I'll challenge him another day, let's you'd get out here. And immediately after that we see that they all start running away from there in fear, and seeing them devotees, the monster gets very angry and says angrily, Foolish humans, now that you've angered me, you want to run. And the angry monster attacks all of them, and a white light fills the entire water, and the next moment we see that they all slowly start freezing into ice. Ding Hong, frozen in ice, starts thinking. Oxygen has been fully used up, remaining time until death 10 seconds. Cheng Kai-mo, I'm not done with you. Just wait until I respawn, I'll tear you to pieces. Then we see that now only 2 people are alive inside the water, and the monster and Cheng. Then Cheng says to Monster, now it's just me and you, Prince Nasjak. As soon as Monster hears these words, the monster attacks Cheng with his move. Seeing the monster attack coming towards him, Cheng also starts attacking the monster with his move. After a short fight, we see that Cheng has a sword in his hands, and he is moving very fast towards the monster, and the next moment he attacks the monster's head with that sword, due to which the monster's head falls. He starts bleeding profusely, and his health deteriorates greatly. And the next moment we see Cheng uses his second move, Gatling gun, and he has a gun in his hand, and he starts firing towards the monster with that gun, due to which there is a hole in the entire body of the monster, and it bursts after some time. After the monster explodes, we see blood all over the water. And the very next moment, he sees a golden-colored box in the water, and seeing it, Cheng becomes very happy and starts saying, it's finally in my hands. Cheng comes out of the water with the box and opens it, and sees that he has a ribbon-type thing in his hand, and that ribbon is his next move. Title Charm. T-Quality Episci. Plus 10 Strength. Plus 10 Physique. Durability never deteriorates. Level 60. Equipment effect able to activate the skill Soul Shock, which fires a shockwave towards the current target, stunning them for 4 seconds. Cooldown time of 2 minutes. Note the item's level isn't the minimum required level to equip it, but rather a value that corresponds to the item's overall power. The higher this value, the better the quality, and for items without a set equipping level, there will be no restrictions to equipping it. Then we see Cheng Evil Smile laughs and starts thinking, now that I have the title charm, I now have another trump card. This Soul Shock skill works on all monsters and humans, while also ignoring all level differences and any other restrictions. That means that when facing enemies of the same level, I'll be invincible. I'll even be able to go toe-to-toe against enemies 10 levels higher. That's when the moment shifts to Zhongcheng City's Education Bureau, and there is a meeting going on, and Cheng's talk is going on in that meeting. And in the meeting, Lai Tian tells the other expert he shattered Zhongcheng City's historical record, as well as setting the unprecedented achievement of reaching level 14. So if not him, then who else? After listening to Lai Tian's words, Wang tells him, I admit, he is indeed an exceptional talent. But he has no class change, he chose the path of the vagrant. Every year, our Zhongcheng City only gets 1 recommendation spot, so how can we afford to give it to this student with no future? I, Wang Tianfeng, am totally against this. There's no way I'll agree to this. Hearing Wang's angry words, Lai Tian also gets angry and starts saying angrily to Wang, who here doesn't know about your grievances with Education Commissioner Liu. Is there really a need for you to avenge personal grudges in the name of public interests? Seeing both of them fighting among themselves, a person sitting there silences both of them and starts saying to them, in fact, the way to resolve this dispute is extremely simple. Originally, we already agreed to give the recommendation spot to Manhua High School's Lai Dayu. This student, not only did they reach level 12 during the examination, but they also awakened a S-rank berserk casting talent and changed their class to Warlock. With this combination, they can already be considered as a peak stage 1 awakener. But it's only because of Cheng Kai-mo, who suddenly emerged, that everyone has now once again gathered to rediscuss. Why don't you let the 2 of them have a duel, and the winner will obtain the recommendation spot? How does that sound? We see a voice coming into the ears of an unknown boy. Get down on your knees right now. Then we see an unknown girl pointing her finger at someone and saying something. It imbues power with voice and causes confusion in the senses and consciousness of the listener. Then we see something similar appearing around the body of the unknown boy, and he is moving his hand towards his sword. Then the girl makes a strange face towards the boy and thinks, did he hesitate to swing the sword immediately? Because he was worried that Choi Si-woo's mother might get caught up. You can come in, it's not a big deal. Then we see another unknown girl with sweat on her face, and she says something scared. Is that Si-woo's mother? Thank goodness. I was worried, but we weren't late to that extent. The boy sitting down says something, I'm not sure considering his level. And even if we were late, it wouldn't have been such a big deal. Again, I told you we should avoid confrontations as much as possible. Then we see that unknown girl placing her hand on the shoulder of a woman and saying something. Yeah, that's why in the end we didn't fight and secured it safely. Isn't using possession too much on an ordinary human body? How did you manage to handle it and escape so well? Then we see a scene of a building around which a blue illusion is visible. This is how the unknown girl got very scared and started saying, for those born after the last great festival. This feeling of overwhelming sensation in the current situation is a first-time experience. Then we see that other unknown girl looking at her hands and starts thinking about something. Anyway, it seems like the thought of avoiding confrontations only came from our side. However, the two yakais instinctively understood what had happened in the surrounding area. While the girl is thinking this, someone comes in through the door. A blue glow appears around the body of the person who came in through the door, and his eyes also become blue. Then the girl notices the boy and starts thinking, did he solve the purple whisper that he was caught in by himself? Then the boy says to the girl, I don't intend to fight. The person you're currently holding is my friend's mother. I came here to prevent her from being taken away. As soon as he says this, the boy's hands start becoming stiff. Seeing this, the girl starts thinking, I knew it would be like that after all. Shortly after his hand becomes stiff, we see that his hand starts attacking his own body. Seeing this happening, the two unknown girls standing there get very confused. After all this, the boy says to both the girls, including the blood flowing through points that lead to Danshin, the flow of energy is temporarily paralyzed. There's no difference between an ordinary person and me now. If you cast the illusion again, you'll be able to see everything in my mind as it is. Hearing his words, the girl answers him, do you know what that means? It might not just end with looking into your mind. I can manipulate you as my puppet until you die. Hearing what the unknown girl said, the boy gets upset and tells the girl, I can't say that it won't matter. But still, it might at least be helpful for the lady to escape. Hearing his words, both the girls become very confused and start saying, at least if that's possible, it doesn't matter. Why are you going to such lengths? What exactly is your relationship with Choi Si-woo? I just told you everything. Hearing the girl's words, the boy gets confused and a smile appears on his face, and he says, we're just friends, that all. Hearing the boy's words, the other unknown girl standing there goes to him and starts saying, whether it's because you're stupid or because Choi Si-woo's influence is good, it could be both. Then the white-haired girl standing there says, let's see it. How impressive the skills of your unarmed combatants are. Then we see that they all start leaving from there, and while leaving the boy thinks, then we see that they start leaving from there. The boy was in a lot of pain, yet he was going towards the building where they all had to go. After walking for some time, they reach near that building. After reaching near the building, the boy looks at the building and thinks there's nothing strange to see with the eyes. However, if I take a few more steps forward from here, just then we see an unknown boy standing outside the building, and after seeing the boy he says, you're much smaller in size than I thought, but you don't look like you have even a trace of goblin blood mixed in. But still, when I saw you stop at just the right precarious spot, you seem to have some sense of balance. Anyway, nice to meet you. I'm Imya Gwang. Now that I've introduced myself, let's get straight to the point. You just surrender. Don't make a big fuss unnecessarily. Hearing Gwang's words, he becomes very confused and sweat is clearly visible on his face. Then Gwang hits him and says, you should understand the situation roughly, right? This area is already surrounded by barriers. By now, my colleagues should have secured your mother. Then we see Guang start moving forward and start saying, I'm not sure if you understand the concept of filial piety, but if you try to escape, your mother will suffer. Originally, all the shamans in the country were going to catch you, so it's only a matter of time before you're caught. Hearing Guang's words, the boy standing there started thinking. Fighting seems inevitable, but the problem is, while he is thinking all this, suddenly an unknown girl comes behind him and starts attacking him with her foot. By the time we see the boy notices someone from behind him is going to attack him, and then he stops the girl with his hand. After stopping her attack with hand, the girl attacks him again, due to which he falls away. After all this, Guang tells him smilingly to the boy, this is like a trap, you see. Once the prey steps in, it's sure to be caught. But the challenge is to get them to step in the first place. There's no change in options. Choose one of the two, as I mentioned earlier. Either surrender quietly or, well, run away and face an ugly situation until the end. Hearing Guang's words, the unknown boy comes into fighting position. After coming into fighting position, he suddenly releases. The next moment, a faint sensation can be caught in the tense nerves. A short word that shouldn't be heard at a distance of over 100 m. As soon as he thinks this, he starts running very fast from there, and he thinks, that was clearly Xiaohua's power. Other yokai, at least Xiaohua must be inside this barrier now. Though not certain. Based on the direction of the sense power, our house. So, what I should do is to not go to my mother right away, but rather move away. Seeing him running away, Guang thinks smilingly. Surrounded, or probably secured by now. Mom hasn't been caught for sure yet. I don't know the exact situation, but Xiaohua must be with my mom by now. Thinking this, Guang comes behind that guy and attacks him with his kick, but he dodges Guang's attack, and then Guang smiles and says good reaction. Then we see that Guang starts attacking him indiscriminately, but the boy dodges his attack. Guang is shocked to see his attacks go to such waste and starts thinking, wow, this is unexpected, and I've trained in martial arts to some extent. It wasn't a 1 vs 1 match from the beginning. We see a man resembling a professor with long hair, wearing a blue jacket and a white shirt. He appears surprised and exclaims, level 17. Seated nearby, 4 or 5 people turn to look at him as he wonders how his level increased so quickly. As he speaks, our hero's professor, with long hair, is seen sitting next to him, observing. The man with black long hair then addresses our hero's professor, saying, Old Lu, was all this part of your plan? To this, our hero's professor responds, oh, you didn't expect it, did you? In reality, Cheng Jianmo received a private message indicating he would be able to complete it on time, but he didn't know he had already reached level 17. Then we see a man in a brown coat looking towards the professor and remarking that it seems old Lu is still the most patient one here. It appears you had a pair of jokers in your hands and were watching your opponent shine on a straight line. Am I right? Next, we observe our hero in the battleground, facing an opponent, with everyone cheering for him. Our hero's stance is like a ninja as he leaps high and enters the arena with a swift jump. Facing his opponent, our hero stands tall, placing his hand on his chest and says, I am Zhu Liuoqi, please give me a sign. The thoughts start brewing in the mind of the opponent. It's not fair. Even though it's the same competition, why did my team members get the chance to fight against those new players and showcase their strength on this big stage with joy? But when it's my turn, do I have to face this monster Cheng Jianmo? Then our hero spots the fallen man, smiles slightly, and says, hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Upon hearing this, the opponent rushes towards our hero, contemplating in his mind that he can only rely on his hidden tactics. The guy was quite fast, and even our hero was momentarily surprised. However, our hero had something up his sleeve too. He executed a jump and a move so brilliant that the guy running towards him stopped mid-sentence and fell right there. People in the audience were highly enthusiastic, cheering as if everyone was rooting for our hero. Some girls were also there, cheering for him. One guy remarks, so that's how it is by using AO attacks, you can take out hidden opponents. Our hero looks at the fallen guy, jokingly says, "How come our teachers never taught us techniques like these?" The fallen guy thinks this won't work. Once it's over, I should ask Senior Cheng Jianmo to provide me with some guidance. Later, we see our hero victorious, receiving applause and cheers. Another guy observing our hero thinks about the strong image Cheng Jianmo has developed, not only bringing strength to the school, but also boosting morale significantly. A few minutes later, we witness a junior trying to open a gate, and inside, a senior scenery student is sitting. The junior, upon seeing the senior, says, "Senior, something bad has happened." The senior of the boy, with yellow hair and one yellow eye, who wore a brown-colored coat, looked somewhat like this boy's senior. Then the boy's senior says to him, "Can't you see I'm relaxing here? What's so important that you need to create such a fuss about it?" Then another boy says to his senior, "Senior Cheng Jianmo was seen at the last second." Upon hearing this, the senior's eyes widen with surprise, and anger flickers in his eyes. And he exclaims, "What, this can't be possible. This is unbelievable. I can't believe this in my entire life. How am I supposed to witness this 1v15 miracle?" And we see everyone cheering and voting for our hero, clapping and being overjoyed to see him win. Now the tables have turned, and all the pressure is on MANHUA. Until Cheng Jianmo can finish the last person, he will be able to complete this unimaginable comeback. Then the person facing our hero in the battle is thinking, "Darn it, why do I have to be the last one?" The well-dressed man in front of our hero was trembling. He knew he wouldn't last much longer, but he was compelled because many people were watching him. The person standing in front of our hero is thinking, "In a moment, Cheng Jianmo will easily defeat me and proceed to sit on the throne as the winner. Why do I have to face such a situation?" The senior in front of our hero has finally come forward and says, "What does level 17 even mean when you're crushing it at level 10? Our hero hears everything and looks at him with sharp eyes. And that senior is approaching our hero, climbing onto the stage, and it seems like a fight between the two is imminent. And then the senior says to our hero, "Instead of facing me, do you have the courage to fight against him?" The senior seems very angry while saying this. We see that the senior was about to step onto the stage. Then a guy comes up to him and says something. He says, "Nonsense, both sides have already agreed on the rules, so since you've already left the stage, you're not eligible to re-enter." Ignoring this statement, the senior turns towards our hero, visibly angry, and says, "I am only level 12, so what are you afraid of? Do you wish for me to fight for you in your last match?" Our hero looks towards the senior and says, "It seems an interesting ally has arrived. When I was fighting MANHUA students earlier, I had an inexplicable feeling that something was not right. Fortunately, now I have the opportunity to confirm my suspicions." Our hero looks at the senior and says, "If what you're saying is true, why don't both of you come at me together?" People watching start shouting, and someone says, "Fengguo Hai, you guys are despicable indeed. Challenging our seniors is an audacious act." Senior, challenging the competitiveness of our seniors is an insult. "Senior, you need to be careful. Li Dadiu's talent actually increases his casting speed by 30%. Our senior sister Jingjing fell victim to his brilliance." The man standing with the professor speaks to him. "Old Lu, according to my understanding, you should surely agree." The professor doesn't say anything, just looks towards our hero, who is currently fighting. And here we see the man with the professor standing, and someone from behind says, "I'll allow it." Then the man says, "Since both sides have agreed." Then our final match will transform into a fierce battle between Team Jamu and Li Daowu and Cheng Ganmo. Now we see two opponents in front of our hero who are going to face him together. The guy who was previously beating our hero is now full of confidence. And now the senior says to the guy with him, "Just focus on running him recklessly and leave the rest to me." The guy with the professor says, "Officially announce it." The final match is now beginning. And we see that the guy who was winning earlier is distracted by our hero, and the senior behind him is thinking of attacking our hero. And then we see our hero dodging him and hitting him with a punch. He was exceptionally strong, his voice echoed for everyone to hear. And with his fall, cheers erupted. People were delighted, and they talk about our hero. One shot. Cheng Jianmo truly stands on his reputation, as with just one punch, he was able to completely crush his opponent. It's only Chang Jianmo who can fully exploit the advantages of the rogue class and bring his true capabilities to the forefront. Be cautious, Lee Daeyu's lightning ball is ready, and we see that the senior is fully prepared with a lightning ball. Our hero looks towards him and thinks, something's wrong with this attack. Then the senior, looking at our hero, says, "Don't you think it's been too long for you to be amazed?" Saying this, the senior throws his electric attack towards our hero, which had an incredibly fast speed and was about to touch our hero. Our hero starts thinking. As far as I remember, the cooldown time for the lightning ball is 5 seconds, so it affects Lee Daeyu's talent. It should take at least 3-5 seconds to finish casting. But the time it took to deal with Chang Jianmo was maximum 3 seconds, meaning he was 0.5 seconds faster. As they both clash, light spreads everywhere, followed by cheers. Then, in the smoke, our hero slowly emerges, saying, "While you may have awakened the talent, reducing the cooldown of your lightning ball to 3 seconds is fundamentally impossible. Though you may be able to make fools of others, you won't make a fool out of me." Senior is extremely surprised upon hearing this, and he falls silent, contemplating in his mind. Cheating facing the full force of my light ninja ball, he took it without any damage. Clearing his throat, the senior tells our hero, "You, stop your nonsense, you are making baseless accusations." Then people in the audience start talking. The first person asks, "What did Chang Jianmo say, and what is the blessing from the secret area?" Answering this, the second person explains, "How are you so unaware that this so-called blessing in reality is a special hobby from the shock secret area, divided into 2 parts like the ripples of our shock? Levels 10-20 are easy, and once you cross it, you will be able to acquire a class change and refine a talent. Levels 10-20 are medium difficulty, and once you pass it, you'll be able to receive blessings due to the baptism, which is essentially a special buff. But for Lee Daeyu's party from MANHUA College, according to their level, it's likely impossible to fully complete the moderate difficulty, so they'll have to seek help from a specialist who is counted as cheating and is also forbidden by all schools." People in the audience start discussing and saying, "Nonsense. I was just about to say they shouldn't be so strong, and it turns out they were actually cheating. I propose a rigorous and thorough investigation at MANHUA College, and I bring justice to our Zhongchen College." The audience continues to talk, expressing their opinions. Conduct an inspection of MANHUA College. A man seated with the professor speaks. "Old Luo, can you start?" Then the professor begins speaking. If it weren't for Chang Jianmo's memorial, noticing it would have been genuinely difficult. But if you think about it, the casting speed is undoubtedly problematic. So why don't we approach the Management Association and conduct a data check? Old Wang, won't you agree? Now that you can't win, you want to throw false accusations. Even though Chang Jianmo claims that there is an issue with Lee Daeyu's casting speed, it's something we haven't paid attention to. How could you notice it? Then people in the audience start talking. That's right. Even on those big shots, attention wasn't given to it. So how could Chang Jianmo have noticed it? The idea is unbelievable, even for a third-year student. Now I think about it. His strength is more than just an ordinary third-year student. It doesn't make sense, our hero thinks to himself. First, make false accusations to avoid your own charges. Then we see the man with our professor talking to our hero. There's no way for a third-year student to reach level 17 so quickly without hiding something. Then our hero reveals the truth. It's because I'm familiar with every skill in every class. So, facing such a formidable problem, I was able to explain it immediately. Commissioner Wang, getting very angry on Chang and shouting at him and asking, "What a bunch of nonsense. You're just a young brat who has yet to finish school, and yet you're already here making boastful remarks about your capabilities. You're overestimating your own abilities." After listening to Wang's words, Chang starts telling him, maybe Senior is a bit conceited, since even if he's a knowledgeable expert, he would, at most, know the details of a few popular classes. There's a limit to what you can do by yourself. And with so many classes that exist, it's just simply not possible for anyone to remember the details of each and every skill. Wang gets very angry after hearing Chang's words and tells him, Since you dare to brag so shamelessly, let me test you. If you get even one wrong, don't expect me to let this slide. First, answer this. What are the properties of the infighter's skill will driver? Seeing all this happening, the spectators who came there also started saying angrily to each other, "Infighter, isn't this a little too obscure? It's over. That class is the worst of the 3 well-known garbage classes, since no one chooses to change their class to it. As a result, there are no schools who are specifically teaching classes regarding it, so there's absolutely no way for Chang Jianmo to know anything about it." And on the other side, Wang again says to Chang Brett, "Let's see you try to continue to boast. If it wasn't for that time when I met a very strong infighter when I was younger, I wouldn't even know anything related to this aspect." Hearing Wang's words, Cheng starts replying to him with a smile and says, "Well, driver is one of the infighter's basic skills. By sticking your sword into the ground, you'll be able to stun all enemies within a certain radius for around 8 seconds. In addition, it also increases your own movement speed by 20%, attack speed by 10% and jump power by 50%, all of which last for 10 seconds. Wang is surprised to hear Cheng's answer and starts thinking to himself, "Hearing this right, you're telling me that you even know the details regarding such a garbage class." And on the other hand, the audience also gets very surprised and starts saying to each other, "Did Senior get it right?" Obviously, just look at Commissioner Wang's expression. It's like he just ate a big pile of shit. It's so satisfying. He really is on another level, on a level that ordinary people like us could never even dream of reaching. Even a blind cat can occasionally find a dead mouse, so count yourself lucky. Then we see that his opponent standing in front of Cheng gets very surprised to hear his answer, and he then tells him, "Since you claim to be so knowledgeable about my warlock class, then let me also ask you a question. Can you tell me which hidden trait belongs only to the warlock class?" As soon as he asks this, all the spectators become very angry and start saying to each other, "Asking about the effects of a skill is already pushing it. But now you want TTO ask out some hidden about den trait? You're going too far. Fuck. This is such a personalized question, since if you don't have the specific class in question, then how would anyone know? You're really too shameless." Seeing him asking this, Cheng starts answering him and says, "Isn't the hidden trait of the warlock class the ability to add a buff within the spell once you learn about incantations? The incantations can be split up into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which are also the 5 natural properties. So the different buff effects that these incantations can give are varied. The reason why your lightning ball's power was so strong was because you imbued the metal attribute incantation, and compared to the ability to absorb the spirit of living beings once you become a stage 2 spellcaster. What's so complicated about this minor thing?" Hearing Cheng's answer, the senior gets very surprised and his legs start to hurt. Then we see him fall on the ground and accept defeat. And on the other hand, Wang also gets very disappointed and starts thinking in his mind, "It's such a pity. With such great talent, he just had to fall down this dark path." Today's farce will end here, and I think it's time to announce the results. The second commissioner standing with Wang asks him, "Commissioner Wang, what do you think?" Seeing him asking this, Wang starts telling him, "All right, I'll admit my defeat. But my only ask is that you let Manhua College off lightly. As this entire situation was solely due to my petness, I was just completely blinded by my hatred." As soon as he agrees, we see one of the judges standing in the distance in the audience giving the verdict and says, "Now I'll officially declare, as the representative of the Bureau of Education, Manhua College has been disqualified and will be dealt with severely after an investigation. And the winner of this time's inter-school competition is Zhongcheng College." As soon as he said this, people in the audience started shouting, "Champion, champion." Just then we see a man coming to the battlefield, and he says, "Zhongcheng College can now officially declare that the sole recommendation spot of the top 10 universities that Zhongcheng City has received this year has now been awarded to student Cheng Jianmo." As soon as he announces this, Cheng starts asking him, "Commissioner Liu, apart from this, I want to know which secret realms each top 10 university in this country has." Then the moment shifts, and we see Chang sitting on the sofa in the headmaster's office, and both the seniors are sitting in front of him, and Chang is reading something in the book, and he asks, "Why don't any of these top 10 universities have any of the first-class instance dungeons that I want?" Wait, what is this university? Shenyu University. Listen to Cheng, the old commissioner sitting there tells him, "This Shenyu University has allied a few secret realms." Cheng is shocked to hear them and asks with surprise, "But why isn't it a part of the top 10 university?" Hearing Cheng's answer, the commissioner sitting there places his cup on the table and starts saying to Cheng, "Sai, as for this school, it certainly has a long history, as for this. 50 years ago, Shenyu University had numerous secret realms, and at the same time, its students were also very strong. Back then, it was the #1 university. Sadly, with the passing of time, many new schools appeared, and with the many secret realms they had, led to everything becoming more difficult. As a result, their students had to continuously receive blessings to become stronger. But for some unknown reason, Shenyu University's secret realms were always more difficult than the average by a wide margin. And their students, who wanted to clear instance dungeons of a slightly higher difficulty, were faced with these immensely difficult dungeons. So as time went on, more and more people gave up. As a result, their strength began to sharply decline. While listening to them, Cheng looks in the book and starts thinking in his mind, "Out of all the instance dungeons this school has, there are many that I need. Even though they are now in dire straits, that isn't very important." As soon as this happened, Cheng smiled and said to them, "Then I'll return this recommendation spot back to the school. I want to participate in the university entrance examination and choose the school that I admire." Hearing Cheng's words, the senior sitting there becomes very surprised and tells him, "Cheng Kainmo, you better think about this carefully. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if you were to give it up, there's no medicine for regret." Seeing him so surprised, the old senior sitting there tells him, "Old lie, there's no need to dwell on this. Since you probably have your own reasons, the school administration will respect your decision. However, it's not like we're going to make you suffer losses, so if you have any requests, you can make them now." Cheng is very happy to hear their words and gives them something and says, "I would appreciate it if the school could supply me with these materials." As soon as he heard Cheng's words, the old commissioner sitting there told him, "Just leave it to me." Then he opens the paper which was given to him by Cheng, and as soon as he reads that paper, he becomes very surprised and says, Are you planning on robbing me blind?" Then the moment shifts, an unknown person is sitting on a chair, and the person standing in front of him says to him, "Chief Wu, we found it. We downloaded all the data from the Novice Beach area nearby, and it should contain Cheng Jianmo's information. Please take a look." After listening to him, Wu tells him, "Good job." As soon as he says this, he starts looking at the screen and starts thinking in his mind, "I wonder which university was able to raise such an astonishing genius." Then we see that he is looking at nothing but Cheng's information on the screen. Zhongcheng College third-year students this. How is this possible? Not only that, but this kid's estimated combat power is over 12,000. Seeing Cheng's information, the person with Wu is very surprised and says, "No wonder, since as a level 15 he killed a level 22 rare boss, and at the same time managed to retaliate against Ding Hong and the 21 others. What a monster." On hearing this, Wu becomes very happy and says laughingly, "There's no doubt that this guy will eventually reach the pinnacle of the world. According to the current state of our Xia country, we're really in need of a top-notch genius. We absolutely cannot be destroyed by others." Then we see the person standing with Wu pointing his finger at the screen and saying, "Chief Wu, look here." On seeing that, Wu is very surprised and says, "This how come there's someone whose estimated combat power is unknown? Heavens, could this be another peerless expert? But why was this big shot with Cheng Kainmo?" Just then we see a call coming on the phone of that unknown person, and he says what? As soon as the call comes, both of them leave from there, and then we see many people standing there, and looking at Wu they say, "Official Wu, so you finally showed up. Today I invited you to uphold justice on behalf of every parent here. Our children were originally among the best students, but after this incident, they've fallen levels for no reason whatsoever. The losses they've suffered are simply too disastrous. That scoundrel Chang Kainmo is such an evil person. Even though everyone is a citizen of our Xia nation, he still dared to use such excessive force against them. Tell us his information so that we can go find him and demand an explanation. Just then we see Zhang Hongshan comes there and says to Wu, smiling, "Official Wu, long time no see. I believe that you've just heard everyone's demands just now. The demands of the people are evident. So I'm inviting you to relay Chang Kainmo's information to us." Wu says to Zhang as soon as he hears Zhang's words, "Vice Principal Zhang, I think you should give this matter some more thought. As far as I'm aware, Chang Jianmo is not the one at fault here. The root of this incident ultimately stemmed from the provocation by your school's students, and I can't just casually give you someone else's information since this would infringe on his personal privacy." Upon hearing Wu's words, Zhang becomes very angry, his eyes turn red, and he says, "And what if our Moling University is insistent on investigating this matter? Chang Kainmo has demonstrated tremendous potential, and there's a good chance that he'll be the hope of our Xia nation. There's no way I'm going to let his future be destroyed by their hands." Hearing Zhang's words, Wu also becomes very angry and says, "But what if I want to protect him?" Then we see that different colored aura starts coming out from the bodies of both of them. Seeing this, the people standing there get very scared. Then we see that suddenly Zhang becomes normal and says smilingly, "Ha ha ha, I already knew that you would be unwilling to budge, so I planned for this beforehand. Before you came, I already used the name of Moling University to ask for help from the head office. We'll probably be receiving the information in a few moments now." Wu gets very angry after hearing Zhang's words and thinks in his mind, "This sly old bastard, he actually jumped past me and directly went to ask for help from the head office. What a pity, Chang Kainmo. I can only help you up to here. The rest will be up to you." Then we see rejection written on the big screen, and seeing this Zhang is very surprised and says, "Has my request also been rejected?" And seeing this Wu becomes very happy and thinks in his mind, could this be related to the expert whose information was unable to be retrieved? Could that guy be a big shot within our management association? Heck, kid, it seems that your background isn't simple. And to think that I had to spend so much effort to help you just now. After all this, we see Zhang starts leaving from there. Then we see that after he leaves, Wu has a level 60 defense item card in his hand. He is surprised to see the card and thinks, how generous. A black card to the Apocalypse Mainland's auction house, as well as a high-quality level 60 defense item. Kid, your current starting point is already better than 90% of the nation's population. You must make sure to never let those of us who believe in you be disappointed. We see the letter that Cheng gave to the commissioner. He is very surprised after reading it and says to Cheng, "Sorry, even after we utilized all our Zhongcheng College's influence, we were only able to acquire around a third of the materials that you requested." The director sitting next to the commissioner also starts talking to Cheng. "Cheng Jianmo, don't you think that your ambitions were also a bit too big? If you want to obtain all the items on this list, then even the combined resources of all schools within the city wouldn't be enough to gather everything." Hearing what both of them were saying, Cheng said to them with surprise, "The combined resources of all schools within the city. Director Lai, thanks a lot for your reminder. I just realized that I have more urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." As soon as Cheng says this, he starts leaving from there. Director Lai gets surprised to see him leaving like this and stops him and starts saying, "Kid, wait a minute. Why does it feel like you've suddenly come up with a dangerous idea?" When Director Lai was trying to stop him, the commissioner sitting next to him put his hand on Director Lai's shoulder and forbade him from doing so and started saying, "Cheng, Student Cheng, if you have an idea, then just go through with it. As long as no one gets hurt, then Zhongcheng College will always treat you fairly. However, I'm wondering if you could let me know what you need all these materials for. Are you making some sort of equipment?" Hearing the commissioner's words, Cheng smiled and said to him, "I'm planning to make a piece of equipment that will surpass all weapons of this era. Then the moment shifts, and we see Manhwa College meeting room. A meeting is going on there. Many people are sitting inside the meeting. Then Kang Yang says to everyone, "The notice from the Education Commission has arrived, so let me read it aloud. The Municipal Education Commission has decided Manhwa College will receive reduced resources and have all honors removed for 3 years. As for the cheating student Lai Daddle, he will immediately expelled and is forbidden from participating in the university entrance examination for 5 years. And all teachers who have directly been involved in this matter will all be immediately dismissed and never rehired. And Wang Tianfeng, as the root cause of this matter, is already being investigated by the Discipline Inspection Committee." After listening to Kang's words, all the people sitting there get very disappointed and start saying to each other, "It's over, this kind of punishment. It's basically the same as ruining the foundation of our Manhwa College. That's right, since all our top students have now been expelled, our university's entrance exam results this year are basically screwed now. Some families with higher connections and some students in the lower grades have already begun to transfer schools." After listening to all of them, Kang start telling them all, "Everyone be prepared to face the hard times that are about to befall us. I'm afraid without at least 7 to 8 years, our Manhwa College won't be able to recover from this." Till then all of them were talking about this. Then suddenly unknown guy comes and tells them all, "Sorry to interrupt. Something big has happened. That student called Cheng Kaimo has come all the way here to pay us a visit." Hearing the words of the unknown guy, everyone sitting there gets angry and starts saying, "Are you talking about that guy from Zhongcheng College? Fuck, have we not been punished enough already? Why isn't he letting this matter go?" Then suddenly one of them says angrily to Kang, "Principal Kang, let's go meet with that kid. I want to see what his purpose in coming here today is." Then we see Cheng reaches there. After Cheng reaches there, all the people standing there look at Cheng and start saying to each other, "Isn't that Cheng Kaimo, that monstrous vagrant who beat our school? Wow, after taking a closer look, he really is good looking. With great strength and good looks, he really is the perfect idol. If only I could transfer to Zhongcheng College." While people were talking about this, we see that Kang and all his friends reach there, and then Kang says to Cheng, "I am Kang Yang, Manhwa College's principal. I assume you are Cheng Kaimo. So have you come to our school today to mock us?" Hearing Kang's words, Cheng smiles and tells him, "Obviously I'm not that petty. Today I've come with the intention of starting a secret realm competition." Hearing Cheng's words, everyone standing there becomes very confused, and then Kang tells him, "What kind of sick joke is this? Mere student wants to start a secret realm competition." Seeing Kang so shocked, all the students standing there started talking among themselves. What is a secret realm competition? Why did it even shock the principal? How do you not know this? This so-called secret realm competition is regarding the secret realm's ownership rights. Seeing everyone so confused, Kang starts saying to all of them, "For example, you consider all the secret realms that a school holds, then all the ownership rights would belong to them. But for outsiders, completing the secret realm without the school's permission would result in no rewards being obtained. Unless that person breaks the secret realm's best record, which would result in them obtaining the ownership rights. And this action of taking someone else's secret realm is known as the secret realm competition." Hearing Chang's words, all the teachers standing there become very angry and start saying to Chang, "A mere level 17 wants to fight in the level 10-20 normal difficulty secret realm. Don't overestimate yourself. If you know your place, then why don't you hurry up and scram? You're not welcome here." Then Chang looks at them and smiles and tells them, "I'm not welcome here. Don't tell me that you guys are scared. In that case, would you like to make a bet with me?" Seeing them all fighting among themselves, Kang silences the teachers and tells Cheng, "It seems that young people truly are fearless. Let's hear more about this bet." After listening to Kang, Cheng gives him something and says, "There's a total of 20 different materials on this list. If I manage to capture your secret realm today, then you must give me at least 5 of the materials on that list." Cheng says this, Kang opens the letter and starts reading it and thinks in his mind, What is a mere student planning on doing with such valuable materials? Could he also be a skilled craftsman? After reading the letter, Kang looks at Chang and says to him, "Then what if you were to fail? What would happen then?" Hearing Kang's words, Chang starts laughing like a child and says laughingly, "If I lose, then I'll agree to any condition of yours." As soon as Chang says this, Kang points at him and says, "Good, then I'll agree to this bet of yours. Student Chang Jianmo, this way please." Then the moment shifts, and we see those people reach the place where Chang was talking about. MANHUA College Secret Realm entrance. After reaching there, we see Chang standing in front of a big screen inside which he sees 4 options. Then Kang tells him, "Our school controls a total of 4 primary secret realms. As long as you complete any of them within 3 attempts, as well as breaking its record, then it'll be your victory." When Principal Kang says this, all the teachers standing there start laughing at Chang and start talking to each other. Which one do you think Chang Kainmo will challenge? Well, obviously, it will be the easiest of the 4, the Dead Mines. After all, the recommended difficulty is 1 level lower than his own. But even if he chooses the easiest one, there's no way that he's going to be able to beat that time of 2 hours, 43 minutes, and 21 seconds. That year, teacher Luo Yang purposefully made sure she stayed at level 20 and continuously challenged it for 2 months straight to be able to achieve such a terrifying record. Then we see Chang says, "I've made my choice. I'll choose the Black Fathom Deeps." After this decision of Chang, all the people standing there become very surprised and start saying, "Are you crazy? With such easy options you actually went for the hardest one." After Chang's decision, Principal Kang immediately tells Chang, "Young man, I don't want to hear any complaints about our MANHUA College taking advantage of you. The terrain of the Black Fathom Deeps is extremely complex, so if you're thinking of beating the record, it's going to be practically impossible at your level." Hearing Kang's words, Chang tells him that's all there is to it. "I'm confident in my success," and starts entering inside the portal. After entering Chang's portal, Principal Kang tells his teacher, "Send an announcement. Notify all classrooms to turn on their screens. I'm going to broadcast Chang Jianmo's challenging of the secret realm." Hearing Kang's words, all his teachers become happy and start saying to each other, "Principal Kang really is smart. He is using this opportunity to boost the students' morale." That's right. As long as we let the students witness Chang Jianmo's embarrassing state, his reputation will sharply drop. This is an opportunity that we really need to take advantage of. I'll go arrange it at once. Just then we see Chang arrives at Black Fathom Deep inside the secret realm. After walking some distance, Chang thinks to himself, "From what I can remember from my previous world, the Black Fathom Deeps is located in an underwater maze and is a relatively unknown dungeon. The terrain is relatively complex and the monsters are mainly comprised of fishmen." Then we see there are many monsters there, and all the monsters see Chang and move towards him to attack. Then Chang smiles and uses his agility and goes near them and starts attacking them. When all the students saw Chang doing this, they became very surprised and started talking among themselves. Damn, such terrifying strength. This year's examination was done in that secret realm, and I got utterly destroyed by those fishmen. Even if Chang Jianmo is 1 level higher than those fishmen, he still shouldn't be able to completely obliterate them like this. After eliminating all those masters, Chang starts moving forward. After walking some distance, many monster fish come in front of Chang, seeing which Chang uses his agility and manages to move forward after defeating them all. Even Principal Kang gets very surprised after seeing such power of Chang. After killing them all, Chang reaches the monster boss. Then we see that the monster gets very angry after seeing Chang. Then Chang thinks of using his move. This boss's stats are even lower than that of sticky radioactive dusts. This is nothing to be afraid of. We see Chang attacking the monster, which causes it to lose some of its HP. Due to which the monster becomes very angry and Chang stands in front of him. Seeing this happening, all the teachers standing in the meeting room start laughing and talking among themselves. Haha, he actually dared to go out of his way to attack Barton. This kid has finally fallen into a trap. It's only natural, since it's said that even though this kid's attack power is much higher than those of the same level, His actual combat experience is still a bit lacking. He's being so impulsive right off the bat, without even properly analyzing the terrain beforehand. Back then, teacher Luo Yang challenged this section countless times, until he finally noticed the trick to beating it. Only in the case where you don't disturb Barton, and you submerge underwater and take on the not yet frenzied piranhas, can you break through and swim across to the other side. Then we see Kaimo. After Cheng wins, a notification window appears on his screen, and inside it he gets a new skill, seeing which he is very happy and thinks, "Great, these are all materials that I need." With this, I'm now one step closer to being able to create a new era weapon. I'm really looking forward to it. After Cheng wins so quickly, all the students sitting in the classroom become very surprised and start talking among themselves. Heavens! Cheng Kaimo actually shattered the record. 1 hour 56 minutes and 32 seconds. This new record took less than half the time of that of teacher Luo Yang's. I predict that for the next 10 years, no, for the next 20 years, it'll be extremely hard for anyone else to beat this record. Then the moment shifts, and we see all the teachers standing outside the portal from inside, which the change was entered. Then one of those teachers says with surprise, "We're doomed. The ownership rights of the Black Fathom Deeps will have nothing to do with Manhua College from now on, but rather it will belong exclusively to Cheng Kaimo." Hearing what the teacher said, even the principal standing there was surprised and said, "The new record that was set gave us all the impression that it would be unbeatable. After we've spent these past few decades sitting in comfort with no ambitions, it has finally come back to get us and made us pay such a heavy price for it." While they are all talking amongst themselves, we see Cheng coming out of the portal and smilingly saying to the principal, "Since I've taken down the Black Fathom Deeps, it's time for you to honor your promise." After listening to Cheng's words, the principal tells him, "Don't worry, our Manhua College knows that if you agree to bet, you must accept to lose. So, regarding the things you wanted, I can guarantee that you'll receive everything in a week." Hearing the principal's words, Cheng tells him, "Great. Then as for your other 3 secret realms, would you like to make another bet with me?" Hearing this from Cheng's mouth, all the teachers standing there get surprised and say to the principal, "Principal, don't bet with him again. If you were to continue betting with him, our Manhua College is going to be stripped down to its underpants. Principal Kang, think before you act." Hearing what they all said, the principal becomes very angry and shouts at them and says, "What a bunch of fools. Do you think that even if I didn't continue betting, he would stop? According to the rules, no one can turn down a secret realm contest." After yelling at them, all the principal tells Cheng, "We'll bet, of course we'll keep betting. If you're able to take down the remaining 3 secret realms, I'll give you double your requested materials. But there's an additional condition. Our Manhua College must merge with Zhongcheng College." Then the moment shifts, and we see an unknown person reading a newspaper, and while reading the newspaper he thinks, "This Kang Yang is pretty crafty. The current Manhua College has already lost all their secret realms. But he managed to take advantage of this situation and merged with Zhongcheng College in exchange for Manhua College's survival." While Principal Zhang was thinking all this, suddenly someone has to open the gate, and he says to Zhang in fear, "This isn't good. That Jinx Cheng Kaimo has come to our school." Seeing him so scared, Principal Zhang tells him, "Teacher Wang, you're making such a fuss over nothing, settle down." The teacher becomes very surprised after listening to the principal and asks him, "Principal, could it be that you already prepared for this?" After listening to the teacher's words, Zhang stands near the window and looks outside and says to him, "From his performance at Manhua College, I admit that Cheng Kaimo has some skills, and breaking the secret realm records at our school shouldn't be too much of an issue for him either. Even though we can't decline his secret realm contest request, but first he'll have to be able to reach the secret realm hall." After some time we see Cheng reaches Tian College, and a man is standing in front of him, and he asks Chen, "So, you're Cheng Kaimo. My name is Zhang Yuxi, I'm level 22, my class is Jigong Master, and I challenge you to a duel." Hearing him words, Cheng starts asking him smilingly, "So, you guys think that by using these underhanded tricks, you'll be able to stop my advance?" Seeing both of them talking to each other, both the people standing there get very surprised and start talking among themselves. What's this? This teacher is challenging a student to a duel. Doesn't this go against the rules? I don't think it does, because since this teacher just said that his level was 22, as long as the level difference doesn't exceed 20. According to the rules, anyone can be forced into a duel. This student is screwed, but I wonder what kind of grave mistake he made to receive such a strict punishment. And on the other hand, all the teachers sitting in the meeting room are looking at both of them. Then one of them shouts and says to all of them, "Everyone, do an in-depth analysis, find out Cheng Kaimo's weakness." And on the other hand, teacher gets ready to attack Cheng and tells him, "Cheng Kaimo, don't blame me for the injuries you're about to receive. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for coveting the foundation of our Chan College." Saying this, the teacher starts moving forward to attack Cheng, and he attacks Cheng with his kick, which Cheng stops with one hand and makes a counterattack due to which he falls very far. And Cheng also moves forward to attack him and attacks him with his knee in the stomach due to which he falls to the ground and blood starts coming out from his nose and mouth. After defeating him, Cheng stands there and sees someone coming from the front. And seeing the teacher losing so quickly, all the students standing there get very surprised and start talking among themselves. "Damn, isn't that Cheng Kaimo? He's now fought all the way to our school. Cheng Kaimo is awesome. Fighting someone 4 levels higher than him, even teacher Zhang Yuxi isn't a match for him. Check it out, folks. Level 24 Professor Zhu Liquan has arrived. This is going to be epic. Brace yourselves for another showdown." And on the other hand, another unknown person was coming towards Cheng. Seeing him, Cheng asks him, "In order to prevent me from challenging the secret realm, don't you think it's a little too shameless for you guys to send people one after the other?" Hearing Cheng's words, the unknown person smiles and starts saying to Cheng, "Cheng Kaimo, don't think that you're invincible. Today, we're going to keep challenging you one by one to tire you out until you are ultimately defeated. I don't believe that after fighting 10 duels in a row, you'll still have the energy to go challenge the secret realms." Hearing his words, Cheng tells him, "In that case, I'll just finish this quickly." As soon as he hears Cheng's words, sweat appears on the face of the unknown person, and he becomes very scared, and in his next movement, Cheng activates his skill and takes Gan out and starts attacking, and within a few moments he too defeats. Seeing him losing so quickly, all the teachers sitting in the meeting room become very surprised and start talking among themselves. What is this skill? How is teacher Zhu Liquan stunned in place? He has been forcefully stunned there. How can you even fight back in this situation? Cheng says angrily after defeat him, "Who's next? Hurry up and get over here, don't waste my time." After defeating the unknown person, Cheng stands in the battlefield and all the teachers and principal come there. Then we see an evil smile on Cheng's face and his eyes turn red, and then he says to all of them, "Since you're all here, then why don't you all line up and we can do this one by one." While Cheng is talking to all of them, suddenly another unknown person moves forward to attack Cheng and says, "What nonsense, I'm a level 27 berserker, let me test your skills." By the time he comes near Cheng, Cheng starts attacking him with his gun and defeats him too. After losing that too, Cheng says next. As soon as Cheng says this, 3 unknown persons move towards attacking Cheng and say to Cheng, "You arrogant kid, I Qin Xinshi am level 32 and I'll teach you a lesson. Huang Hilu am level 35 and I'll join too. Zhu Yuanhua am level 38. And after a few moments we see all 3 of them lying on the ground and Cheng defeats them too. Seeing them all defeating, the principal gets very angry and starts thinking, our school doesn't have any more teachers below level 38. So, according to the rules, I can't block this kid anymore. But how can I resign myself to surrender the foundation of our school that we've held for the past 100 years? How about I just get rid of this kid here? What, I'm being watched. There's an expert protecting this kid from behind the scenes. If I were to make a move right now, I would be basically guaranteeing my own death." After thinking all this, he says to Cheng smilingly, "I can't keep trying to prevent him from challenging the secret realms, otherwise I'm afraid that I won't even be able to keep my position as principal. Since it's known that student Cheng's strength is unmatched, when the school's teachers heard about student Cheng's arrival, it seems that they were a bit too overenthusiastic. Student Cheng Kainmo, this way please. We see that Cheng was being discussed everywhere, and news about Cheng was coming in every newspaper. And on the other hand, a meeting was going on in Zhong City College. Inside the meeting, Principal Kang was telling everyone sitting there, "I believe everyone has felt the rapid progress in our school's advancement in the recent days. And everything originated from the performance of student Cheng Kainmo in the past 2 weeks. The reason for calling everyone here today is to discuss a certain matter. Our Zhong City College plans to confer student Cheng Kainmo with the honorary president title. Who agrees and who disagrees? Since everyone has no objections. Then when student Cheng Kainmo returns, we will hold the ceremony." But where did this kid run off to again? After causing such a huge commotion, he vanished without a trace. On the other hand, Cheng is fighting monsters in Apocalypse Continent, and with his sword he defeats all the monsters standing there in front of him. After defeating the monster, a window notification appears in front of Cheng that reads, "Congratulations to the host for reaching level 20. The transformation system has been upgraded to LV3. The current transformation slots is 46. All passive skills have been upgraded to LV3. Cheng becomes very happy after seeing so many abilities and starts thinking. The passive Gatling gun not only increased 5% of its activation chance, but also increased the number of bullets by 5. That's at least a 50% increase in damage. And the invincibility period of the ripple slash is now 4 seconds. There will be numerous possibilities as to how I operate it from now on. After getting an overall upgrade to my passive skills, there's a huge increase to the damage I can deal. I have to consider things carefully for the last 2 transformation slots. I just plundered the top 20 schools in Zhong City and have collected all the materials I need. Let's forge the weapon that transcends the current era first." After thinking so much, Cheng starts going inside a building, and after going inside that building, a person standing there was doing something with a hammer. Then Cheng says to that person, "Can I learn forging and equipment manufacturing here?" Hearing Cheng's words, the man said to Cheng without turning back, "The learning fee is 50 gold coins, and the subcontract fee starts from 100 gold coins. If you have no money, then leave quickly, don't waste my time." Hearing his words, Cheng becomes very surprised and says, "Good fellow, isn't that too underhanded? Isn't the standard learning fee for forging 20 gold coins?" Looking at how this old man is dressed, he doesn't seem like a man of greed. Could it be that all the money he earned is spent on upgrading his forging experience? Is he one of those forging experts that's obsessed with making equipment? Hearing Cheng's words, the man gets a little angry and asks Cheng, "Too expensive for you? It's always been this price. Think about your own circumstances. Did you work hard on killing monsters and earning money all these years?" Hearing the words of that unknown person, Cheng starts leaving from there and shows him a folded paper in his hand and says, "Then forget about it. It's a pity I am embarrassingly short of money. I don't know when this exceptional blueprint in my hands will ever see the light of day." Hearing about that blueprint from Cheng's mouth, the unknown person becomes very surprised and looks at the blueprint and thinks, "This blueprint isn't simple." Thinking this, he starts stopping Cheng and pleadingly asks him, Where did you get this blueprint from? Quickly, let me take a look." After listening to him, Cheng tells him, "I will let you have a look. But regarding the learning fee for forging." Then Cheng gives him the blueprint. After taking the blueprint in his hand, the unknown person says to Cheng, "What fees? The learning book is on the shelf on the right. Go read it yourself." Then Cheng picks up the book and starts reading, and as soon as he reads the book, a window notification comes in which it is written, "Congratulations, you have successfully learned basic forging. The current lowest grade you can forge is outstanding grade green. You need 10,000 points of forging exp to level up to intermediate forging. Please work hard." And on the other hand, that unknown person looks at the blueprint and thinks in his mind, "Whoever came up with this blueprint is an exceptional genius. I have been forging for more than 30 years and I can't understand it. Then we see Cheng approaching the unknown person, and he starts taking the blueprint from him and says, "This blueprint is something I edited from the collective work of numerous masters from my previous life. This is a weapon that can seamlessly connect into different forms. The exquisiteness of it is not something a normal person can understand. Since you don't understand it, I will go somewhere else." After listening to Cheng's words, the unknown person joins hands in front of Cheng and says to him, "Although I don't fully understand it, I do understand the principle behind it. Please allow me to participate in the manufacturing of this weapon. As for the subcontract fees and materials fees, I will provide it free of charge." Cheng gets very surprised after hearing the words of that unknown person and tells him, "But I only prepared one set of the main materials needed. If I fail, I will have to collect everything again. How about this? I have 4 other blueprints here. You will forge it for free, and I can see how your skill is." After listening to Cheng's words, the unknown person thinks for 2 hours, and after thinking for so long, he shows Cheng all his objects and says, "Come take a look. I forged them with my full effort and used up quite a lot of my treasured materials." Then Cheng takes off his gloves and looks at them with great surprise, and after some time we see Cheng wears all the objects lying there and then thinks, "I did not judge him wrong. This old man's forging ability is indeed not bad. These are all outstanding grade blueprints with an average level of 15, but he made them all into level 25 equipment with excellent grade." As soon as he thinks this, the status window opens in front of Cheng, seeing which Cheng becomes very happy and thinks, "My combat power increased by 3,000. In the history of Xia country, I am afraid there aren't any students with a combat power of 16,000. Then we see an unknown person calling from outside and saying, "Zhong Lao, the materials that you need, I collected them all. You should be able to forge the weapon for me today." How did you become an advanced forging master? Did you pay money and go through a back door? There are people discussing forging skills in the living room. After making noise for so long, when no sound comes from inside, he goes inside and removes the curtain and looks, and after removing the curtain and thinks. You can't even differentiate between loose tool forging and open die forging. Sorry, this is my first time hearing these two terms. He sees that some unknown person was treating Ding as if he was his master. Seeing this, he becomes very surprised and thinks, "Am I seeing things? A young man is actually reprimanding Zhong Lao." Seeing this, Huang waved his hand and said, "Zhong Lao, it's me Xiao Huang, I'm here." Then both of them see him, and Cheng gets very surprised to see him. Seeing Cheng looking at him like this, Huang gets very surprised, sweat starts appearing on his face, and he thinks in his mind, "Why is this young man looking at me with a strange expression? No, I remember the last time when an old homosexual tried to sleep with me. He also had such an expression." Looking at Huang, Cheng thinks in his mind, "Huang Tian, I didn't expect to run into a teammate from my previous life. Huang Tian, the #1 sword soul god in the game Apocalypse, he was level 98. He is meticulous and calm, and his control over the battlefield and every opportunity were sublime. Moreover, he became world famous with his superb swordsmanship. Our friendship in my previous life started in the game, but developed in real life as well. In the end, we became good friends that could talk about everything." After all this, we see that after 2 hours Zhong makes a sword and gives it to Huang, seeing which Huang becomes very happy and says, "As expected of Zhong Lao, to actually forge the level 24 excellent grade weapon Cruel Barb. Not that I am boasting, but not many people can beat me in forging in the entire Xia country." Cheng holding the weapon in his hand and thinking about it. The base damage is actually 25% higher compared to my previous life. I suppose no one would expect 150. Then Cheng says smilingly, "Change to gun form." As soon as Cheng says this, the weapon gets involved in gun confirmation, seeing which the two people standing there get very surprised, and one of them says, "This really a weapon that I took part in forging. It's such an exquisite design, you could even say it's an unparalleled masterpiece." Seeing that weapon and listening to the person standing next to him, Hunga also says, "Is this the legendary silver weapon? It can freely change its form. That's too overpowered." After engaging in gun form, Chang commands the weapon again and says, "Change to spear form." Here's Chang's command. The weapon gets activated in spear form, which makes Chang very happy. After this, a notification starts appearing on the screen which reads, "Congratulations, you have successfully bound your soul to the rank's silver weapon, flowing light thousand-bladed umbrella." A weapon that's bound to the soul will not be dropped upon death. Others will be unable to use it as well. The weapon is currently in an unsharpened state. All attributes will be reduced by 50% temporarily. To sharpen the weapon, you will need to soak it in the fresh blood of a boss-rank creature that's above level 25. All abilities will be unlocked after. Then the moment shifts, and we see the location Razor Wetlands mid-rank secret realm fixed level 26. Powerful party recruiting, level 27 warrior leader, looking for a level 25 healer, will lead the party with absolute efficiency. I am a level 22x baby looking for a party. I don't need any of the equipment drops. I only want exp to raise to my level. And we see Chang also standing at that location, and he thinks, 10 more minutes till the appointed time. I guess he's still the same as he was in my previous life, always right on time. Thinking so much, Chang opens his screen and starts changing something on it. And while changing, he thinks, "It just so happens that I have to make some preparations before the battle. Let's set up the remaining 2 transformation slots first. Let's transform the void sphere of an elementalist first." Not bad. After transforming the void sphere into a passive skill, it does indeed have a huge improvement. If I use minor magic spells to activate the passive, during the 15 seconds cooldown of the void sphere, I can activate it at least 2-3 times. That's quite a significant amount of damage. Next, for the second transformation slot, I want to leave it for a status skill. But I don't know if the system will be able to transform it successfully, so let's try it first. After choosing Dazzle Mark, Chang becomes very surprised and thinks, the reason for choosing Dazzle Mark Dark Element is because it increases the damage of Dark Element skills. It will work well together with the Void Sphere. But I didn't expect that after the status skill was transformed into a passive skill, the time limit got completely removed, and the specific skill for activation is no longer needed in the future. If I were to transform all the different elemental dazzle marks into passive skills, then when I use a spear to attack, wouldn't be able to generate 5 different elemental dazzle marks with a swing of my spear. That's too ridiculous. While Chang was doing all this, other people standing there started talking among themselves and said, "Damn, even a level 20 is here to become an ex-baby. That's too lazy. Didn't you see his class? He is a national treasure, a vagrant." All of them are talking till Hunga comes there, and seeing him they all get very surprised and say, "Look, Huang Tian is here." Wow, he is Huang Tian from Blue Wind College, one of the top 10 universities. So handsome. He is so young, and yet he is already at level 28. He is indeed the most talented sword soul in the country in the past 30 years. Why is he here at the Razor Wetlands? Is he here to set a record for the secret realm? Then we see Hunga smiling and saying to Chang, "Expert, let's go." Hearing Hunga's words, Chang says to him laughingly, "Just call me Lao Mo from now on." Saying this, both of them start moving towards the portal, and the people standing there get very surprised to see both of them. And while talking among themselves they say, "That vagrant actually knows Big Shot the Huang Tian." Moreover, if I didn't hear wrong, Big Shot Huang Tian actually called that guy an expert. What exactly is the origin of this vagrant? Razor Wetlands, located in the depths of the thorny jungle northwest of the Novice region. Razor Wetlands mid-rank secret realm level, 26. Razor Highlands mid-rank secret realm level, 40. It's different from the college's secret realm. This kind of fixed-level secret realm can only be accessed by traveling through the field maps. The difficulty is higher as well. There's also a level 40 mid-rank secret realm besides the Razor Wetlands, known as the Razor Highlands. According to legend, boar that's wrapped with thorny vines. During a war between the gods, Mijikamu joined the righteous faction and killed the evil Burning Legion. The battle between him and the Abyss leader Manos traverses across the entire continent of Apocalypse. although he died in battle in the end. His fresh blood sprinkled upon the thorny jungle, nourishing the countless animals, plants, and even minerals. A group of Quillbores slowly came to possess intelligence due to it, and became believers of Nijikamu. They look forward to the rebirth of Nijikamu. That's why they have been protecting the thorny jungle for generations, thus forming the secret realms. Hunga tells Cheng after entering the portal. At the end of these two split paths, there's a mini-boss fetch mini-boss each. Later, you will stay behind me and kill the surviving monsters. You have to pay attention to your own safety. Hearing Hunga's words, Cheng smiles and tells him, Lao Huang, how about we have a competition? We will pick a path each. Let's see who can kill the boss and return here first. How about it? Hunga is very surprised to hear Cheng's words and asks him in surprise, Are you sure? You, a level 20 vagrant, want to compete in a speedrun with me, a level 28 sword soul. Aren't you afraid of the damage penalty between you and the level 26 monsters? Moreover, the monsters here are always at least in a team of 4. Hearing his words, Cheng tells him smilingly, Why, you don't dare to compete. Hearing his words, Hunga puts his hand on his head and tells him, If you die later, don't blame it on me. While Hanga was saying all this, Cheng disappears from there, seeing which Hanga gets confused and thinks, There's more monsters on the left path compared to the right. For his safety, I better go to the left. Then we see that Cheng was going in this direction, and Hunga calls out to him from behind and says to him, Why are you stealing the path I want to go? Ignoring his words, Cheng moves forward. When Hunga sees this happening, Hunga becomes very angry and thinks, I don't know whether you are a highly skilled person with courage or an ignorant person without worries. After walking some distance, 4 monsters appear in front of Hunga, seeing whom Hunga comes into fighting position and thinks of attacking them while moving ahead and smiling. 4 of them appeared suddenly, can't be careless. Thinking this, Hunga takes out his sword and starts attacking all 4 of them with his sword, and continuously attacks them with his skill air combo / due to which they get defeated in some time. After defeating them, Hunga says, It hasn't even been 10 minutes. I am already at the 1/3 point of the journey. Or maybe you are already dead. Saying this, Cheng moves forward, and there are many masters standing in front of him, seeing which Cheng takes out his weapon, and as soon as the weapon comes out, Cheng says, I will let you guys have a taste of the power of my new weapon. As soon as he says this, he transfers his weapon into gun form, and after doing so, he starts attacking all the monsters standing in front of him with his gun, due to which gradually all the monsters start killing, and within some time all masters lose. Cheng thinks smilingly after defeating all the monsters standing there. 1 round of firing uses more than 50 bullets, with an average damage of 170. I didn't spend all my efforts of forging you in vain. This kind of damage can't be done without some kind of plugins. Huang attacking the monster with his rural phantom blade technique. Due to this one attack of Huang, the monster is completely destroyed and falls to the ground. After defeating the monster, Huang looks at his sword smiling and thinking, Today's performance was pretty good. I just set a new personal record in 27 minutes. Switching to the cruel barb really boosted my strength. I bet Lao Mo is still struggling with those minor mobs. Thinking so much, sweat comes on his face, and he thinks nervously. More likely, he's already respawned at the graveyard. Then the moment shifts, and we see a person sitting in the middle of the forest, and that person is none other than Cheng. Then Huang goes to him and asks him, Lao Mo, you're back already. Cheng starts smiling after listening to Huang's words. Seeing Cheng's smile, Huang starts laughing nervously and tells him, No worries. Running away is the smartest move at your level, no shame in that. Saying this, Huang starts leaving from there, and while leaving, shows his hand and says to Cheng, Stay put, I'll handle the path ahead. Saying this, Huang starts moving very fast from there towards the forest, and after walking some distance, he thinks in his mind, Weird, why aren't there any monsters here? After walking some distance, he saw that someone had defeated a lot of monsters and gathered them at one place. Huang gets very surprised after seeing the sight and thinks, What's going on here? Why are there piles of elite Borman corpses? Thinking this, he starts moving forward very fast and thinks, this is the 7th pile. How can Lao Mo take down so many high-level monsters that this level 20 solo player is stronger than me? Wasn't Agam supposed to be here? The level 27 elite Borman priest. Even if he's dead, where's his body? While Huang was thinking all this, suddenly Cheng comes from behind and tells him, look up at the sky. Hearing Cheng's words, Huang looks up and becomes very surprised and thinks, how about that? Are you convinced now? Lao Mo swallowed the level 27 elite Borman priest Agam. Thinking this, he says to Cheng smilingly, Lao Mo, you've got my respect. You're way too strong. Tell me, how did you do it? Cheng becomes very happy after hearing Huang's words and tells him, it's not that hard, you could do it too. As long as you are using the skill. Did you catch all that just now? Huang starts writing Cheng's words in a book. Then from there Cheng starts leaving. Seeing him leaving, Huang says to him smilingly, let's go, let's continue with the challenges ahead. The development plan for the future number 1 soul sword officially begins. The moment shifts, and we see Huang fighting the monsters, and he attacks all the monsters one by one. Then suddenly a monster comes after him. Cheng attacks the monster who comes behind Huang with his gun. Seeing that attack, Huang gets very shocked and thinks, your timing just now was off by 2 seconds. While Huang was thinking, suddenly 2 monsters move forward to attack him. Then he separates them from the middle with his sword and thinks, watching Lao Mo's skills in action made me realize the full extent of our difference. It's all-encompassing. What's even more astonishing is that Lao Mo seems to be intimately familiar with all my combat habits. It's as if he knows me better than my own mom. After separating those 2 monsters from the middle, suddenly another monster comes behind him, and then Huang gets scared and thinks, damn it, haven't finished the skill cooldown yet. While Huang was thinking this, the monster attacks him, due to which he flies into the air and falls very far. Seeing Huang falling like this, Cheng tells him smilingly, oh my, is this the most promising soul sword god across the Xia country in the last 30 years? Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Hearing Cheng's words, Huang tells him, Lao Mo, your standards are ridiculously high. After all that talk, you expect me to defeat the open dodge Mutasi's basic attacks earlier. As a warrior, your instincts often overlook minor damages from your surroundings. Thinking you found the perfect moment, you blindly go for quick attacks. And that's what really messes up your attack rhythm. True timing is about accuracy, not speed. Often, striking later can give you the upper hand. Once you understand that, you'll be able to use everything I've taught you. Not bad, you have some intuition. That's the Huang Qian I know. Do you want to become the Tianqi continent's number 1 soul sword god? Follow me, and you'll surely become the Tianqi continent's greatest soul sword god. Huang becomes very happy after hearing Cheng's words and shakes his hand and says, all right, Lao Mo, I believe in you. And as soon as he does this, he starts moving rapidly towards the monster and says, I will become the Tianqi continent's number 1 soul sword god. How could I give up in such a minor scenario? Saying this, he attacks the monster with his sword, and the monster also attacks him, and due to Huang's attack, the monster flies in the air, and then Huang thinks, an opening. When the enemy is preparing to attack, changing my position will alter its attack accordingly. I must wait for the enemy's preparation to end before dodging. No, just another 2 seconds. While Huang was thinking all this, the monsters attack him, but Huang dodges the attack and says, now. Saying this, he attacks all 3 monsters simultaneously with his sword, and after attacking, he thinks while smiling, is this what walking on a tightrope feels like? This method of combat, where every move needs to be premeditated. Can it really be this exhilarating? Huang is fighting the monster, and Cheng standing behind is smiling at him and thinking, the strongest Tianqi soul sword is finally awakening. Then we see that after defeating all the monsters, Huang goes to Cheng and tells him, Lao Mo, you're truly incredible with your teaching skills. You could at least be a grade director at our Blue Sky Academy. Hearing his words, Cheng said to him as he passed by, if you can grasp even half of the combat techniques I've taught today, my efforts won't be in vain. Here's the last lesson for today. Then the moment shifts and we see Karlger Stibrisk, the great shaman of the Borman tribe, has 4 skills: a 2-second purification, and the instant heal and mana spear. They are all auxiliary skills. Seeing the monster, Cheng starts smiling and says, "You just focus on the interruptions. The fight won't last long, so no need to feel pressured." Saying this, Cheng attacks the monster and starts moving towards it rapidly and says, "Today, your blood will serve to sharpen my weapon." Cheng moving forward to attack the monster with his weapon and thinking, Karlger Stibrisk possesses an extraordinary ability to heal. I can't just rely on ranged attacks to defeat it. And as soon as he thinks this, he starts attacking the monster, due to which the monster starts screaming in pain. And in the next moment, we see the marks of wounds on the monster's stomach and blood starts coming out from it. Seeing him shouting like this, Cheng starts smiling and thinks, indeed, the war spear form is the optimal choice at this moment. Not only does it minimize attack penalties, it also stacks the Shadow Dazzle mark. Due to Cheng's attack, the monster becomes very angry and a green aura starts appearing around the monster. Then the monster shouts and says, "Despicable humans, I will annihilate you all on behalf of the great Nijikamu." Saw the monster so angry, Cheng says to Huang, "It's your turn, Lao Huang." After Cheng says this, Huang takes out his weapon and moves forward very fast to attack the monster, and the next moment he attacks. Looking at his attack, Huang says smilingly, "Haha, gotcha." The monster begins to heal whatever damage it took from Huang's attack. Seeing this, Huang becomes very confused and points his finger at the monster and says, "What the heck, he can cast continuously, that's just unfair." Cheng tells him after listening to his words, "Stay focused, Don T, miss the next chance." And after saying this, Cheng starts attacking the monster again, and the next moment Huang also starts attacking the monster with his sword. Then Huang attacks with his skill Ghost Slash. Immediately after the attack, the monster starts healing itself again, seeing which Huang says, "Here we go again, he's starting that annoying casting again. But my Ghost Slash skill is still in cooldown." And after saying this, he starts moving towards attacking the master again and says, "I've no choice but to use that move." And as soon as he says this, he makes a strong attack on the monster. Seeing Huang's attack, Cheng also comes into the attacking position and says, "Well done, you're finally getting it. Next, I'll perform a disappearing health bar trick." And after saying this, Cheng attacks the monster, and immediately after Cheng's attack, the monster falls on the ground and shouts, "No, I can't die. I must wait for the great Nijikamu to descend upon the earth again." Huang says smiling immediately after defeating the monster, "Nice. You dealt over 1,000 damage in one hit. Lao Mo, you're amazing. I can assure you, Lao Mo, because of you, the vagrant profession will have countless followers, just like always. After every sharp move I make, Lao Huang never skimps on the praise." After listening to his words, Cheng thinks in his mind, if I could manage to rally my old comrades in the near future, I can imagine us once again dominating the continent of Tiangi, ascending to the very pinnacle of glory. What a marvelous dream that would be. Then the moment shifts, and we see Huang pointing a finger at a hut and saying to Cheng, "Lao Mo, take a look at the tent and the thorny passage below. That's the final challenge. It is home to 100 elite boarmen. Our only task is to rescue the goblin trapped in the tent and safely escort him to the end of the passage. Then we'll have truly conquered this level. We've only spent 2 hours and 3 minutes so far. All we need to do is proceed with caution, step by step. I'm sure we'll break the record." After listening to his words, Cheng tells him, "Lao Huang, are you up for a thrilling challenge?" Huang asks him, smiling as he hears the thrill coming from Cheng's mouth. How thrilling! And before Huang could say anything further, Cheng gave him a strong kick and told him, "Super thrilling, now go." And the next moment, a scene is seen inside the hut where the monster has imprisoned a green goblin, and the next moment Huang is flying in the air and moving towards that hut, and the next moment he is on top of the monster. Goes and falls very fast, and immediately after falling says, "That hurts." The goblin says, looking at the Huang, "Kind human, have you come to rescue me? I offer you my highest." Before the goblin could say anything further, Huang held it in his hand and started running very fast, and behind Huang, many monsters also started chasing him. Then Huang said, running away. Less talking, more running. Lao Mo, this is way too thrilling. Are you trying to kill me? Upon hearing his words, Cheng attacks him with the ice wall the very next moment, and immediately after the attack he tells Huang, Lao Huang, keep the goblin safe. I'll handle the thwarting and dealing of damage. After listening to Cheng's words, Huang tells him, Lao Mo, you're insane. How could you make such a commotion? Are you planning to face 100 elite boarmen alone? Fine, I guess today I'm risking my life for you, nobleman. Saying this, Huang starts running away from there, and the next moment we see Cheng surrounded by many masters, seeing which Cheng is smiling and thinking, done now, all the elite boarmen warriors are gathered together. And thinking this, Cheng starts switching his weapon to machine gun, and as soon as the weapon is switched, he starts attacking all those monsters with cannon fire. Both Goblin and Huang are surprised to see Cheng's attack. Then Huang tells Cheng, could it be, you are not here to save me? With so many boarmen warriors, how am I supposed to get out? Hearing his words, Cheng said smilingly, watch closely, I'll perform the black sphere stewing boarmen trick. Saying this, Cheng switches his weapon again, and immediately after switching he gets ready to attack the monsters, and in the next moment he attacks all of them with a big green ball. Huang contemplates Cheng's attack in his mind. Is this Lao Mo's trump card? The damage is explosive, but the void sphere only lasts 4 seconds with a cooldown of a whole 15 seconds. Once the void sphere dissipates, the boarmen warriors will surely scatter. What will you do then? While Huang was thinking all this, Cheng starts attacking the masters with his second move, seeing which Huang gets surprised and tells Cheng, big bro, time's running short, unleash your big moves now. Saw Huang shouting like this, Cheng tells him, don't rush. Even the magic bullet has its clever uses. Saying this, Cheng attacks the masters with magic bullet. Huang gets very surprised after seeing Cheng's attack and thinks in his mind, is this a miracle? Where did these 2 new void spheres come from? He thinks to himself, smiling at his attack. Void sphere skill has a long cooldown and high mana cost. Usually, a normal class can only cast it once without mana potions. But once activated passively, the mana cost of void sphere becomes 0, allowing multiple castings. It perfectly compensates for my large-scale AoE damage shortcoming. Thinking this, Cheng said to Huang with a smile, Lao Huang, follow me, and you too will create many miracles. Immediately after Cheng says this, a notification comes which reads, congratulations to Cheng Qianmo and Huang Tian for setting a new record in Razor Wetlands, finishing in 2 hours and 14 minutes. The team's average level is 24, currently ranked first. Chapter end here. That after defeating the monster, a notification shows up which reads, congratulations to Cheng Qianmo and Huang Tian for setting a new record in the Razor Wetlands, completing it in just 2 hours and 14 minutes. Their team's average level is 24, now ranked number 1. After defeating the monsters so quickly, Cheng and Huang become number 1 in the ladder board. Seeing which the people standing there are very surprised, and while talking among themselves they say, damn, that's awesome, they finished in just over 2 hours. This new record beats the second-place team, Zhao Yufei's, by a whole 37 minutes. Huang Tian is a legend. He's setting records even while carrying a newbie. Then we see that Huang has a new skill in his hand, seeing which he becomes very happy, and immediately after that he asks Chen, Lao Mo, I just scored a rare shoulder guard, item level 35, from a golden treasure chest. What did you get? After saying this, Huang is very surprised after seeing Cheng's skill in his hands and tells him, damn, a second advancement item. And it comes with phantom form. This thing is off the charts. If you auction this, it could fetch up to 50 million blue star coins. Lao Mo, you've hit the jackpot. Then suddenly we see the green goblin says to both of them, kind humans, thank you for rescuing me from those dreadful wild boar men. I've accidentally uncovered a secret connection between them and the undead scourge. I've recorded everything in a secret letter. It's buried at coordinates 38,226,922. I hope you can help me complete this mission. Thanks again. I need to head home to recover now. Saying this and giving them a letter, the Green Goblin disappears. By the time Cheng was reading the letter, his facial expression had changed a lot, and then Huang asked him sarcastically, "Could this be one of those legendary hidden quests? How come I've never stumbled upon it before?" Hearing his words, Cheng tells him, "Of course, this hidden quest triggers only if you escort the goblin to the dungeon exit within 10 minutes. A standard approach would never meet this condition. This quest points to the Razor Highlands, but our current level isn't sufficient. Let's challenge it together after our second awakening." Huang is very happy to hear Cheng's words and tells him smilingly, "All right, I'll speed up my leveling." Then Lao Mo, let's head out. While Huang was saying all this, Cheng puts his hand on his shoulder and smiles and says, "Don't rush, I've got a place to show you." Then the moment shifts and we see that both of them reach the place where Cheng was talking about. And suddenly there is a huge explosion, and the one who made the explosion is none other than Huang. After some time due to the explosion, a huge crater is formed in the cave. Then Huang was surprised and said, "There really is something behind this wall. Lao Mo, how did you know?" Saying this, he goes inside the cave, and as soon as he goes inside the cave, he gets very scared and sweat starts appearing on his face. Then he says, "This is an altar. I've only seen pictures in textbooks before. It's said that an altar allows awakeners to learn a skill from another class covertly. I never imagined such a precious resource would appear in a level 26 dungeon." Hearing his words, Cheng tells him, "The location recorded on that map is right here." Actually, it's because I've already memorized the location of the altar." Huang becomes very happy after hearing Cheng's words and says, "Lao Mo, you have such valuable information, and you're willing to share it with me. Lao Mo, I love you." Seeing his such actions, Cheng tells him, "Stop acting like a drama queen. Just activate the altar and see what skill you can learn." Then Huang touches both his hands on the altar, and as soon as he touches his skill Rage Burst starts showing. Then he says, "I learned the Berserker's Rage Burst. For a sword soul, it's like adding wings to a tiger." As soon as he says this, he jumps down from there and comes to the ground and says, "Go ahead, Lao Mo. I'm even more excited to see what skill you'll learn." Hearing his words, Cheng says, "Logically, a level 26 altar should only teach first advancement skills. What other skill could it possibly let me steal?" Saying this, he goes near the altar and places his hand on it. Then suddenly he becomes very surprised and thinks, "So that's how it is." As soon as he thinks this, a notification appears which reads, "Because you're a spellbinder, you've already mastered all the first advancement skills. You may choose to learn one of the second advancement skills from any class. Currently available skills include Death Tombstone, Mountain Splitting Slash, Quantum Explosion, and Annihilation Black Hole." After reading the notification, he thinks in his mind, "Considering the current forms available to my Flowing Light Thousand-Bladed Umbrella, I should opt for a ranged damage skill. I choose the Berserker's Quantum Explosion. This finally covers the shortcoming of super long-range damage. Now, my firepower has no blind spots." Then the moment shifts, and we see Cheng again going to Zhang and looking at Cheng. Zhang says to him, "Young friend, what brings you here? I didn't expect you two to be so formidable. You even hit a new record in the Razor Wetlands." As soon as he says this, Cheng tells him, "Elder Zhang, I'll need to borrow your anvil and furnace for a few days. I want to rush to intermediate level forging before my entrance exam." As soon as he hears about the exam from Cheng's mouth, Zhang becomes very surprised and says, "Entrance exam? You're still just a third-year academy student. No. This isn't right. There are still 4 days until the entrance exam. Aren't you going back to prepare? With your talent for cultivation, you must not let blacksmithing delay your exam." Moreover, upgrading to an intermediate blacksmith requires 10,000 XP points. Not to mention, 4 days, much less even 40 days, might not be enough. Hearing his words, Cheng smiles and gives him the bloodstone, saying, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Seeing the bloodstones, Zhang becomes very surprised and says, "These are Nijikamu's bloodstones. That must be at least 50 units. Even clearing the razor wetlands 100 times might not yield this much." Then Cheng says smilingly, "I have my methods. Although Nijikamu's bloodstones have an extremely low drop rate, a combo attack reaching 100 will trigger a bug that ensures a drop. This is why I used only the Void Sphere in the final challenge." Hearing his words, Zhang shows him the bloodstone and says, "Using Nijikamu's bloodstones for forging can triple the forging experience. With so many bloodstones, you might really be able to create a miracle." Then we see that after some time it becomes night, and Zhang shows him a sword and tells him, "Are you reincarnated from a hammer or something?" The first piece of equipment crafted was a success, and even broke through the limits of superior. "Here, can you teach me?" 3 days later. Cheng has a book in his hand, and a notification shows on the screen which reads, "Congratulations, you've successfully learned intermediate forging. You can now craft items of at least rare quality." Zhang is very surprised to see Cheng learning everything so quickly and says, "You are a monster. In just 3 days, not only did you earn 10,000 forging experience from scratch, you even used 50 units of Nijikamu's bloodstones to craft 46 finished products, a newbie's first forging attempt achieving a 92% success rate. Although my own forging talent is enough to rank among the top on the Tiangi continent, compared to you, it's simply not worth mentioning." After learning everything and listening to his words, Cheng starts leaving from there and says while leaving, "Elder Zhang, I'll leave these pieces of equipment here for consignment. As for the price, just sell them as you see fit. I trust your judgment. Once I pass the entrance exam, I'll come back to find you." Lu saying to Cheng outside the exam center, "You little rascal, you finally decided to show up? I thought you were going to skip the entrance exam altogether." Then suddenly Cheng asks him, "Mr. Lu, what's all this fuss about?" After listening to Cheng's words, Lu tells him, "You'll see soon enough. But before that, let me go over some details about the entrance exam. The exam will be held at Hanwoo City Central Gymnasium, attended by over 400,000 students." Cheng gets confused after hearing his words and asks, "Why do we have to go somewhere else for the exam?" Seeing Cheng so confused, Lu tells him, "Zhang City is just a small prefecture-level city among the 32 cities in Hebei province. It's not qualified to host the exam site. This time, the exam's dungeon is called Nomorjin, level 20. With a total of 4 bosses, you must defeat at least 2 to pass. The exam dungeon has been specially modified by Blue Star scientists. There are no penalties for death, but everyone only gets 1 chance. Today's exam results will directly determine your future potential. Speaking of which, you've played a major role in making Zhang City Academy as strong as it is today, kid. So, I've planned a little surprise for you." When he hears the surprised words from Lu's mouth, Cheng becomes more confused and asks, "What surprise?" After Cheng says this, Lu opens the gate, and then Cheng sees that all the students and the principal of the university are standing there, and seeing Cheng they start saying, "Look, it's Senior Cheng Kaimo. Senior, you are our eternal pride. Give it your all tomorrow. Hee. I want to try being a vagrant next year too." "Right, we'll strive to follow in your footsteps." Then we see Principal Lu announce, "Dear students, today is the day all third-year students from Zhang City Academy march to the entrance exam. But before that, I have a major announcement. After discussions at the highest levels of the new Zhang City Academy, we've unanimously decided to award Chang Kaian Mo the title of Honorary President." After hearing these words from the principal, all the students start saying, "We fully support the Academy's decision. Without Chen Kaimo, there would be no new Zhang City." Cheng becomes very confused by this announcement and thinks, honorary president. How can the organization decide to make me, a mere third-year student, the honorary president? Thinking this much, Cheng feels a little relaxed and suddenly announces, all right, as long as Zhang City Academy stands by me, I will never let it down. As soon as Cheng says this, Principal Lu tells him, by the way, the admission spot you gave up. The academy has decided to give it to Luo Jingjing. Then we suddenly see Jingming say to Cheng, classmate Cheng, may I ask you which top 10 colleges you are applying to? As soon as Jingjing says this, Cheng's friend comes to him and tells him, Lao Mo, Luo Jingjing is too shy to say it directly, so let me rephrase it to you. She's into you and wants to attend the same college. Then Cheng says while holding his friend's ear, you brat, you've successfully transitioned into a paladin. Have you thoroughly read the entrance exam manual I left? Hearing Cheng's words, his friend tells him, I read it, I've already studied it thoroughly. Seeing Cheng and Jingjing together, all the students sitting there started saying, Luo Jingjing's beauty and Cheng Kaimo's strength, they're a perfect match. Right, we should keep the talent within our academy. Get together. After all this, Cheng tells Jingjing, classmate Luo. As soon as he says this, Cheng becomes silent and takes out the phone from his pocket and talks on the phone and says, hello, I am Cheng Kaian Mo. May know who you are? As soon as Cheng says this, the unknown caller says to Cheng, I'm Wu Zhonglei, the standing committee member of Tianhai City Management Association. Let's meet. Then the moment shifts and we see entrance exam day. Hebei province capital, Hanwu City, entrance exam venue. All the students and Cheng are also sitting inside the bus. Then Cheng's friend tells him, Lao Mo, Luo Jingjing is such an outstanding girl. Why won't you accept her? It's such a waste. The executive vice president of Moling University. The person Wu Zhonglei mentioned who would protect me is probably that mysterious elder we met that day. If it weren't for him, I'd probably be dead and buried by now. Damn it. Seeing so many vehicles, people standing outside the exam center say, what's going on? Why did Zhang City Academy bring so many cars? Suddenly seeing all this happening, all the students sitting in the car start saying to each other, bro, what's happening? Why did the entire academy's upper echelon step down there? It seems our academy didn't have enough parking spaces and accidentally took up the spaces of Hanwu Affiliated Academy. Damn, Hanwu Affiliated Academy, isn't that our province's top academy? Then the unknown person says, enough noise. You from Zhang City Academy didn't report your numbers on time and blatantly occupied others' parking spaces. Everyone move your cars outside. Then President Guo and Han say, don't you know that the allocation of parking spaces and all other services at the exam venue are based on academy rankings? Exactly. How dare a mere countryside academy make trouble here? While both of them are talking about all this, suddenly Wu comes and says, everyone seems so energetic this early in the morning. Suddenly seeing Wu there, the president gets a little nervous and says to Wu, Mr. Wu, what brings you here? Please wait a moment, I'll arrange for the entire association's upper echelon to meet you. Hearing the president's words, Wu tells him, there's no need for that. I'm here just for a personal matter, there's no need to follow official protocol. Having said this, Wu goes to Principal Lu and tells him, you must be Commissioner Lu from the Education Commission, right? May I know which student is Cheng Jianmo? Seeing this happening, both the presidents become very confused and think, what's going on? A standing committee member actually came all the way to see a student. Zhang City Academy is just a mid-tier academy. How did they manage to form connections with someone as influential as Wu Zhonglei? Director Han, as you can see, will give this parking space to Zhang City Academy. Just then we see Wu meets Cheng and tells him, indeed, truly a hero from the youth, good, very good. Saying this, Wu gives a box to Cheng and tells him, this is an apology from Moling University, please accept it. Seeing this happening, the principal and all the teachers standing with him get very surprised, and then the principal says, "What on earth did Chang Kainmo do to make Moling University, the national top 10 university, apologize to him?" After taking that box, Chang says to Wu, "Mr. Wu, please convey my thanks to Vice President Zhang for the gift." Hearing Chang's words, Wu said smilingly, "To accept a gift and still make a sarcastic comment. You really are something, kid. All right, I'll pass on your message." Seeing all this happening, Principal Liu thinks, "And to think you even know Mr. Wu. Today, our Zhang City Academy has once again benefited from your help. You just how many more surprises do you have for me?" Then the moment shifts, and we see Exam Monitoring Center. And all the people sitting there talk among themselves and say, "Did you hear? Hanwoo Affiliated Academy just got slapped in the face by Zhang City Academy. We have a feud now. This year's entrance exam is going to be interesting to watch. Stop chatting. All the candidates have passed the testing device. Look, the top 1,000 potential rankings are out." Then the moment shifts and the exam starts, and we see that all the students and Chang also starts teleporting, and while teleporting, Chang thinks, "Today's exam results will directly determine my future potential. This time, I won't hold back. I will show everyone my true strength. Only by doing so can I gain enough status in the future. I hope I don't encounter another incident like the one at Moling University. Without that mysterious old man's help, relying on myself alone, I might have fallen into deep trouble. So I must become stronger. It's time to initiate the primary dungeon baptism." Luckily, I've refreshed all the primary buffs in Zhang City, giving me plenty of choices. Marwigan, formerly known as the City of Miracles, the congregation of paramount technology. It's now contaminated with radiation, leaving behind mutated monsters and machines that are out of control. Exam candidates have been sent to Marwigan's entrance of the underground. Exam begins. After the exam starts, we see Cheng at the location where he has to complete his first mission. Then Cheng looks down, and there are many monster rats below which are growling at Cheng. Seeing them, Cheng thinks in his mind, "At the end of this ring-shaped flight of steps will be the No-One boss. The stairway is filled with mutated rats that are the size of a wolf. According to the standard process, I should be clearing monsters as I go down the steps. But I don't have to waste my time doing that." While Cheng thought all this, the rat moved forward to attack Cheng. Thinking this, Cheng activates the weapon. System: activate hiding of equipment appearance. As soon as he does this, Cheng jumps down from there, and then he gets a little confused seeing the monster standing in front of him, and the next moment he says smilingly, "We meet again, my old friend." The monster becomes angry after seeing Cheng and hearing Cheng's words. Saying this, Cheng starts switching his weapon to gun and says, "This viscous fallout is slightly stronger than the ones outside. Not only is he 2 levels higher, his HP is also higher by 500. However, things are different now. With my current level and attributes, I have an additional 50% AI against you." As soon as he says this, Cheng starts attacking him, due to which the monster's HP starts decreasing, and after immediately defeating the monster, Cheng tells him, "To deal with you, 1 round of strafe is enough." And on the other hand, seeing all this, all the teachers sitting in the hall become very surprised and start saying to each other, "You all should have gotten an evaluation of their potential. However, it's just for reference. The real decisive factor for their entrance exam is still their performance in the secret realm." At this point in time, for the ring-shaped flight of steps, the students should have cleared a quarter. Am I seeing things? That Cheng Kainmo has already killed the viscous fallout. It's real. It's only been 2 minutes since we started. I really want to know how he did it. It's a pity we can't watch a replay. His performance in the second stage, we need to pay attention to it. While they are talking about all this, Cheng moves on to his next task, and there is a bomb monster standing in front of him. As soon as Cheng reaches the bomb master, they all start talking among themselves again and say, "Isn't this Cheng Kainmo a bit too arrogant? to actually rush directly into a group of bomb bots. This bomb bot isn't a normal mob. Its bomb hurl is an indiscriminate AO attack. He wouldn't be able to take it on more than twice, even if he's level 20. It seems that even a student with a potential evaluation of SSS isn't anything much. He's just a reckless man. All the teachers are watching Cheng on the screen, and Cheng starts dodging the bomb monster's attack, seeing which all the teachers become even more surprised and say, "What kind of movement skill is that? It's such a narrow passage, and he actually didn't get hit by a single bomb hurl. Such foresight is inconceivable. This is an evildoer with a potential evaluation of SSS. Hold on, it's almost the end of the passageway. Where's Boss No 2? Is he crazy? He's pulling more than 100 bomb bots behind him. Wouldn't he be attacked from both the front and back? Cheng Kainmo, how exactly are you planning to deal with this?" And on the other hand, Cheng starts leaving from there, dodging the attacks of Bomb Master, and immediately after leaving from there, we see there is a huge spider web, and after some time a spider monster is also seen there. Cheng is very happy to see. And after seeing the spider monster, Cheng suddenly jumps on it, and the next moment Cheng goes over it, and from the other side the Bomb Master starts attacking with bombs. Then Cheng takes out his weapon. After taking out the weapon, Cheng activates his skill and drops his clone on the Spider Master and jumps from there, and the next moment the bombs start attacking the spider monster, and on the other side Cheng starts attacking the bomb monsters, and soon after we see the overload attack reach 100, and they all explode. Seeing all this happening, all the teachers sitting in the hall become very surprised and start saying among themselves, "He actually only used 2 insignificant skills and caused the boss and more than 100 mobs to end in mutual destruction. Genius. An absolute genius. This old man has been teaching his entire life, and I have never seen a student with such fighting talent. It's been 100 years, an astonishing talent has finally appeared. There's hope for the Xia country to rise up. The heavens blessed our Xia country. I suggest changing the main screen to the first-person view of Cheng Kainmo." Seconded. The screen in front of us is so small. What's the point of watching it? Agreed. We need to carefully study the control of student Cheng Kainmo. We need a bigger screen. That's right. If someone wants to watch their own students, then please use the small screen in front of you. Damn it. The leading role today should belong to our Manhwa subsidiary college. Now it got stolen by some unknown student. But you are now under the scrutiny of hundreds of people. Your mistakes will be caught if you are not careful. I would like to see if you can continue to not make mistakes under the close watch of all the teachers here. After defeating the bomb monster, Cheng moves towards his third task. As he approaches, he sees something strange and thinks, "This is Marwigan's trump card slaughter machine. According to the past year's usual practice, you will definitely be able to enter the top 10 universities if you defeat it. The reason why it's known as the gatekeeper of the top 10 universities is due to its abnormal duff skillaging halo. Aging halo, a periodic duff, discharged every 5 seconds. Increase physical damage taken by 5% to enemies within a 50-meter radius. This means, in just 1 minute, challengers will be taking 60% more physical damage, greatly increasing the chance of sudden death." Thinking this, Cheng takes out his weapon and turns it into a sword and starts moving forward to attack and attacks the monster with his sword. After attacking with the sword, Cheng goes after the monster with a slide tackle. And after going behind the monster, Cheng holds the monster with both his hands and attacks the monster with a suplex. Seeing Cheng doing this, all the teachers sitting in the hall get very surprised and start talking among themselves. What's going on with this kid to actually use suplex against such a heavy unit? Seems like he doesn't even have any basic knowledge. To think that actually thought he was some kind of genius. He's really extremely foolish. Something's not right. Look at the state of his body. He's actually not affected by the aging halo. Damn, it's true. Why is the physical damage duff not taking effect? How is that possible? He used the 0.1 second of iframe from suplex. After seeing Chang becoming so powerful and invincible, all the teachers sitting in the hall start talking amongst themselves. What is invincibility? Certain skills during their activation contain an iframe. As the time frame for it is extremely short, not many people are able to fully make use of it. But as long as you are within an iframe, you are immune to all damage and abnormal statuses. All awakened professions will have a few skills like this. Could this be the reason why he chose to become a vagrant? On the other hand, Chang moves forward to attack the boss and starts attacking him with his moves. Then suddenly Chang takes out his weapon and starts moving towards the boss very fast and suddenly attacks him, due to which the boss's HP starts decreasing, and the next moment the monster boss starts healing itself. Seeing the monster do this, Chang switches his weapon to a long sword. Seeing Chang do this, all the teachers sitting in the hall are very surprised and start talking among themselves. It's a unique silver weapon. He's only level 20. How can he possess such a divine weapon? Does he have some kind of affluent background? Wait. Why is he not affected by the aging halo again? I understand. This time he is using the iframe from Ripple / such foresight, together with his pinnacle control. I am afraid others will not be able to do it their entire life. No wonder his potential evaluation is rank SSS. As he switches to his weapon, Chang laughs with an evil smile and says, "The preparation is complete, time to finish it." And having said that, he starts attacking the monster with his move Dazzle Marks Launch. And in a short while, all of Chang's attacks start connecting on the monster, due to which the monster's condition starts getting worse. Seeing the monster in such a condition, Chang, standing far away, starts smiling. Seeing the monster in such a state, all the teachers sitting in the hall started talking. Damn, it's only been 24 minutes. You must know that the previous record for dating No 3 is 2 hours 31 minutes. Such a pity. If this kid changed his profession to battle mage, he can definitely become the fourth awakening a start in the future. Nonsense. With how he used the iframe of suplex, he can become a Kaiser. Drop it, from what I see. All your ambitions are too small. Or because of his high HP and shockingly high physical defense. It's because once the battle starts, the 6 passages that lead to the boss room will continuously spawn all the monsters that had appeared within this transcript. To defeat him, the challenger will have to face the boss and the countless mobs that appear from all directions. A moment of carelessness will drown you within the waves of mobs. That's why no one has ever cleared it before in the previous exams. Seeing this form of the monster, Chan says, "No one might be able to do it, but I have my ways to deal with you. 2 minutes is enough." Having said this, Chang takes out his weapon and starts thinking about something with his hand in the air, and then suddenly he brings his weapon close to his head and starts thinking about something. Seeing Chang doing this, all the teachers sitting in the hall are surprised, and they start talking amongst themselves. I know, he is trying to use his huge pet army to block the mob passages, so he can fully focus on the boss. He said that he can finish this in 2 minutes, but he already spent 2 minutes just summoning and buffing himself. Could he be trying to? After doing all that, Chang starts smiling and switches his weapon to gun form and says, "All right, let's bejang." And after saying this, he starts attacking the monster, due to which explosions start happening on both sides of the monster, and in a short while, the monster also gets blasted. And on the other hand, all the fighters are slowly clearing their challenges. Then one of the fighters thinks, while smiling with his hand on his head, "I feel pretty good today. I only took 30 minutes to defeat No 2. Most people should still be stuck on No 1. Looks like the Provincial Champion title this year will definitely be mine." Then suddenly he gets a notification on the screen of the fighter, and he is very surprised to see it, and it is written in the notification, "Congratulations to Chang Jianmo of Zhongcheng College for successfully passing the entrance exam, becoming the Provincial Champion of Hebei Province this year. The total challenge time is 30 minutes, with an evaluation of rank SSS. This is the best ever record in history and will be preserved forever. After reading the notification, the fighter gets very surprised and sits on the ground with his knees bent and puts both his hands on his head and thinks. Such a result is too despairing to others. Was this really done by a human? And the notification also goes on the screen of the other fighter, and after reading it, he also gets very surprised and thinks, "Are you kidding me? Our Manhwa subsidiary college was defeated." And gradually this notification starts appearing on the screens of all the fighters, and after reading it, they all get very surprised and think, "Student Cheng, I will work hard to catch up to you." As expected of Lao Mo, he created another miracle. The students from our college will definitely have their morale boosted. And on the other hand, the audience also becomes very happy after seeing all this and starts talking among themselves. Cheng Jianmo is really too strong. I love him. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I will give birth to his children. Cheng Kaimo is really so handsome and so powerful. I am already in love with him. And seeing all this, all the teachers sitting in the hall also start talking amongst themselves. This is bad, Director Han. A lot of students from our college were affected by Cheng Jianmo's result. They made a mistake with their controls and got eliminated. Heaven blessed our country Zia. To have a dragon among men in our country Zia, it's our country Zia's fortune, as expected from a talent that has been looked upon favorably by the big shot from the upper management of the Management Association. Today, the Zhongcheng College really taught a lesson to the Manhwa subsidiary college. Sometimes, a trump card can tear off the cloth that covers the shame of thousands of people. The river flows east for 30 years, then the river flows west for 30 years. Do not bully a youth for being poor. And on the other hand, Cheng looks at his screen and says smilingly, "Due to the special design of the exam's secret realm, the vision of Mechanier Thermoplug is limited. That's why I have enough time to make all my preparations. But such an operation is hard to replicate in a real battle. If I can max out my buffs and summon every time, everything will become too easy." Then suddenly a notification comes on Cheng's screen which says, "Congratulations on successfully clearing Nomragan, as your evaluation for the clear is rank SSS and broke the previous record. Your reward for the clear will increase by 1 stage. Due to your spellbinder profession, your reward for the clear will increase by 1 stage." Cheng is very happy to see the diamond chest in the reward. Then he clicks on the reward and thinks, "I didn't expect the exam's secret realm exp to be so high. A mere level 20 secret realm can also give out a diamond chest as reward. Could it be that the exam's secret realm is special? Let's see what other surprises there are." As soon as the reward is opened, a notification appears on Cheng's screen which reads, "Congratulations on obtaining an S-rank skill book basic attack speed." Seeing the S-rank book, Cheng smiles and says and starts reading the book. My luck isn't bad to actually obtain an S-rank skill book here. Due to the restrictions of the spellbinder profession, I am unable to learn any skills in college. If you want to obtain a rank skill book from killing mobs in the wild, it's simply a fantasy. That's why this reward is pretty much what I need right now, especially the effects on attack speed. It will make up for the marginal effect of my agility stats. The so-called marginal effect of the agility stats. It means that as your agility increases, the corresponding increase on attack speed will start to slowly decrease. But this attack speed increase will be directly added upon your current attack speed. Completely ignoring the marginal effect, it's simply a qualitative leap. After successfully reading the book, a notification appears on the change screen which says, "Congratulations on successfully learning the passive basic attack speed. Increases attack speed by 15%. Current increase in attack speed is 32.8%. Then Cheng feels something different in his body, and as soon as such a thing happens he thinks in his mind, "I will rise even higher with this. My current attack speed will completely crush students of my level. It's even higher than most people who are at level 30. Thinking this much, Cheng looks towards Monster Boss and says, "Next up, There's the hidden reward left. And thinking this, Cheng takes the radiation solution and starts pouring it on the monster's mouth, and while doing so he thinks, if I did not remember it wrong, pouring this disgusting solution on the face of the final boss will get me a Baldwin mask. Immediately after doing this, Cheng gets his reward and a notification appears on Cheng's screen which says, "Congratulations on obtaining the hidden tool Baldwin mask." After reading the notification, Cheng says, "Good, since I have already gotten all my rewards. Next up will be entering the university." After defeating the final boss, a big congratulation message appears on the screen, and immediately after that Cheng teleports to that place. Seeing Cheng, all the people standing there start praising him and say, "Cheng Kainmo, congratulations on becoming the provincial champion this year. I have always thought highly of you, and now you have gotten first place. Fame indeed does follow merit." Then Cheng notices that someone is saying something to him from behind, so he looks back, and then those people say to Cheng, "As expected from a 1-in-a-million genius, the glorious mission to kill the demons, who else can it belong to but you?" That's right. In this world surrounded by dangers, our country Zia needs a brave man such as yourself. The future of country Zia is in your hands. Keep it up. Please help us clear all obstacles and create a beautiful homeland. We believe you can do it. After listening to their words, Cheng thinks in his mind, these people are really scheming, trying to use public opinion to forcefully paint me as a patriot. If the demonic beasts were to attack us, then I would have no choice but to deal with it, or else I would be flooded with criticism. It's really just torturing a man's heart. Thinking this much, Cheng smiles and says, "May I ask for the few people who wanted me to fight for the country to step out?" Hearing Cheng's words, some people come out, and one of them smilingly asks Cheng, "Student Cheng, why did you call us out?" As soon as he says this, Cheng tells them all, "It's nothing much. I just want to get to know the people who will be fighting alongside me in the future. I know my limits if I were to fight for the country in the future. I naturally have to find like-minded individuals to fight with together. Since you teachers made such an impassioned plea just now, then I believe you are also prepared to sacrifice yourselves on the battlefield." Hearing Cheng's words, all the teachers standing there get scared and say to Cheng, "Student Cheng, you must be kidding. With our meager strength, we won't be able to do much at all." "Yes, indeed. How could we even compare to you?" It was just a casual statement. After listening to all of them, Cheng asks them, "What a great casual statement. According to your logic, a college student like me can fight. But a group of level 30 and 40 teachers want to be army deserters. Isn't country Zia your homeland as well, or do you have an ulterior motive for speaking those words just now?" After listening to Cheng's words, the other people standing there started opposing those teachers and said, "No wonder something didn't sound right just now. So you were trying to morally kidnap and stifle the future genius of country Zia. How vicious, to be so malevolent. I am going to go to the Education Bureau later to report all of you to your superiors." Then suddenly Guo arrives there and he hears everything, and then he gives his decision saying, "There's no need, I heard everything just now. I, Guo Lion, will represent the Education Bureau and handle all of you right now. All of your qualifications as teachers will be cancelled and you're all banned from applying forever. Your affiliated college's evaluation will be lowered by 2 ranks for the next 5 years." As soon as they hear President Guo's decision, all the teachers start crying and tell the president, "President, please give us another chance. We made a mistake. We only made such a mistake due to our jealousy. We still have our families to feed. We can't bear such a consequence." After all this, Wu smilingly tells Cheng, "Not bad, as expected from the eBay provincial champion. Not only is your talent extraordinary, you are extremely mature as well." Hearing his words, Cheng smiles and says to him, "Committee Wu, you overestimate me." Upon hearing Cheng's words, Wu immediately tells Guo, "President Guo, I hope you can arrange a private room for us. I have something I wish to discuss with Cheng Kainmo alone." Then the moment shifts, and we see Cheng and Wu sitting on the couch opposite each other in a conference room. Then Wu asks Cheng while drinking tea, "Student Cheng, do you know someone high up in our management association?" Cheng also has a cup of tea in his hand, and after listening to Wu's words, he thinks in his mind, "Looks like I wouldn't be able to hide it any longer. But I am curious as well, what exactly is the identity of that old man?" Cheng thinks so much and starts telling him everything and says, "Actually, I don't know his identity either. It was just a coincidental meeting while I was fishing by the river. At that time, he handed me a ring." Seeing that ring, Wu becomes very surprised and says, "You actually have a token from Elder Kin." Having said this, Wu looks at Cheng and thinks in his mind, although Elder Kin possesses absolute power, he is famous for his strange temper, and he doesn't make friends easily. Cheng Kainmo is obviously just a college student. How did he obtain the favor of Elder Kin? But no matter what, with such a relationship, his future growth will definitely be a smooth journey. After thinking so much, Wu says to Cheng, "Student Cheng, the information about Elder Kin, I can't tell you much. I can only tell you that he is a peak powerhouse in Country Zia. My personal suggestion is that from now on, you should wear his ring on your hand at all times. It might be able to help you greatly in the future." Then the moment shifts and we see a lot of vehicles parked outside Zhengcheng College's entrance. Seeing so many vehicles, the students standing there get confused and start talking to each other. "Look, why are there so many vehicles? Didn't you hear? Today is Country Zia's University Recruitment Day. They are all representatives of universities. Any university that's ranked within the top 300 of the province can attend. Damn, look at the logo on the bus. The top 30 universities in the country, 16 of them came. In the past, it would already be great if 5 of them came. This is unprecedented. Of course, all these universities must have come for Senior Cheng. I wonder which university Senior Cheng will choose to go to." Then the moment shifts and we see a meeting going on in the conference room. "I, Liu Yanmen, representing Zhengcheng College, welcome everyone here. On the main screen is the information of our students that qualified this year. Everyone can enter the serial number of the student you are interested in on the screen in front of you. I will then arrange the interviews according to your choices." Hearing his words, all the teachers sitting there get very surprised looking at the screen and start talking amongst themselves. "OMG, 20,000 battle power. Even if he's the champion of the exam, that's too ridiculous. That's stronger than more than half of our university students." 30 minutes later. All right, the results are out. After 5 minutes, everyone can proceed to their own interview hall. Have already made the arrangement, however. The situation of student Cheng Kainmo is slightly special. Every university wants to interview him. Since everyone is so passionate, why don't we wait for the other students' interview to be over? Then we can organize a collective interview. Cheng standing in front of representatives from all the colleges in the interview hall. Then one of the representatives tells Cheng Yuisheng, "We had a small misunderstanding between us previously. I hope you don't take it to heart." Hearing his words, Cheng thinks to himself, "So he's a dog sent by Zhang Hongshan. Looks like Magic Spirit University is sincere in dispelling the enmity between us." While Cheng was thinking all this, a representative from another college tells Cheng, "I am Blue Sky University's representative, Wang Kaifu. Our university has a friend that you know. He has been highly recommending you to me previously." As soon as Cheng hears about Blue Sky University, his facial expressions change, and he thinks in his mind, "Blue Sky University? Isn't that the university that Huang Qian is in? Did that brat say something about me to him?" Then we see that all the representatives sitting in the hall get a little angry with those 2 representatives and say to them, Good, Lao Cheng, Lao Wang, so you 2 are using your relationships. You hit it so well. No wonder the 2 of you were charging ahead during the decision for a collective interview. Student Cheng, your choice of university is related to your future growth. You definitely shouldn't simply decide based on relationships. After all this, Change notices the representative of Oracle University, and after seeing him, he thinks in his mind, "This is unexpected, that Oracle University is actually in such dire straits." Seeing all the representatives fighting among themselves, one of them tells them all, "Cough, let's end the pleasantries here. Let's officially start the interview." After saying this, representative asks Cheng, "Student Cheng, our 16 universities are here hoping to have a deeper understanding of you. May I know what your goal is for choosing the vagrant profession?" Cheng hears his question and tells him with a smile, "The start of an apocalypse with the monarch's arrival." Upon hearing Cheng's answer, one of the representatives said angrily, Isn't that too arrogant? It's not a problem to have dreams when you are young, but you have to be pragmatic. Since you are so confident, let me ask you this, a vagrant profession that doesn't have any later stage, how are you going to achieve becoming a monarch?" After listening to that representative, some representatives sitting there start thinking, "That's right, although this kid possesses a powerful strength, the vagrant profession will be incomparably weaker at the later stage. This is also the main reason why the majority of us aren't hastily making him any offers." Hearing their words, Cheng gets a little angry, and then he challenges them and says, "Who said that a vagrant is weak? You are welcome to give it a try." Accepting Cheng's challenge, the representative says smilingly, "Good, great, youngsters these days are wild. If you can win over me, from today onwards, not only will I not say anything about the vagrant class, I will even brag about it." After that representative accepts Cheng's challenge, the representative sitting there says, "Good, since both sides have agreed to a battle, let's proceed according to the rules of a spar. The first one to land a hit wins." After all this, Cheng and the representative come face to face inside the hall to fight. Then purple ore starts appearing around that representative, and then he tells Cheng, "Young man, I have suppressed my powers to that of a level 21. Don't say that I am bullying you. Today, I shall let you witness the difference between battle experience even at the same level." After listening to his words, all the representatives sitting there start talking amongst themselves. Lao Ren is still so strong. His speed of skill activation is shockingly fast. It's just dealing with a college student. And he is giving his all, isn't that too much? Chen Kaimo stepped all over his face just now. If he doesn't teach him a lesson, wouldn't he become a laughing stock when it spreads? Having said this, the representative attacks, and seeing his attack coming towards him, Cheng smilingly says, "This is also considered fast. I will show you what fast really is." After saying this, Cheng takes out his weapon, and after transferring it to the gun, he starts firing at the representative, due to which the representative is instantly defeated and falls on the ground. Then Cheng tells all the representatives sitting there, "Is there anyone that's still unconvinced?" As soon as this representative loses, all the representatives sitting there get very surprised and start talking amongst themselves. What kind of absurd speed is that weapon in his hands? It's actually a unique silver weapon. Is he really a vagrant and not a mobile turret? Right, this is the feeling. I was thinking how Ding Hong and the others died. Turns out that this kid's attack power is so ridiculous. Huang Tian has such an abnormal friend. Why didn't he tell me earlier? Damn it. Just now, during the decision for the collective interview, Chang Yuisheng was the first to show support. Such a waste. Just after saying this, all the representatives sitting there start giving offers to Cheng so that he joins their university. They all start saying this to Cheng. Our Gamma Blue University is willing to provide 2 A-rank skill books and 80 million blue star coins as our Ent-Rant scholarship. Damn. Our Flowing Cloud University can provide 3 A-rank skill books, waive all school fees, and provide a room in the second circle of the Imperial City. You guys are too stingy. If you join our Cherry Orchid University, you will receive the same treatment as a head instructor and receive an additional 5 A-rank skill books. 10. Our Dawn-affiliated university is willing to provide 10 A-rank skill books and a loft with a river view in the Magic City. Our Blue Sky University promises. If you are willing to join us, we will open up our skill book library to you within a rank authority. Damn, Lao Huang is too ruthless to open up your rank skill book library. You are taking out your entire university's resources. Looks like Lao Huang is going all in. He's determined to win. Your Blue Sky University is shameless. Lao Chen, it's just your Oracle University left. At least name a price. That's right, even if we fail, we must show our benevolence. We are just running alongside them. What's there to be afraid of? Then we see the representative of Oracle University making an offer to Cheng and saying, "Our Oracle University will give you authority to all our secret realms and provide a fruit of ability." After listening to the offer of Oracle University, all the representatives sitting there got very surprised and started saying, "That's it. The fruit of ability isn't bad, adding 5 points to all attributes, but the secret realm authority of your Oracle University isn't valuable at all. With those fancy abnormal secret realms of yours, which student can actually clear it?" Cheng smiles and thinks to himself after hearing the offer from Oracle University. However, the secret realm authority of the Oracle University, that's exactly what I need right now. Adding the fruit of ability, it's an unexpected surprise. Then Cheng announces in front of all the representatives sitting there, "I can feel the passion of each of the teachers. But I have my own consideration. I have decided to join Oracle University." All the representatives sitting there were very surprised by Cheng's decision. Then the moment shifts and we see Zhang asking Cheng, "You are eBay's provincial champion. Why did you choose such a declining university? How can you be so rash?" Hearing his words, Cheng tells him, "Zhang Lao, don't worry about this matter. I have my own plans. Let's talk about the important matters. The equipment that I stored with you for sale, how many were sold?" After listening to Cheng's words, Zhang becomes a little disappointed and tells him, "Fine, I won't nag you anymore. You don't look like a reckless person. You should have your own considerations. All 46 equipment have been sold. I made a total profit of 920 gold. What do you have a plan next? There's still quite a bit of time before you start school after all." Then Cheng tells him, "I am preparing to go to Thunder City. There are some things I need to do there as well." After Cheng says this, Zhang gives him a golden token and tells him, "I have a golden token here. If you want to join the exam to become a high-ranked forger, this might be useful." After taking the golden token, Cheng leaves from there, and on his way he looks at the token and thinks about it. When Zhang Lao took out this golden token, he seemed to have some kind of worry. This golden token probably contains some of his unforgettable memories. Minus off the 120 gold that I secretly left for Zhang Lao as procedure fees. Now I have a total of 933 gold. With such a huge amount of gold at hand, now I can go buy the materials for the second stage of the Flowing Light 1,000-bladed umbrella. Right, there's still the black card from Zhang Hongshan. I should make a trip to the auction house. There's no time to lose. Let's continue the journey. Cheng lifting the lion into the air using his skinning technique and observing its power. Immediately after doing this, Cheng thinks in his mind that, "Before I left the novice village, I spent all my resources to learn herbalism, alchemy, mining, skinning, leatherworking, 5 secondary professions. During these 8 days, I have been hunting and gathering. My herbalism, mining and skinning techniques have already risen to 90% exp." Holding the lion's hide in his hand, Chan thinks smilingly, "Based on my current speed, before reaching Thunder City, these 3 basic gathering skills should be able to reach 100% exp." While he was thinking about all this, a voice started coming from behind him. Then he looked back and thought, "This is the voice of Mazgais." Mazgais is an extremely rare wildlife, a moving treasure trove in Apocalypse. Although it's only level 27, it has 8,000 GP. An average player at the same level will not be able to kill it easily. But if you are lucky enough to kill it, there is an extremely small chance that it will drop level 40 epics. Thinking this much, see, 1.5 gold per stock, but still worth it. It's not every day you find lengthy grass in bulk. Then the auctioneer makes the announcement while reading from the paper. Next up, we have another batch of Lanxi grass, but this time we're talking about a whopping 46 stalks. The starting bid for this one will be 4.6 gold coins, with a minimum bid increment of 50 silver coins. As soon as they hear the announcement, the people sitting there start saying, "What? 46 stalks? And the starting price per stalk is lower than the previous batch? This is insane. What are we waiting for? Let's get in on this." Y, who is sitting in the VIP room, also sees the item and starts bidding on it and says, "These Lanxi grass shall be mine. Watch me crush them." As soon as he says this, an error message starts appearing on his screen which reads, "We apologize, but due to the seller's request, bidders with the surname Y are prohibited from participating in this auction. Please wait for the next opportunity." Y gets a little confused after reading the message and says, after reading the message and the item going to someone else, Y gets a little angry and says, "Are you kidding me? This is a conspiracy. They're targeting me. Congratulations to bidder 782 for winning 46 stalks of Lanxi grass at 60 gold. No way. They paid even less per stalk than I did, and they got 46 of them. I'm losing my mind." And on the other hand, seeing so many gold coins in front of them, Chang and Ling start talking to each other and say, "Found him. Bidder 414. That's why Junjie." "Wait, how did you Those were both my consignments, and I placed a little restriction on the second one, no bids from anyone named Y. Based on how eager he was to get his hands on that first batch, there's no way he wouldn't have gone for the second, unless he was prevented from doing so. The only explanation is bidder 414's last name is Y, and he's an elementalist. It's a simple deduction." "You're a freaking genius. You've hacked the auction system. That Y guy must be fuming right now. This is just the appetizer. He's in for a world of pain." And on the other hand, due to not being able to place the bid and an error message appearing on the screen, Y gets very angry and says to his friends, "Who the hell is doing this to me? Find me that manager Zhu now. I want to know who's behind this." Nobody messes with Y Junjie and gets away with it. After seeing Y in such anger and listening to him, both of them started saying, while leaving from there, "Yes, young master." And on the other hand, the announcement for bidding on other items starts. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our final item for the evening. Feast your eyes on this rare treasure. Item number 88, the Soul Rhinoceros Staff, an epic tier weapon. Grants plus 11 to both Spirit and Constitution, plus an additional 50 points of magic damage. And if that wasn't enough, it can be equipped at level 25. I don't need to tell you what a steal this is. The starting bid is a mere 100 gold coins, with a minimum increase of 10 gold. Please place your bids. After seeing the item, Y puts his hand on his mouth and starts tapping on the screen and says, "This is it. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's worth everything I've got. Come on. Don't let there be another stupid restriction." Immediately after placing a bid, an error message appears on the Y screen and it reads, "Prohibited from participating. We apologize, but due to the seller's request, the minimum increment bid for buyers with the surname Y is 100 gold coins." After seeing the message, Y gets very angry and says, "Trying to make me pay 10 times the price, are you? You want to play dirty? Fine, I'll do it. You'll regret this. You're going to regret messing with me. Damn it, I got carried away. I can't believe I spent my entire saving on a single weapon. Let's see. After all the buying and selling today, I'm 2,660 gold richer than I was this morning. What a huge gain." While Chang was thinking all this, suddenly the door of his room opens and Manager Y and his companions are standing outside the room. Then the manager says to Chang, "Excuse me, I'm the auction manager. There are some people here who would like a word." Chang gets angry upon hearing the auction manager's words and says, "I was going to let you off the hook after making you waste a few coins. But you just had to push it, didn't you? Fine, don't blame me for being ruthless. Then Y steps forward and starts telling Cheng. It was this bastard this whole time. You were the one behind those restrictions. After listening to him, Cheng replies by saying, yes. Y gets very angry after hearing Cheng's answer and says, you're dead. I challenge you to a death match. As soon as Cheng hears the challenge for a death match, he tells him, bring it on. Then the moment shifts and we see Cheng and Y face to face in a death match, and then Y tells Cheng, you're going to regret this, brat. Opposing me is the biggest mistake of your life. And the people standing there also start talking amongst themselves. He's got an epic tier weapon. This is going to be good. That guy's 4 whole levels behind young Master Y. This is going to be a massacre. What's the point of even fighting? Then Y tells Cheng before using his new weapon, I'm going to enjoy ending you with the very weapon you sold me. Cheng smiles after listening to him and suddenly comes behind him. Seeing Cheng coming behind him so fast, Y is also very surprised, and as soon as he comes behind him, Cheng kicks him, due to which Y flies in the air, and while flying, Y was locked in the air by Cheng's attack, and he was in a lot of pain and thinking to himself, damn it, he's got me looked down. While Y was thinking, Cheng moves to make his next attack and immediately starts attacking him. Seeing Y in such a bad state and Cheng so powerful, the people standing there start talking amongst themselves. Weird. He could have just snatched the staff and run. Why is he wasting time attacking it directly? Don't tell me. Is his goal to drain the staff's durability? How brutal. Once an item's durability hits 0, it's gone for good. It becomes completely useless. Seeing Cheng fighting like this, Ling standing far away was also thinking while smiling. As expected from the man I have chosen. No hesitation, no mercy. Not only is Y Junjai gonna be out a ton of cash, but his precious staff's about to go poof, and he'll drop 4 levels to top it off. And on the other side, in the middle of the fight, Cheng tells Y, since you're so fond of bullying the weak, I'll happily take you on. After saying this, Cheng attacks Y with the dazzle mark, and in a few moments Y's staff also gets destroyed, and in the next moment he falls to the ground. After Y falls to the ground, Cheng goes up to her, places his hand on her face, shows her his black VIP card, and tells him with a smile, take a good look, recognize this color. Seeing the black VIP card, Y loses his senses and his eyes remain wide open and blood comes out of his mouth. Then he says black card, and after saying this, he becomes completely unconscious. After seeing the black card, the people standing there get very surprised and start talking among themselves. Holy crap! I'm not seeing things, am I? That's a black card in his hand. What even is a black card? I've never even heard of such a thing. All are a bunch of bumpkins. Don't you know a black card is second only to a red card? Now I remember. He's Cheng Kainmo, the top graduate from Hebei province. They call him the Monster Vagrant. They say his potential rating is SSS rank. No wonder he's making Y Junjai look like a chump. Not only is he insanely strong, but that guy's got to have a powerful family backing him too. He's definitely from one of those Xia country families. After knowing that Cheng has the black card and the whole truth about him, Ling gets a little angry and she goes to Cheng. Her eyes turn red with anger and she says to Cheng, well, Cheng, the star student, hiding your light under a bushel. You had a black card this whole time and didn't bother to use it. Seeing Ling so angry, Cheng smilingly places his hand on his head and tells her, sorry, I needed Y Junjai to take the bait, so I didn't tell you. Don't be mad. Ling feels embarrassed by Cheng's actions and turns her face the other way and tells Cheng, this is so embarrassing with all these people watching. Just don't let it happen again. You're lucky I'm letting you off easy this time. While both of them were talking, a man in a black suit came there, bowed his head, and gave something to Cheng and said, my deepest apologies, honored guest. I failed to recognize your esteemed presence, and for that, I am truly sorry. Please accept this as a small token of my remorse. Damn it, I was blind to offend such a great figure. Looks like I'll need to make amends today. As soon as Cheng opens the box, he gets shocked and thinks in his mind, Sun and Moon Demon Scales, today's my lucky day, I guess. Here comes another material for my flowing light 1000-bladed umbrella upgrade. Then Cheng shows a slip of paper to the man in black suit and tells him, why Junjai brought this upon himself. He has no one else to blame. Now then, I have a list here of certain materials. If they happen to be up for auction anytime soon, I hope you can secure them for me. Seeing the slip and hearing Cheng's words, the man in black suit says to Cheng, your wish is my command, honored guest. Consider it done. After saying this, Cheng and Ling start to leave from there, and on the way Ling is thinking about something. Then Cheng looks at her and asks her, you seem troubled. Something on your mind? Hearing this, tears start flowing from Ling's eyes, and she tells Cheng, I'll be going home for a while. Will you miss me? Then Cheng gets a little disappointed and says, yes. Ling becomes happy after hearing yes from Cheng and kisses Cheng, and while kissing him says, that's better. After saying this, Ling starts leaving from there, and while leaving tells Cheng, that was your reward, you bad boy. Don't even think about looking at other girls while I'm gone. Got it? No flirting, and you'd better not break your promise. After Ling kissing, Cheng puts his hand on that place and thinks shyly to himself, such a little minx. Then the moment shifts and we see Cheng creating the potion, and after creating the potion he smiles and thinks, that 80% XP boost from this place is amazing. I burned through a day's worth of materials and maxed out my herbalism, just like that. Guess that 400 gold I spent renting out this high-level alchemy lab wasn't a bad investment. I've used up all the herbs I gathered along the way. It's time to test the results. After creating the potion, Cheng goes to Nightfall Town to test it, and after reaching Nightfall Town, Cheng thinks, Nightfall Town. It's a 25th level elite monster nest occupied by vengeful spirits. As soon as the sun sets, every spirit in this place gets a 5-fold power boost. That means no ordinary players will be around at this hour. This place is my playground now. My night of slaughter shall now begin. Thinking this much, Cheng throws his weapon in the air and calls all his spirits. After the spirits arrive, Cheng says, all right team, your task is simple. Round up every single monster in this town, go. On hearing Cheng's command, all the spirits leave to do their work, and on the other hand, Cheng also moves quickly towards a location, and some spirits also follow him. Then Cheng says to those spirits, the rest of you, converge on the central plaza. Your job is to keep those spirits occupied. That last room, it's mine. As soon as Cheng said this, the spirit and Cheng set out to capture the monster spirits and slowly started capturing all the spirits of Nightfall Town. Then Cheng thinks in his mind, I need to move faster, or my summons will all be dead by the time I get there. After catching all the spirits, Cheng says, good, they're still alive and they've got the spirits all bunched up nice and tight. After saying this, he uses the ice wall move, and in the next moment he switches the weapon and comes into the grappling gun form and smilingly says, now it's showtime. And after saying this, the very next moment he starts creating a quantum bomb. And after doing so, in a short, while all those monster spirits are lying on the ground, then Cheng smilingly says, instant kill. Using this kind of second-tier WMD against below level 30s maps is like bringing a nuke to a knife fight. Simply brutal. Stealing that quantum bomb spell from that old temple really paid off. That little stunt just now boosted my XP by 40%. Now that their corpses have all been gathered here, they should revive in a few seconds. And having said this, he proceeds to use the quantum bomb and thinks, now it's going to be straight level up grinding. After defeating all those spirits, Cheng is very happy to see his level on his screen and thinks, I actually managed to reach level 25 in just one night. After using my stat points, I have 79 points in the strength stat. It's about to catch up to my agility. I will have 2 attributes that are more than 100 points before I reach level 30. It will be time for the new students to report in 4 more days. I will use this time to max out the exp needed for my leatherworking. Then the moment shifts and we see Cheng in the Thunder City leatherworking workshop and his facial expressions are not very good. Then he says, I have tired myself out these past 3 days and finally maxed out the exp. If not for school starting tomorrow, I really would have liked to properly relax for a while. After finishing his work in the workshop, Cheng goes to a shop and after entering the shop tells the receptionist, Hello, this is the intermediate leatherworking skill book that you wanted. Then an unknown guy comes from behind and tells Cheng, Little friend is so young, yet you have actually upgraded both alchemy and leatherworking to the intermediate rank. Such a talent is hard to come by. Then seeing that unknown person, the people standing there start talking amongst themselves. Isn't that the president of the Profession Association in Thunder City? And the youngster beside him, isn't that this year's eBay Provincial Champion Cheng Kainmo? Damn, not only is he extremely talented in battles, even his talent in professions is very advanced. Can the rest of us even survive? Then Cheng turned his face back and looked at the person and asked him, May I know who you are? Upon hearing this from Cheng, the unknown person smilingly tells Cheng, I'm Gao Jin, the president of the Profession Association in Thunder City. My subordinates informed me about your performance in alchemy and leatherworking. Therefore, I would like to invite you to join our association. While introducing himself, Jin also gives an offer to Chen. Upon hearing his offer, Cheng tells him, Sorry, I am not interested. When Cheng rejects this offer, Jin gets very angry and says, Don't be in such a rush to reject me. I am not just inviting you to join, I am also giving you the position of a representative in the association. Hearing their conversation, the people standing there also start talking amongst themselves. A representative, that's the 3rd rank within the association. It's just below the president and elders. Within all shops in the Apocalypse continent, you will be able to enjoy a lifelong 15% discount. Just with that alone, you will be able to save countless money. Cheng then thinks about the representative's position in his mind. This profession association did not appear in my previous life. Based on the reactions of those around me, there seems to be a huge advantage hidden within it. After thinking this much, Cheng tells Jin again, Sorry, I am still not interested. After hearing Cheng saying, not interested again, Jin gets a little more angry, and then he tells Cheng again, Little friend, do you not understand the position and authority of a representative within our association? After becoming a representative, you can... Before Jin can say anything further, Cheng hits him again and says, I am saying this position of a representative isn't good enough. Then Jin tells him, With your 2 current intermediate secondary professions, the condition of monster is he. On hearing this from him, Cheng puts his hand on his head and starts laughing and says, Well, seeing Cheng laughing, all the professors sitting there are very surprised and say among themselves, I thought he was just coming up with nonsensical questions so he could win. But this kid actually knows so much about their theories, it's unimaginable. An all-rounder, he's really an all-rounder. Then one of the professors comes forward and takes out a fruit of ability and gives it to Cheng and says, Now that you have won, I naturally have to keep my promise. That's a fruit of ability. An item that's worth thousands of gold. He's just giving it away. Then Cheng bows his head to the fruit's ability and tells everyone, I thank Elder Qi for his gift. To refuse it would be impolite. I didn't expect everyone to be so generous. I can only receive them all in kind. Then the moment shifts, and we see Cheng going somewhere through the forest. Then he thinks, Elder's emblem, meteorite iron, poisonous dragon vine, nether tiger skin. Today's harvest is quite abundant. No matter the material, they are all treasures that are worth thousands of gold. The meteorite iron is even one of the main materials I needed to upgrade the flowing light 1,000-bladed umbrella to the 2nd stage. The day after tomorrow will be when school starts. It's time to leave the Apocalypse continent. It even activated the second special ability. Cheng looks at his status panel and feels happy and thinks, "Not bad, this round of upgrades was awesome." As for the new ability, I am not in a rush to transform it. I only just learned intermediate alchemy after all. There's still room for improvement for my current recipes. If I transform it now, I might regret it in the future. Immediately after thinking this, Cheng extends his hand towards the portal and says with a smile, "It's time to go back." Then the moment shifts and we see Cheng reaches his location, and after reaching the location he gets a bit confused and thinks, "Isn't it still summer vacation? Why are there so many students and parents here?" Then all the students standing there see Cheng, and immediately after seeing Cheng, they become very happy and go to Cheng and start praising him and say, "Everyone look, it's Senior Cheng Kainmo. Wow, it's really him. He's so handsome. Senior, please give me your autograph. You will forever be our idol." After seeing so many people and hearing their demands, Cheng gets very confused and immediately starts running away from there, and seeing Cheng doing this, all the people standing there get very confused, and then we see that after running away from there, Cheng is hiding behind the bushes. Saw Cheng hiding behind the bushes, Mr. Liu asked him, "Kid, you are finally willing to come back." After listening to Liu, Cheng asks Liu, "Who are those people outside? They're acting crazy." After listening to Cheng, Liu smilingly tells Cheng, "They are new students that are here to register due to your fame. Thanks to you, our supply of new students is even more than Manhwa affiliated academy this year. Follow me, we still have presents to give to you before you leave." Then the moment shifts and we see all the teachers standing there and welcoming Cheng. Then Liu say to Cheng, "This might be old-fashioned for young people, but we put a lot of effort into preparing this. It was quite difficult. We just want to convey our well wishes, so don't laugh at us." After listening to him, Cheng tells him, "You did a good job, but don't ever do it again." After listening to Cheng, Liu gives him the property certificate and says, "You're heading to the capital soon. I know you don't have a place to stay. So we bought you a property. It wasn't too expensive, around 20 million. We hope you like it." And immediately after saying this, he also gives the boarding pass to Cheng, and while giving the boarding pass he says, "Also, these are the plane tickets for all the flights to the capital for the next few days. Since we don't know when exactly you intend to travel, we just bought all of them." After receiving the boarding pass and property certificate, Cheng becomes very happy and tells Liu, "Thank you everyone, refusing would be impolite." Liu becomes happy after hearing Cheng's words and tells Cheng, "It's about time, come back to visit us often if you have the chance. If you suffer any grievances outside, Zhang City Academy will always support you till the end." After listening to Liu, Cheng bows his head and thanks Liu and says to him, "Reputation of Zhang City Academy fall." Then the moment shifts and we see the entrance of Oracle University. After seeing Cheng at Oracle University, the girls point at Cheng and say, "OMG, is he also a new student? His physique is amazing, his core strength must be great. With such an appearance, not becoming a celebrity is such a pity. Quick, we should go hit on him and try to get his contact info." After saying this, all the girls went near Cheng and surrounded him from all sides and started saying to Cheng, "Excuse me, you must be a new student. We are the seniors in charge of receiving the new students. Can we get your contact info so we can properly introduce you to the glorious history of our university? Yes, if there's anything you don't know, you can contact us anytime, even if it's early in the morning or late at night." After listening to their words and finding himself surrounded, Cheng feels a little embarrassed and tells them, "Cough cough, I am here to report. Can anyone tell me what I should be doing next?" While Cheng was telling this to all those girls, suddenly an unknown girl comes there and holds Cheng's hand and starts taking him with her. Seeing this, Cheng gets very confused. Then the girl says to Cheng, "Come with me, I will take you to register your information. Then I will show you around to familiarize with the university's environment. Our Oracle University is huge. You will lose your way if you aren't careful. In our university, if you are level 30 and have completed your second class awakening, then you can officially graduate. But before that, the university will assign you to a class year that's based on your level. The first group is level 1525. You will be in the first year class. The second group is level 2628. You will then be promoted to second year class. Further up is the third year class, which is for level 29. And lastly, the fourth year class is for level 30s. All the students who haven't completed their second class awakening are in the fourth year class. We've arrived. Junior brother, just insert your identity card into that machine by the side. The system will assign you your dormitory based on your information. After reaching there, Cheng puts his card in the machine, and immediately after putting the card, all the information about Cheng starts appearing on the screen, seeing which all the people standing there get very surprised. Then all the people standing there start talking amongst themselves. Did I hear it wrong? A new student is actually level 25. Is that real? Let me take a look. How did our university manage to recruit such a monster this year? We are done for the entrance exam tomorrow. We will definitely be overshadowed by him. The whole moment shifts, and we see Oracle University Hall of Secret Realms area, and there are many students there who are talking to each other. The entrance exam is about to start. I am so nervous. We don't even know if the secret realm will be difficult or not. I hope my ranking will go up a bit so I can get a better dormitory. On the other side, Director Lei and his companions are talking to each other. The recruitment done by Director Chen is not bad to actually recruit 2 provincial champions for us this year. Between eBay's Cheng Kaimo and Kilu's Hizuyuji, who do you think will win in the entrance exam? It's definitely Hizuyuji. Our magic faculty will definitely take him in. Although Cheng Kaimo has a high level, his class is trash. A vagrant only has a superficial bearing. Hizuyuji's second awakening is the Swift Master. It is a pure magic class. Our war faculty will also not let him get away. I heard his battle sense is really high as well. It's not like he has no choice, but to join you guys. Our command faculty will also be joining in this fight. And on the other hand, an unknown student tells Chen, "You must be this year eBay's provincial champion." I am Hizuyuji, this year Kilu's provincial champion. You might be outstanding, but currently I should be better than you. After listening to him, Cheng tells him, I don't think I know you. Ziyuji gets a little angry after hearing Cheng's words and says to Cheng, I will let you be arrogant for now. Once we enter the secret realm, I will show you who exactly is the best. Seeing him so angry, Cheng tells him again, how boring. With the likes of you, are you worthy of competing with me? You have entered the secret realm Death Monastery. Current available areas, Graveyard Library level 2030, challenging. Due to your hidden class Spellbinder, the highest difficulty setting has been activated by default. You have unlocked new areas, Weapon Vault Chapel level 3040, extremely challenging. You have entered Graveyard, good luck. After arriving at the graveyard, Cheng looks around and thinks, I had already almost forgotten about the hidden characteristics of the Spellbinder class. Now it has helped me unlock the level 3040 areas of the map. Interesting. While Cheng is thinking this much, he sees many monsters standing in front of him. Seeing them, he starts thinking again. Since the first two areas doesn't pose a problem at all, let's get through them quickly. And on the other hand, all the teachers standing in the hall are looking at the screen, and then they start talking among themselves. The secret realm for the exam is the Death Monastery. I wonder how this batch of new students will perform. It shouldn't be too impressive, even if we only opened up the first half of the map. The final boss is still level 28. They have already entered for some time. Let's see how Hizuyuji is doing. Not bad. As expected from Kilu's provincial champion, there's hope for him to clear it within 2 hours. Wait, look. Why is he only second in ranking? Could it be? Damn. Cheng Kaimo actually only used 25 minutes to clear this exam. He's too strong. I have decided to change my tactics. Our war faculty is definitely taking in Cheng Jianmo. Let it go, changing tactics. Our magic faculty was planning to take him in from the start. Nonsense, our command faculty have not announced our stance yet. That's right, our auxiliary faculty also. Forget it. I reckon he won't be interested in us anyway. Something he's not right. Didn't he already clear the exam? Why isn't he out yet? How is this possible? He actually went into extremely challenging areas. Aren't the weapon vault and chapel areas closed for today's exam? Is there a problem with the projection of the secret realm? No matter what, we already emphasized on it multiple times, to only open up the first two areas. This is a serious violation. We cannot allow this. Moreover, with his level, he will be injured and have to leave the secret realm for sure. The one taking this loss will be our university. We need to terminate his entrance exam. Everyone, please don't be in a rush to reach a verdict. From my understanding of Cheng Jianmo, he isn't someone that does things without a plan. Director Lei should report this situation to the president first. Let's hear what he has to say. All right, I will head to the president's office now. You guys can oversee the exam. Young master, you have to seize this moment. A trip to the president's office and back is at most 30 minutes. If you take longer than that, even the gods won't be able to help you. And on the other hand, Cheng reaches inside the military weapons vault, and as soon as he sees the monster, Cheng hides behind the wall and thinks, I have reached the military weapon vault. The difficulty has gone up by a huge amount. The small mobs here have an average level of 30, the cumulative level is around 70. And they are all warrior-type crusaders with high HP and defense. Although it's hard to deal with, I still have all attacks and damages for 10 seconds. It's more than enough to protect myself from this explosion. And in a short while, a huge explosion takes place there due to which all those monsters get destroyed in one go. And on the other hand, the teacher goes to President Ling to complain about Cheng and says, President Ling, I am Lei Junji. There's an important matter that I need to report to you. Seeing the teacher in so much tension, President Ling asks him, What's the matter? For the Educational Administration Director to personally come here, it must be serious. Then the teacher starts telling things to President Ling, and they both start talking to each other. The thing is, there's a student in the entrance exam that committed a serious violation. The exam today should only include the first two areas of the Death Monastery. But after the cleared the exam in 25 minutes, he did not exit the secret realm. Cleared the exam in 25 minutes. Are you talking about Chen? President, how did you know? I don't know what methods he used, but he managed to enter the military weapon vault area. According to the school rules, all the teachers are leaning towards punishing him. What do you? Show me which school rule states that. I will change it right now. You gave him the invulnerability privilege? That's something you only have a chance to get every 5 years. Invulnerability privilege. This grants the students taking part in the exam to be free from injuries even if they fail. Ambitious, but you can't be too impulsive. I shall give you the chance to be willful this time, there won't be another. And on the other hand, after defeating all the monsters, Cheng thinks, Not bad, I only used 8 minutes to kill all the small mobs. It's indeed high risk, high reward. Next up will actually be a real tough battle, and thinking this much, Cheng opens the gate and starts going inside. After going inside, Weapon Master Harold is standing in front of Cheng. Seeing him, Cheng thinks, This fellow might only have the skill Whirlwind, but it's extremely hard to deal with. Whirlwind is a continuous AO attack which can't be completely blocked. And during the skill duration, it's immune to CC, so it can't be interrupted. Looks like my unscathed streak is going to end today. Let's begin. And thinking this, Cheng attacks him, and due to the attack, the monster's HP reduces a bit. Then the monster says in anger, I have been waiting for a real challenge, let me witness your strength. And after saying this, the monster attacks Cheng. Cheng dodges the attack with great difficulty and thinks, What a headache. The void sphere, which has always been successful, was deflected by him. It's a pity that the cooldown for sprint is too long. I might not be able to dodge again. From now on, as his HP decreases, the frequency of him using whirlwind will increase. I can only go head-on and fight him. Thinking this, Cheng uses his move Cannon Gun and smilingly tells the monster, "Your skill has ended right. Eat my cannon." Due to Cheng's continuous attack, the monster's HP was decreasing, and the monster was getting very angry. Then the monster angrily tells Cheng, "Very good, you have thoroughly infuriated me. I shall let you have a taste of the power of my blade." And after saying this, the monster uses his move Whirlwind, due to which the wind starts rotating very fast all around, and seeing the move of the monster, Cheng thinks, "Luckily I have enough potion." He still has 50% of HP left. It's time to face him head-on. And after thinking this, Cheng starts attacking the master. After attacking for some time, Cheng also gets very tired, and then he thinks while drinking his potion, "I will let you witness what a real potion king can do." Immediately after drinking the potion, Cheng attacks the monster, due to which the monster gets defeated. Then Cheng thinks, "It's finally over. I only have 1500 GP left." This kind of CC immune AO monster is really disgusting. There's such a thing? Who's helping me? Forget it. It's better to have such a thing than not. I'll just treat it as an extra layer of security for the upcoming real challenge. And all the teachers standing on the other side get very surprised after seeing all this on their screens. Then one of them says, "How is this possible? I only made a trip to the president's office, and he already cleared the military weapon vault. Doesn't that make the invulnerability privilege that President Ling gave him meaningless?" What? President Ling actually gave Cheng Qianmo the invulnerability privilege. That's the greatest treatment for a new student. It's been 20 years since anyone last received that privilege. Looks like Cheng Qianmo has already obtained President Ling's acknowledgement. His position and standing in the university is going to change along with it. This won't do. We strongly request the activation of the Secret Realm monitoring system. Fine, since President Ling instructed us to pay more attention to him, let's make an exception. And on the other hand, Cheng moves on to his next task and thinks after reaching there, "After all, I'd like to see how he plans to deal with that horrifying final boss." Thinking this, Cheng opens the gate and sees a lot of monsters sitting in front of him. There are two final bosses in the monastery. One of them is the Scarlet Commander, Mograine, who sits on the throne. The other is his wife, who is in the room behind him, High Priestess Weissman. After seeing all those monsters, Cheng activates his skill Phantom Form and attacks all of them. After killing all of them, Cheng thinks, "I will be facing two level 28 bosses at the same time later. It's honestly going to be quite difficult. But it's just the right time for me to utilize that person." Thinking this much, Cheng goes to that prisoner, and after going to him, he asks him, "Fairbanks, do you want revenge?" Upon hearing Cheng's words, Fairbanks says, "You can help me." Upon hearing this from Fairbanks, Cheng breaks all his chains and sets him free. Fairbanks was originally the adjutant of the Scarlet Crusaders. Because he discovered the adultery between the commander and the high priestess, he was imprisoned here for tens of years. After freeing him, two options appear on Cheng's screen. After looking at both the options, Cheng thinks, "Fairbanks was a hidden NPC in the game in my previous life. Players have two choices. You can either kill him and Fairbanks will drop a pretty excellent grade blue equipment, or you can cut his chains, and when you start the boss fight, he will aid the player in battle." After looking at both options, Cheng takes a decision after a lot of thought and starts healing Fairbanks and thinks while healing. But due to his heavy injuries, and players being unable to heal NPCs in my previous life, his influence on the battle is limited. However, in this world, Fairbanks is amazed to see himself completely back to normal and falls on his knees to thank Cheng, saying, "I thank my benefactor for healing me. As long as I can get my revenge, I will obey all your orders." After listening to Fairbanks, Cheng tells him, Pay attention to the commotion later. I will be clearing out the Scarlet Crusaders in the chapel. When you hear the voice of the High Priestess. While Chang was telling this to Fairbanks, his skill phantom form got deactivated, and he was surrounded by monsters from all sides. Seeing those monsters coming towards him, Chang starts running away from there. Seeing Chang running away from there, the monsters start chasing him. Then Chang jumps through the water and crosses it, and all those monsters also start following Chang from inside the water. Seeing all those monsters in the water, Chang uses his skill Frostbrand and freezes all those monsters inside the water. And on the other hand, seeing Chang doing this, all the teachers standing in the hall were very surprised and started talking amongst themselves. OMG, those controls, those skills, it's perfect. My eyes have been opened today. I'm lucky I didn't miss this. He actually dared to lure all the small mobs in the chapel in one wave and then confine them all. That's a total of 50 level 37 high-ranked Scarlet Crusaders. How is he going to handle them all? After freezing all those monsters in water, Chang uses his skills Magic Bullet and Void Sharp and attacks them. After defeating all those masters, Chang reaches the final monster, and after reaching the final monster, Chang tells him, "Finally going to face this cheating couple." Hearing Chang's words, the monster becomes angry and stands up from his chair, and his eyes turn red with anger, and then he says to Chang, "Heretic, I shall represent the holy light and purify you." Hearing his words, Chang moves forward to attack him and tells him, "Someone like you who has fallen into darkness dares to represent the holy light. Are you worthy?" After saying this, Chang attacks that monster, and because of Chang's attack, that monster flies in the air, and then Chang starts continuously attacking it. After attacking for some time, Chang uses his skill Dazzle Mark and tells the monster, "I shall let you taste the power of a medium-sized dark elemental Dazzle Mark." Saying this, Chang attacks him with a Dazzle Mark, due to which a very loud explosion occurs and the monster falls on the ground. Seeing her couple in such a condition, the lady monster says, "Migraine has fallen. You will have to pay the price in blood." After saying this, the lady monster attacks Chang. Due to her attack, Chang starts getting stiff at one place, and then Chang thinks, "It's here. This is the hardest part of the monastery map, and also the origin of the double boss." While Chang was thinking all this, Lady Monster began to heal her couple, then becomes extremely frightened upon seeing Fairbanks and says, "How did you escape?" Saying this, the Lady Monster dodges Fairbanks' attack, and then Fairbanks tells her, "Isn't this a surprise? Today is the day the cheating couple dies. So many far." After saying this, Chang goes inside, and all the monsters start following him, and Huang was following the masters. While doing this, Chang goes to the monster boss. Seeing all this happen suddenly, Huang's face starts sweating, and then he thinks, "Damn, my heart always races whenever I follow Lao Mo. I don't even know if we'll succeed by following his method." And seeing this, the principal and all the professors sitting in the conference room on the other side start talking amongst themselves. He's pulling so many mobs in one go. Huang Chan is behind them. Then the person in front, is it Cheng Kaimo? Aren't they just messing around? How could they show such contempt for the second awakening examination? Uldaman is a level 25 secret realm. And on the other hand, Cheng was moving very fast, and then he called out to Huang and said, "Huang Tian, now's the time." And on hearing Cheng's words, Huang moves forward, seeing the path empty, and on the other side all the monsters are after Cheng. Then Cheng uses his skill Phantom Cloak and becomes invisible. After Cheng's disappearance, all the monsters started looking for him everywhere, and Huang, standing far away behind the wall, sees all this and thinks smilingly, "As expected from you, you can even think of such a disgusting method. Such peak control over his aggro, it really broadens my views." And on the other hand, seeing all this, all the professors and principals get very surprised and start talking amongst themselves. How did he do that? How did he suddenly disappear? Wait, Huang Tian was obviously following behind them. Why didn't he become the target after Cheng Jianmo disappeared? How clever and brilliant. That's an extremely ingenious utilization of the aggro mechanism. Student Cheng Kainmo was in the front pulling the mobs, attracting all their aggro. And Huang Tian followed closely behind while maintaining the safest distance without joining the battle. When the time is right, at the moment Cheng Kainmo becomes invisible, Huang Tian just needs to be out of sight to completely cut off the mob's aggro. Heroes are indeed cultivated from a young age. The cooperation between them is simply marvelous and peerless.
Because of the trap that Cheng had set for the monster, both Cheng and Huang were taken out from there and came forward. Then Huang tells Cheng, "All right, Lao Mo, I think I'm starting to get your plan. Since my only goal is to get that Norganon disc from the final boss, we can completely skip all the small fries and mini-bosses along the way. This is going to make my second advancement exam a piece of cake." While Huang was saying all this, both of them reached their second location. After reaching the location, Cheng tells Huang that, "Exactly. However, the boss ahead can't be skipped because it drops a key item. You remember where the third boss is, right? From when you took the Awakening Guidance class?" After listening to Cheng, Huang smiles a little and then says to him, "You really trying to quiz me on that? Isn't it right behind that stone door? Alaranus, level 35 elite boss, 16,000, After hearing about the boss, Cheng smiles slightly and says to him, "Was just checking, yet here you are, showing off. Tell me, are you really planning to open the door and fight him head-on?" Clearing Cheng's confusion a little, Huang replies to him by saying, "Yeah, how else?" Upon hearing his answer, Cheng puts his hand on Huang's shoulder and encourages him by saying, "For real, you can do that." As soon as Huang hears Cheng's words, he tells him, "Damn, why didn't they teach me that in the Awakening Guidance class?" And on the other hand, all the teachers, sitting in the hall, start talking amongst themselves after seeing them both. What the hell? What are they whispering about? Trying to keep secrets from us? What's with all the secrecy? We can't hear a damn thing like that. This is unacceptable. The school needs to ban whispering in the second advancement exam. Then one of the teachers gets very surprised after looking at the screen and tells all the teachers, "Hey, look at Huang Tian. What's he doing? Isn't that just part of the exam scenery? What's he moving it around for?" As soon as Huang rotated that thing, a yellow light started appearing from its middle, and after some time, a stick came out from it. And due to that, an L-type indication started forming, and as soon as it formed, the elite boss came out and angrily told Huang and Cheng, "No one steals the sorettes of the creator and lives to tell the tale. You shall pay the price." And seeing all this, all the teachers, sitting in the hall, get very surprised and start talking amongst themselves. There was a way to open the door like this? I've been studying Olderman for years, and I've never seen such a bizarre way to open a door. Turns out the miniature structure in front of the stone gate hides a secret mechanism. Huang Tian is truly a once-in-a-generation genius. Huang also smiles and says, "Bingo, it really worked." Seeing Huang so happy and after listening to him, Cheng tells him, "This fight's all yours, I'll just back you up a little. It's a good chance to test your current level, so don't slack off." By the time Cheng finished his statement, Huang had already left to attack the boss, and on the way he says, "Got it. Feast your eyes on my skills." After saying this, Huang starts attacking the boss, using his Rural Phantom Blade technique, cross-slash, backflip, Rural Phantom Blade technique, ripple-slash skills. And seeing all this, all the teachers become very happy and start talking among themselves. As expected of our school's most talented Blade Master Prodigy, those combos were flawless. No kidding. If my students had half of Huang Tian's skills, I'd be over the moon. And on the other hand, seeing Huang's combo, Cheng tells him, "You were a second too slow on that second Rural Phantom Blade. Your combo could use some work too. Don't finish with Ripple Slash first, throw in a minor Mountain Splitting Slash. It'll extend the stun duration, letting you finish with an Unsheathed Slash. Isn't Unsheathed Slash stronger than Wave Slash?" Upon hearing Cheng's words, the teachers, sitting in the hall, get angry at Cheng and start talking amongst themselves. Who does he think he is, giving pointers to our Blade Master genius? What does some random nobody know about Blade Mastery? Finish with Unsheathed Slash? I think Ripple Slash is perfect. And what's this about being a second slow? Easy for him to say. He's not the one fighting. He's a total armchair quarterback. And on the other hand, after listening to Cheng's words, Huang starts thinking a bit, and as soon as he gets a bit distracted, the boss attacks his stomach, and as soon as the boss goes to attack Huang again, Cheng uses his skill to boss and freezes him for a while, and says to Huang, "Hit him now." On hearing Cheng's words, Huang again comes in fighting position and starts attacking the boss with his combo. And due to Huang's attack, the boss's HP is completely exhausted, and he falls on the ground and starts getting destroyed and says, "What is that? How can I seems the Provincial of a Titan? Damn you." Human, this isn't the end. As soon as the boss finishes, the teachers sitting in the hall become very happy and start talking amongst themselves. So, it really has a special effect. Way to go, Huang Tian. We need to ask him about the miniature model placement after the exam. This could make things a lot easier for the other students. This is getting interesting. As soon as the boss is finished, Huang becomes very happy and tells Cheng, "You're amazing, Lao Mo. Not only did you improve the Blade Master combos, you even found a hidden mechanism." After listening to him, Cheng tells him, "All right, pick up the items. It's time to move on to the next area." On hearing Cheng's words, Huang picks up the item and they both start going to their next location. And on reaching the next location, Cheng tells Huang, "This path is too narrow. It's not like that stone corridor before. Looks like we're gonna have to fight our way through." Upon hearing Cheng's "P.S. I can't compare to you. I'll just focus on pulling mobs, but you better be quick about it. Don't let me get killed." After saying this, as soon as Huang moves a little further, the monster bats attack him, and because of that, Huang gets very scared and tells Cheng, "Lao Mo, it's all up to you now." Upon hearing Huang's words, Cheng destroys all those bats with his skill Void Sphere, and seeing this happen, Huang tells him, "When it comes to dealing damage, no one can really match you, Lao Mo." After destroying the monster bat, both of them reach the boss and see 3 bosses standing in front of them. Seeing all 3 of them, Cheng says to Huang, "You know Gagarin Firehammer's skills, right?" After hearing the Gagarin Firehammer skill, Huang responds to him saying, "Of course." His instant cast fire damage boost, debuff and Flame Nova AoE attack are quite annoying. After listening to Huang, Cheng tells him, "Perfect. Consider this a chance to test your timing skills. I'll tank the boss. You focus on DPS and don't forget interrupt every Flame Nova." While both of them were talking to each other, the boss uses his skill and attacks them with fire and says, "This is the kingdom of the dwarves. No outsider are allowed here." After listening to boss words, Incan attacks him with a dancing rod, Heavenly Smite, Descending Throne, Lash, Combo Rush. And on the other side, Huang attacks the second boss and thinks, "Lao Mo's a real beast. He's doing insane stuff with his battle mage skills. I've never seen anything like it. I almost feel sorry for that Gogolin Firehammer." While Huang was thinking all this, boss comes forward to attack Cheng with his skill, Flame Nova. Then Cheng says with a smile, "All right, buddy, it's showtime. Your big bro's taking a 10-second break." And after saying this, Cheng gets ready to use his skill Ice Block. Then Huang shouts from behind and tells him, "Don't pull that crap on me. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" After saying this, Huang leaves the other boss and goes to attack that boss and attacks him with a backflip slash and kills him, and after finishing him, he falls on the ground and then Cheng says to him smilingly, "See, sometimes you just gotta push yourself. You'll never know your limits otherwise." Hearing Cheng's words, Huang shouts at him and says, "You sneaky bastard, you're just messing with me on purpose." And seeing all this, the teachers, sitting in the hall, get surprised and start talking amongst themselves. Is he seriously coaching Huang Tian? This is insane. This kid's talent and combat instincts are absolutely monstrous. It would be a travesty if we can't bring him to our school. We're missing out on a true prodigy.
After defeating 2 bosses, Huang was fighting the 3rd boss when Cheng says from behind, "I got an even better move to teach you. Are you interested?" After listening to Cheng, Huang tells him in a trembling voice, "I'm tanking the boss while talking with you, totally distracted, and you're not even helping. Now you're tempting me. You must be the devil. Stop teasing me and just tell me." After listening to Huang, Cheng says, "Actually, Gagarin Firehammer's instant debuff fire damage boost is traceable. If your reaction is quick enough, you can dodge it. Why don't you pay attention to the moment he raises his arm and see if there's anything special about it?" Upon hearing Cheng's words, Huang focuses on the boss's arms and says, the moment he raises his arm. While they were talking, boss suddenly comes towards Huang and attacks him with his skill. Huang dodges his attack and moves forward to attack his arms, but he is unable to attack him because of boss's attack and tells Cheng, I saw it. Before he raises his arms, he slightly pulls back his right arm. Cheng becomes happy after hearing Huang's words and tells him, not bad. The moment he pulls back, use Ripple Slash to resist the debuff. It's an opportunity that lasts for around 0.1 seconds. While Cheng was telling all this to Huang, the boss moves forward to attack again. Then Cheng says to Huang, here it comes again. On hearing Cheng's words, Huang moves forward to attack the boss using his skill Ripple Slash, but he is not successful in this attempt and his hands get burnt a little. Then he says, damn, is this kind of reaction time something that can even be achieved by humans? Seeing Huang in so much pain and despair, Cheng encourages him by saying, don't get distracted, continue practicing. After listening to Cheng, Huang gets some courage and he starts continuously attacking the boss, but he is unable to succeed. Then Cheng guides him from behind and says, 0.5 seconds late. 0.2 seconds too soon. What are you doing? You cast it too early. Remember the feeling just now, don't be nervous. Next time just go a little slower. And seeing all this, the teachers sitting in the hall start talking amongst themselves. This is simply preposterous. No matter how powerful he is, he can't treat our genius like a lab rat. Even if he's right, a 0.1 second reaction time. Is that even possible? After failing in so many attempts, Huang gets tired and sits on the ground and his body is burnt in many places. Then Cheng shouts at him from behind and says, Huang Qian, this your last chance. Don't blame me for not reminding you later. With your current debuff, Gagarin will instantly kill you with a single move. Hearing Cheng's words, Huang gets a little encouraged and he also gets a little angry. Then he suddenly stands up, dodges the boss's attack and reaches very close to him and attacks him while shouting, take this attack from your father. And after saying this, Huang attacks him. After failing in so many attempts, Huang passes in this attempt and he becomes very happy. Then Cheng tells him from behind, why are you celebrating? You only succeeded after so many tries. Go ahead, I'll save you only after you succeed 10 times in a row. Hearing Cheng's words, the smile on Huang's face disappears, and then he says to Cheng, Lao Mo, you win. After saying this, Huang starts continuously attacking the boss and becomes successful in all his attempts. Seeing this, Cheng becomes very happy and thinks in his mind, not bad, it's rare to get such an opportunity to practice. Finally, Lao Huang has got a hang of this supreme feat. Thinking this much, Cheng comes into fighting position and says, next up it's my turn. After saying this, Cheng attacks the boss with his skill Dazzle Marks Unleash, which causes a huge explosion and the boss loses. Then Cheng tells Huang open and he says, your luck is really amazing. It's actually another second awakening equipment. Remember that this is already your second piece. I've completed my second awakening, and yet I don't even won. This is so annoying. Lao Mo, I've reached level 31. I guess I've officially graduated from Blue Sky University. What are your plans going forward? I plan to seek refuge with you. After listening to him, Cheng tells him, I will tell you once I'm done with my second awakening. Then the moment shifts, and we see Huang and Cheng sitting in the meeting office, and in front of them are the principal and a professor. Then the professor says to Chind, Student Cheng Kainmo, it's only been a short while since last saw you, and you already seem like a completely different person. You've become even stronger. After listening to the professor, Cheng tells him, your objective for calling me here today is to convince me to transfer to your university, right? After listening to Cheng, the professor smiled and said, well, that is indeed our intention. I believe you're aware of the strength of Blue Sky University. Previously, during your entrance exam, I also personally tried to recruit you. It's a pity I failed. Principal Fei has also agreed to accept any conditions you may have as long as you join our university. As for Oracle University, he will personally speak to them about it. After listening to him, Cheng tells him, "I'm afraid I will have to decline. Since I chose Oracle University back then, I will never change my decision. I believe you already know about my relationship with Huang Tian. So there's no need to worry. As long as Blue Sky University doesn't start trouble with us, Oracle University will never start a conflict with you guys. This is something I can guarantee." After listening to Cheng, the principal tells Cheng, "How imposing. If that's the case, we won't force it." After listening to the principal, Cheng tells him, "But I do have a plan that might benefit both of us." Then the moment shifts, and we see that something is written about the exam on the screen, outside the Blue Sky University Second Awakening exam hall. Seeing this, all the students standing there start talking among themselves. "Have you heard? Principal Fei has personally recruited Cheng Kaimo to become an interim teacher. He will be staying in Blue Sky University for 10 days to help students clear the Second Awakening secret realm. I heard the rewards include specific rare materials, and there's a 100% guarantee for clearing the Second Awakening." 100% isn't that just boasting? The batch of students with Huang Qian yesterday only had a final promotion rate of 37.5%. In all of country Xia, even the strongest level 30 students don't dare to guarantee a promotion for the Second Awakening exam. Let's wait and see. I heard Senior Liu Qi will be the first to try it out. We can check the results then. Then we see that the student Qi goes into Cheng's room, gives him something and says, "Hello, interim teacher Cheng Kaimo. I am Berserker Liu Qi. I have acquired the Space Cicada Spirit you requested yesterday. May I know when we can proceed with the Second Awakening exam?" Cheng opens the box given by Qi and becomes very happy and tells Qi, "Not bad, a first-rate Space Cicada Spirit. Refusing would be impolite. Since no one else is here, and you were the first to arrive, let's go right now." Hearing Cheng's words, Qi becomes very nervous and says, "Right now? Don't you need to prepare anything, things such as elixirs, etc.? Seeing the fear on Qi's face, Cheng tells Qi, "You don't believe in me. If you don't, you can break your item." Hearing Cheng's words, Qi becomes very scared and sweat starts appearing on Qi's face. Then he tells Cheng, "Teacher Cheng, don't misunderstand. It is definitely not because I don't believe in you. I was just afraid that it would be too hard on you. Since you're willing to go right now, there's nothing more I can ask for. Let me lead the way for you." After saying this, both of them come out, and seeing them, all the students standing there start talking among themselves. Look, Liu Qi is here. He already failed once half a year ago. He even lost 4 levels. It took him a long time to regain them. His talent isn't great, and even the experts he hired before couldn't help him. Cheng Kaimo will have his hands full with this one. Let's see if he can pull it off." After listening to all the students, Qi gets very nervous, and then Cheng tells him, "Relax, don't worry about other people's opinions. You need to believe in yourself, and even more so in your vision." After listening to Cheng, Qi tells Cheng with folded hands, "But teacher Cheng Jianmo, I am really unlucky. The map I picked just now is the Demon Mountain. The difficulty is slightly higher than Ultiman. Please support me more later on. You must help me clear it." Hearing this, Cheng starts smiling and says to him, "Don't worry, I always keep my word. Let's go." And after saying this, both of them go inside the portal and start fighting there. Seeing all this, all the students standing there start talking. Damn, that progress is insane. It's way too fast. Did he really bring Liu Qi with him? It hasn't even been 30 minutes. He already cleared the first and second boss. He really is something. And on the other side, Cheng and Qi are fighting with the boss, and Cheng attacks the boss, and seeing all this, Qi standing far away gets very surprised, and in a few moments Cheng defeats the boss, and after defeating the boss, Cheng gets a box. Seeing which, Cheng becomes very happy, and then Cheng thinks, there's no rush in opening the Starlight treasure chest. There are still many secret realms for me to clear. I will just open them all together. That feels more invigorating. After defeating the boss, Chang and Kiwi come out of the portal, and on the other side, all the students stand in a crowd outside Chang's room, and seeing all this, the professor tells those students, "Everyone line up properly, stay in decent order. Later on, please enter according to the number I call out. Don't blame me for being rude to anyone who cuts in line." Then Chang arrives there, and seeing all this, he is very surprised and thinks, "Did my office become a hot pot store? You need a number to enter? This is ridiculous." A big car stops outside Oracle University. Seeing the car, all the students standing there are very surprised and start talking among themselves. "Damn, this is Blue Sky University's limousine. Is something big happening today? Could they be here to challenge us? This won't do. We need to report this to the teachers." And while the students were talking about all this among themselves, the teachers and director of the university also come to know about this. Then one of the teachers asks Director Chen, "Director Chen, did you receive any notice about this? Our university and Blue Sky University have never interfered with each other. Why are they suddenly here now?" After listening to the teacher, Director Chen gets a little worried and sweat starts appearing on his face. Then he says to the teacher, "I did not receive any information about this. Damn it, why did they send someone at such a critical time? Cheng Kainmo is at their university right now. Did Cheng Kainmo cause some kind of trouble at Blue Sky University? Are they retaliating and trying to get revenge?" While the teacher and the director were talking to each other, the car gate opens, and the next moment we see Cheng coming out of the car and smilingly telling the Director Chen, "Director Chen, I'm back." Seeing this, Director Chen becomes very surprised and thinks in his mind, "Cheng Kainmo. Why is he in Blue Sky University's top-level limousine? What's going on? Did he defect to their side?" While Chen was thinking all this, Cheng smiled and told Director Chen about the director of Blue Sky University. "This person beside me, you should know him. He's here to drop me back, and he's also here as a representative of Blue Sky University to discuss our upcoming collaboration between our universities with President Ling." Hearing Cheng's words, the two teachers standing behind Director Chen were very surprised and looking at each other's faces. They started talking to each other. Drop him back? Have a tour? Cooperation. Every single thing he mentioned is full of impact. What on earth did Cheng Kainmo do for Blue Sky University's director to personally escort him back? And the disparity between our university and Blue Sky University is huge. Why are they willing to cooperate with us? Then suddenly the director of Blue Sky University says smilingly to Director Chen, "Your student Cheng Kainmo is outstanding. You must cherish him properly." After seeing all this happen suddenly and listening to everyone's conversation, Director Chen is unable to understand anything. That's why he says, "Did we miss out on some kind of world-shaking major incident?" Then the moment shifts, and we see Cheng, the director of Blue Sky University, and the president of Oracle University talking to each other in the meeting hall. Then the director of Blue Sky University says to the president, "President Ling, you guys really picked up a treasure. Within a short 10 days, Cheng Kainmo has helped 28 graduating students get promoted with a success rate of 100%. Achieving a quarter be too strong. I'm willing to give it a try." Quan becomes very happy after hearing Cheng's words and holding his hand. She starts taking him to the location and tells him, "As expected, you live up to the high regard I have for you. There's no time to waste, let's go." The moment shifts, and we see Cheng and Quan reach the location, and Quan tells, "We're here. This is the drifting cloud stream. Behind this waterfall is the ancient altar. I will help you guard the entrance later. You just have to go in for the challenge. Don't worry, with my strength, no one will disturb you." Upon hearing Quan's words, Cheng tells her, "Quan, I trust you completely, but..." Seeing Cheng so confused, Quan asks him, "But what?" Then Cheng tells her, "During the previous test, I was momentarily pumped up from getting good results. But after reflecting on the test results, I've started to feel a little nervous. Are you sure the demonic beast inside isn't too strong? Do you know its exact level? I'm worried I might not be able to deal with it. After listening to Cheng, Quan puts her hand on his shoulder and assures him that nothing will happen to him, and then gives him a life-saving tool and tells him, "This is the Azure Pearl. Activating it will temporarily increase your HP by 3,000. It can be used for a total of 3 times. I already used it twice previously, so unless it's a critical moment, you shouldn't use it too early." After getting the life-saving tool, Cheng becomes very happy and promises her that I will complete this mission, and I will not let your trust break. After saying this, Cheng jumps into the cave, and after going inside, he thinks while smiling, "Good money. She's only level 45, and she's able to afford such a powerful tool. Since you're giving it to me on your own accord, I shouldn't refuse. Originally didn't plan to activate the Drifting Cloud Stream's altar so early. But since I'm already here now, I might as well take it down." Thinking this, Cheng wears the leper mask and gets completely transformed, and after transforming he says, "For me to use this item here is indeed a bit astonishing." After saying this, Cheng walks a little further, and after going further Cheng stops and gets a little confused and thinks, "If you remember correctly, the demonic beast that's guarding this ancient altar is a level 40 rock rat. With my current strength, facing it head-on won't be difficult. But the seal will also disappear. I can't let Quan take advantage of that." While Cheng was thinking all this, suddenly a monster rock rat appears in front of Cheng, and he is 4 times taller than Cheng and his eyes are also red. Then Cheng sees him and says to him, "Hello, rock rat. I'm a leper gnome, just like you. I am a creature of the Apocalypse continent. Are you stuck here with nothing decent to eat?" After listening to Cheng, Rock Rat tells Cheng something in gestures, and Cheng becomes very happy and starts giving him a lot of food and says, "You are very lucky that you have found me. Take all this food and eat it." On hearing Cheng, Rock Rat becomes very happy and moves forward to eat. After keeping Rock Rat busy, Cheng moves forward and says, "Brother Rat, eat slowly. I have more if this isn't sufficient. I'll go take a look around." After saying this, Cheng reaches the ancient altar, and upon seeing it, Cheng is shocked because he was tied with chains from all sides. So upon seeing it, Cheng thinks, "Alright, this time I should be able to learn a second awakening skill in advance." Thinking this much, Cheng reaches the altar, and as soon as he touches it, Cheng's skills start getting upgraded. Seeing his skills getting upgraded, Cheng becomes very happy and thinks, "When my system gets upgraded, I must transform this skill into a passive skill. It uses 50 MP per second. With my current spirit attribute, I won't be able to handle that. I can only use it as a burst skill for now." And on the other side, Quan stands outside the cave thinks, "It's already been half a day since that kid went in. Why hasn't there been any commotion? He wasn't instantly killed, was he? That can't be. Even if he got killed, there should have at least be a call for help. A mere level 40 demonic beast shouldn't be able to kill him in one blow, right? It's definitely impossible." And inside the same cave, Cheng again goes to the Rock Rat and tells him, "Brother Rock Rat, do you maintain the seal that's outside? Just now when I was walking around, I realized that the altar no longer possessed any power. Do you know what happened?" Upon hearing Cheng's words, the Rock Rat is very surprised and scared and immediately runs towards the altar, and seeing the circle standing outside, Quan is very surprised and thinks, "There's finally some commotion. Looks like they're fighting now. This stinky kid, he's way too careful. He finally took action after half a day. But that's good as well. The more careful he is, the greater the chance of success." And after going to the altar inside the cave, Rock Rat starts crying. Then Cheng goes to him and tells him, "Brother Rock Rat, since the altar has already been extinguished, it will probably take a few months before it gathers enough energy again. You're all skin and bones from starving for so long. Why don't you come with me? We'll be able to live well. But there's an awakened human at the entrance right now. She's level 45. She was trying to kill me just now, which is why I had no choice but to enter your cave. Even if the two of us work together, I'm afraid we won't be a match for her." After listening to Cheng, Rock Rat tells him something in gestures. Then Cheng starts understanding the plan in his ear and tells him, "But I do have a plan now. It will enable us to leave here safely." After understanding Cheng's plan, the Rock Rat starts attacking him and Cheng starts running away from there. Then Cheng deliberately starts shouting loudly that the Rock Rat is trying to kill me, and on hearing Cheng's words and seeing the Rock Rat behind him, Quan standing outside gets very surprised and goes inside the cave to help Cheng. As soon as Quan comes inside the cave, Cheng smilingly says to the Rock Rat, "Brother Rock Rat, we worked pretty well together. That bad woman already went in." After coming inside the cave, Quan goes to the altar, and after reaching there she gets very surprised and says, "Who did this? How dare someone steal something of mine?" When Quan starts to think that someone has stolen the altar, she becomes very angry and her facial expression changes a lot and her eyes turn red. Then she thinks, "I prepared for half a year for this ancient altar, only to have someone else get to it first. Could it have been Cheng Kainmo? That doesn't seem right. I don't see him anywhere in this cave. Perhaps the Rock Rat got him. Only dead people disappear into thin air." After thinking so much, Quan relaxes a bit and starts thinking while laughing with an evil smile. Still, why did a gnome appear in this cave? Did he come in with someone else? Does that mean this altar was activated by him? After thinking so much, she fixes her hair with her hand and says, "Forget it. Maybe this is fate. The seal has disappeared anyway. I will come back and try my luck in 3 months." As soon as Quan says this, she tries to get out of the cave, and as soon as she touches the seal of the cave, due to the force of the seal, Quan flies in the air and falls very far away. Then she realizes, why did the seal reappear? Now I'm trapped. There's no way out. I'm doomed to starve to death here. Was everything here a trap, all plotted against me? As soon as Quan thinks that it is better to die than to die here, she takes out her knife and aims it towards her stomach and attacks it, due to which a lot of blood starts flowing from her stomach, and while dying she says, "Don't let me find out who you are, or else this will only end when one of us dies." And inside the same cave, Cheng is sitting on one side and Rock Rat is eating food on the other side. Then Cheng says to Rock Rat that, "Brother Rock Rat, I will show you some magic tricks." And after saying so, Cheng removes his mask and he comes in his normal form, and Rock Rat gets very surprised on seeing Cheng. Then Cheng immediately takes out his sword and Rock Rat gets very scared on seeing the sword. Then Cheng says to him, "Brother Rock Rat, I didn't frighten you, did I? If you want to live, I'll give you a chance." As soon as Cheng says this, we see that the moment shifts and Cheng is riding the Rock Rat. In the middle of the mountains, the Rock Rat is running very fast and taking Cheng towards some location. Then Cheng says to the Rock Rat, "Brother Rock Rat, your speed is no good. Can't you go faster? I will give you more food for dinner." As soon as Cheng lures the Rock Rat with food, it starts running very fast, and seeing such fast speed, Cheng becomes happy and thinks, "Riding it increases my movement speed by 150%. It's much better than running by myself." Today's destination is the Spider Canyon. There's a level 40 wild boss, the Flaming Spider Girl Quelog. And after going some distance, Cheng reaches his location, and when he looks down from the mountain, he sees Spider Girl's spider webs, and then Cheng tells Rock Rat, "Wait for me here. The paths below are too narrow. You won't be able to go down. I'll go by myself." After saying this to Rock Rat, as soon as Cheng focuses downwards, he sees that someone is already fighting before Spider Girl, and seeing this, Cheng gets very surprised that who came before me, and in the same battlefield, Spider Girl is attacking that unknown fighter, and he is dodging her attack. Seeing the fight between the two, Cheng thinks while smiling, "This person is one level lower than me. I didn't expect to discover such a good sprout for a rogue here." Although he isn't able to deal much damage to the Flaming Spider Girl, his dodging and movements are both incredibly outstanding. Maybe I can think of a way to rope him in. And thinking this, Cheng jumps into the battlefield. But inside the same battlefield, Spider Girl gets very angry and activates her skill, due to which flames start coming out of her whole body, seeing which the unknown fighter thinks the level difference is still, and thinking this, the unknown fighter accepts his defeat in his mind and stands with his head bowed, but then Cheng jumps in between and saves him and attacks the spider girl. Seeing Cheng, the unknown fighter becomes very happy and says, "Hey you," and hearing his words, Cheng looks back and asks him, "Do you know me?" Then he starts telling Cheng, "I am Lai Minghao. I just entered Cloud Hegemon University this year. It's all thanks to you for allowing me to pick up the scraps by the side when you were gathering materials in Thunder City. It allowed me to raise enough money to pay the school fees." Cheng thinks after listening to Minghao, "He's actually the guy that was following me back then. On my way to Thunder City, I pretty much gathered all the available resources. There were quite a few people far behind me picking up scraps, which I didn't mind, so he was one of them." While Cheng was thinking this, Minghao continued his talk and started telling Cheng, "There were a lot of college students with me that also managed to raise enough money for their school fees. For you to acquiesce to us following behind you, everyone is very thankful to you." Then Cheng ignores his words and moves forward to attack Spider Girl and tells Minghao, "Let's talk about that later. Your current level is too low, step aside and let me handle this." Saying this, Cheng attacks the Spider Girl with his skill double swing, full swing, heavenly smite, dragon fang. Seeing this, Minghao, standing far away, is very surprised and says, "How is he so powerful, and my level is also equal to him's?" And on the other hand, to attack the Spider Girl, Cheng takes out the knife and after jumping in the air, moves towards the Spider Girl and attacks her. Seeing such agility and skill of Cheng, Minghao is very surprised and thinks, "Is he really a vagrant and not a rouge expert?" And while Cheng is fighting inside the battlefield, he is continuously attacking Spider Girl. Then he thinks, "Now's the perfect opportunity to dish out damage. Dazzle Mark Suppression." Thinking this, Cheng uses his skill Dazzle Mark and attacks Spider Girl, due to which Spider Girl dies after being cut into many pieces. And seeing Cheng's attack, Minghao, standing far away, gets very scared. Sweat starts coming out on his face, and he thinks, "What insane attack power! Is he really only one level higher than me?" And after defeating Spider Girl on the battlefield, Cheng thinks, "Unlike Dazzle Mark Emanation's damage over time, Dazzle Mark Suppression is able to deal the highest amount of damage in an instant. It's suitable for dealing critical attacks to a monster's weakness. Looks like my luck isn't too bad. I managed to get the Yin-Yang Holy Silk from just one kill." While Cheng was thinking all this, Minghao comes running towards him and says to him, "Your controls just now were awesome. At the same time, your deep understanding towards the rogue class is simply frightening. Can you take me in as your disciple?" Cheng gets a little surprised after hearing him words and tells him that we have met only twice so far. Then Minghao starts telling Cheng about himself and tells him, "My class is Rogue. My talent is the S's Rank Talent Battle Awareness. This talent can assist me in dodging dangerous attacks at appropriate timings. This is what helped me get into Cloud Hegemon University, which is ranked first in country Zia." After hearing about it, Cheng gets a bit confused and puts his hand on his mouth and says, "Your leveling speed is fast. It hasn't been long since you entered university and you're already level 29. Seeing Cheng so confused, Minghao tells him, "My luck is good. I obtained this equipment recently. That's why my leveling speed is faster." Hearing his words and seeing the spirit energy pearl, Cheng is very surprised and takes it in his hand and thinks, "This kid is like a son of heaven." He even managed to get something that only has a 0.01% drop rate. It's equivalent to him obtaining an extra 2.4 million XP compared to others. Thinking this, Cheng throws the object towards him and tells him, "If you want to be my disciple, no problem. Come find me after your second awakening." As soon as Cheng defeats Spider Girl and comes out of the portal, a man smilingly asks Cheng from behind, "Are you Cheng?" And upon hearing his words, Cheng asks him, "Why are you asking this?" Then that man tells Cheng, "Please come with me. President Zhang has invited you." And the next moment we see the president's office. And as soon as Cheng opens the door of the president's office, President Zhang tells him from the front, "Student Cheng Kainmo, please have a seat. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Shaiyun. I'm the president of the Capital's Management Association." After giving their introduction, Cheng and President Zhang are sitting face to face on a sofa and talking. When Cheng gets a little confused and thinks, "Why does he keep staring at the ring on my finger? Could Elder Qin be his goal?" Immediately after thinking so much, Cheng asks President Zhang, "Do you want to ask anything else?" Upon hearing Cheng's words, President Zhang gets excited and tells him, "Heroes do indeed come from among the youths. You've only just entered Oracle University and you're already at level 30. Truly admirable. Elder Qin learned of your achievement of reaching level 30 and sent me to deliver something to you. He said to use it after you complete your second awakening." After taking the box, as soon as Cheng tries to open it, he is unable to open it, and seeing this, Cheng gets a little surprised and starts thinking, "It's locked. This box seems to have been sealed by some kind of mystical power. Maybe I really do have to successfully complete my second awakening to remove it." After thinking so much, Cheng bows his head and says to President Zhang, "Please relay my thanks to Elder Qin. I won't refuse this gift." Then the moment shifts, and we see Cheng standing with Director Lei outside the Oracle University's Second Awakening classroom portal when Director Lei asks him, "Are you really not resting first? You just came back and immediately want to go through the Second Awakening exam." After listening to Director Lei, Cheng tells him, "Director Lei, trust me, I can do it, but I also have a request." On hearing request word, Director Lei gets a little confused and asks him what kind of request. Then Cheng tells him, "I am a vagrant, so my second awakening mission is a bit special. Can the school forbid the live broadcast?" Agreeing to the live broadcast, the Director Lei says to Cheng, "It's a pity. I was preparing to assemble every teacher and student in the entire school for a collective lesson. But since you're requesting it, there must be a reason." "Very well, I promise today's awakening exam will be off limits to everyone, including the teachers. By the way, have you chosen your assistant? How come I don't see anyone else here?" On the matter of assistant, Cheng tells Director Lei that today I am alone and I will clear my exam alone, and after saying this Cheng enters the portal, and seeing Cheng going alone inside the portal, Director Lei gets surprised, and the very next moment he runs to Principal Ling and tells him, "Principal Ling, Cheng Kainmo just returned. But he's already heading into the second awakening exam. I couldn't stop him. Also have another thing that I need to report to you." He requested for this second awakening exam to be forbidden from viewing by other students. I thought it over and agreed. Even teachers will not be allowed to view it. After listening to Direct Lei's entire story, Principal Ling laughs and says to him, "That's fine. Everyone has their own secrets. For someone of his talent, we'll make an exception. You did well this time." While Director Lei and Principal Ling are talking, Ryuoxi comes from behind and says to Principal Ling, "Grandpa, it's time for your medicine. You can continue chatting later." As soon as Director Lei sees Ryuoxi, he smiles and says to her, "Ryuoxi, it has been a long time since I saw you. By the way, you look very beautiful." And on hearing Lei's words, Ryuoxi first gets a little shy, then later says to him, "Uncle Lei, you are teasing me again." After hearing her words, Director Lei starts laughing, and while leaving from there says, "Okay, now I will not do this, and I am leaving, you both can talk." And after saying this, Director Lei leaves from there. After Director Lei leaves, as soon as Principal Ling goes to hold the glass, he immediately tells Ryuoxi that the boy I was going to introduce you to has arrived, and on hearing this, Ryuoxi gets very surprised and her hand starts trembling, due to which water starts falling out of the glass. Then Ryuoxi tells him that, "Grandpa, I told you that I will not go on a blind date." On hearing her words, Principal Ling tells her, "That won't do. I already came to an agreement with them. He's taking the exam for the second awakening right now. Once he's out, I will arrange for you two to meet." Then the moment shifts, and we see Cheng and Rock Rat going to the boss location in the middle of the desert. Then Cheng thinks, holding a big fruit in his hand, "The secret realm. It's good that there won't be any disturbance from the live broadcast. This time I can finally evolve into my complete form. And the fruit that Cheng has in his hand is the fruit of ability, and after eating it, consuming it permanently increases all of the Awakener's attribute points by 5. You have used fruit of ability too. All attribute points increased by 10. After thinking so much, Cheng eats the fruit of ability, and then yellow color aura starts coming out from all around Cheng's whole body, and Cheng gets very happy after seeing his status panel and thinks, "My body is overflowing with power. It's time to become the legendary soul binder." After thinking so much, Cheng smilingly says to Rock Rat, that old friend, "Today is your and my last day. If I clear my exam today, then you will be free after that." And after listening to Cheng's words, Rock Rat starts moving forward with all his might and defeating all the monsters that come in between. Both of them start moving forward. Then Cheng says to Rock Rat, "You have been inflicted with Shadow Curse, Handicap, Electric Weaken, Burning State." "Are you saying me luring so many monsters is the behavior of someone that's courting death? Look at the rock in front, jump onto it." And as fast as they were moving, the monsters were also coming behind them at the same speed. While crossing the mountains and rocks, they went far ahead of the monsters. Then Cheng thinks while drinking the nutrition, "This is the reason why I chose this map. There are way too many bugs. Whether it's the rock walls on both sides of the tunnel or the stone pillars surrounding the paths, as long as I use a mount to jump onto it, I can leave the battle state. It would be great if the cooldown time was shorter. Then I won't have to be so anxious. But if I want to get a SSS rank evaluation today, I probably need to clear all the small mobs. I can complete the 100 kills mission at the same time. Luckily, there's that thing here. I will deal with these small mobs later. It will be much simpler." After thinking so much, Cheng reaches the location, and then Cheng tells Rock Rat, "Right ahead is the first boss, Theka the Matter. You can stay here on high ground. Leave this to me." After saying this to Rock Rat, Cheng jumps down from the mountain and notices that there are many insects coloring on the ground. Seeing them, Cheng thinks, "It's the same as my previous life. The scarabs in Desert City are neutral creatures. If you don't attack them first, they will just silently look for food on the ground. But my aim for today is to get a SSS rank evaluation. So the most important mission is to fully clear out the secret realm. Facing these neutral creatures, the best method would be to deal with them all at once. While Theka the Matter is still patrolling the surroundings, I should take them down first." Thinking this, Cheng throws the M18 Claymore on the ground, and after doing so, Cheng hides behind the wall, and as soon as the boss comes in his range, Cheng has a remote in his hand and smilingly, as soon as Cheng presses the button, there is a huge explosion due to which the boss also dies, and then Cheng gets a notification. "You have eliminated the level 36 elite boss Theka the Matter." After defeating the boss, a sword comes out from his body and Cheng moves forward to pick it up. Guardian Sword. Grade: Fake Legendary Orange. Weapon Type: One-handed sword. Base damage 200, attack speed 1.5. Plus 5 strength, plus 5 agility, plus 5 spirit, plus 5 physique. Durability: indestructible. Weapon level 50. Effects: can be combined with Retaliator's blade to form the legendary weapon Ancestor's Glory. After taking the sword in his hand, Cheng's happiness knows no bounds. He looks at the sword smilingly and thinks, "As expected of a fake legendary weapon, the base damage and attack speed are even better than my flowing light 1,000-bladed umbrella." A true legendary weapon once existed in the Desert City. It was called Ancestor's Glory. But this weapon was split into two a long time ago, creating two fake legendary weapons. One part is this Guardian Sword in my hands, and the other is the Retaliator's blade. When the two of them match together harmoniously, the ancient Ancestor's Glory shall once again be reborn. Although Ancestor's Glory can only be wielded temporarily here and can't be taken outside, obtaining it will make sweeping through this secret realm a breeze. While Cheng was thinking all this, Rock Rat jumps from behind and says something to Cheng in his own language, and as soon as he says this, the moment shifts and we see Cheng reaches his next level, and he notices that there are some small army shelters there. After seeing them, Cheng says to Rock Rat, "Rock Rat, do you see the military camp down there? Lure in all the monsters, then rush back up." As soon as Cheng says this, the Rock Rat starts moving rapidly towards the shelter, and seeing Cheng coming towards them, all the monsters standing there suddenly move forward to attack him. After dodging all of them, Cheng moves towards the monster boss, and seeing the monster boss standing in front of him, Cheng jumps from the top of the Rock Rat and moves towards the monster and catches its leg and throws the boss monster towards the monsters. After doing this, Cheng goes towards the prison and sees that there are many fighters locked inside the jail. Seeing Cheng, all of them start asking for help from Cheng and say, "Warrior, help. The 5 of us came to Desert City for an adventure, but unfortunately we were captured. Could you free us? We will reward you." As soon as one of them promises Cheng a reward after freeing them all, Cheng frees them all and says, "That's not a problem. I will free you right now." After coming out of the prison, they all start saying to Cheng, "You are our savior. Thank you so much. Without you here, all of us would have died." While they were talking, the monster boss and his companions started moving forward to attack them, and seeing them all free, the monster boss gets very angry and says, "Damn human slaves, the price of trying to escape is death." Seeing the monster boss coming towards them, all of them get very scared, and one of them says, "What will we do now?" And the other says, "This area is very big, and there are many monsters here." Then the girl listens to him and says, "Now we are going to die." Then one of them encourages them and says, "What's there to be afraid of? We'll just have to put our lives on the line and fight them. We're all level 40. As long as we guard this staircase, we might have a chance." After saying all this to them, the fighter looked at Cheng and said, "Warrior, please lend us a hand." After listening to him, Cheng tells him, "No problem. I'll lend a hand when you need it. You go on ahead." As soon as Cheng says this, they starts fighting with all the monsters, and Cheng, standing on the side, activates his fireball skill and starts thinking, "Do they really think I'll help them out? This isn't my first time in this secret realm." And on the other side, all those fighters are fighting with the monster. Then one of them says to his partner, "Team leader, we can't hold them off by ourselves. This group of monsters is about to break through our defense line." Before he could say anything further, the monster breaks his defense and grabs his neck and kills him the very next moment. Seeing his companion dying like this, the fighter looked at Cheng and said, "Warrior, please help us fight them." Cheng, standing on the side after listening to him, tells him to let the other 3 die first. Hearing Cheng's words, the fighter is very shocked, and all his companions slowly die, and seeing himself being attacked by the monsters from all sides, he also sits on his knees on the ground, and as soon as the monster goes to attack him, he looks angrily at the monster and says, "Damn it, we would have won if we'd killed the remaining monsters. But all I'm left with is a nanny. Am I really going to die here?" By the time he says this, suddenly Cheng jumps over his head and attacks that monster and kills it. As soon as Cheng kills all the monsters standing there one by one, immediately after that the fighter says to Cheng, "Thanks for taking action. Luckily, we still have 2 people who survived." As soon as he says this to Cheng, Cheng turns back and puts the sword on his neck, and seeing Cheng doing this, he gets very scared and says, "What are you doing?" And as soon as Cheng looks at him angrily, Cheng's eyes turn red and Cheng says to him, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that question? Are you drawing your dagger to express your thanks to your savior?" After listening to Cheng, he comes to know that Cheng has already known everything. That's why he angrily asks him, "How did you come to know?" And on hearing this, Cheng uses his skill Dazzle Mark Suppression and kills him right there, and Rock Rat, standing on the other side, angrily says something to Cheng, and after listening to him, Cheng says to him, "Of course I know, because I've already cleared Desert City countless times. The real second boss is the small team which consists of the 5 of you. These 5 people aren't actually an adventure team, but traitors of the human race. They had no choice but to escape to this place after being chased down. If I had overused my strength to fight for them, then they would have been able to conserve more energy, and it would have been much harder to deal with when they turn against me. But if I did not help out enough, then they would die early, and this retaliator's blade wouldn't have dropped from them. Meeting me was your biggest misfortune. After killing him, sword comes out from his body, and Chang holds the sword in his hand and thinks, "It's a pity, I just got you, but I already have to merge and lose you." Thinking this, Chang joins the old sword and the new sword together and says, "Come out, mythical legendary weapon ancestors' glory." As soon as Chang says this, a yellow circle is formed around Chang because of both the swords, and after some time the sword gets upgraded. Then the moment shifts and Chang reaches the hilltop lake with a rock rat, and as soon as Chang notices a lot of monsters standing in front of him, he thinks, before the final boss, only these level 39 mobs remain. They're considered the strongest small mobs in Desert City. Perfect, I'll use you guys to hone this blade. Thinking this, Chang starts attacking all those monsters with that sword and starts separating them one by one, and some get killed due to the force of the sword. After killing them all, Chang thinks while smiling, "So powerful, just a few normal slashes, and within 10 seconds, all 24 elite mobs were killed. It's a pity this weapon can't be taken out of here." The feeling of spilling blood with every slash is exhilarating. After thinking so much, Chang notices the water and sees bubbles coming out of it, and thinking so much, Chang goes inside the water, and after going some distance, smoke starts rising in front of Chang, and as soon as Chang goes a little further, suddenly a big snake monster angrily says to Chang, "Foolish human, are you the one that disturbed my slumber?" After listening to his words, Chang gets angry and says, "A mere demigod also dare to bark at me. I even killed your 9-headed serpent tribe's leader. You are nothing." As soon as Chang enters the boss's area, the boss gets very angry and his eyes turn very red. Then he says to Chang, "Go to hell, ant." After saying this, the boss attacks Chang, whose attack Chang easily dodges, and seeing his attack failing, the boss again starts attacking Chang. Continuing to dodge his attack, Chang takes out his weapon and starts attacking the boss, due to which the boss's HP starts decreasing, and sometimes the boss was also experiencing a lot of pain due to Chang's attack, which was clearly visible on the boss's face, and he was saying to Chang in anger, "You actually have the ancestors' glory. That's impossible." While the boss was saying this to Chang, Chang starts moving towards him very fast, and a red-colored aura starts appearing around Chang's body, and Chang's eyes also turn red. Then Chang uses his skill and jumps and goes very close to the boss and starts attacking him continuously, due to which the boss's HP starts decreasing very fast, and in no time blood starts coming out of his stomach, and the boss realizes that he is going to die very soon. Then he starts shouting in anger, and in the next moment Chang gives his final hit and destroys the boss completely, and after the boss is destroyed, Chang thinks, "The load of continuously activating murderous wave is still a bit much. Maybe after transforming it into a passive skill, it'll be a bit easier. Time to go back and clear those small mobs." And just when Chang thinks that he needs to finish off the small mobs as quickly as possible, he gets a notification which says, "Congratulations, Chang Kanmo, on breaking the record of the Zul Farak Secret Realm. Total time taken 1 hour 3 minutes 11 seconds. Personal evaluation SSS rank, obtained 800,000 exp, obtained Diamond Treasure Chest X1. While reading the notification, Chang reaches his location where he has to complete his next task. Then Chang opens his status panel and starts doing something and says to Rock Rat, "What kind of devilish class is the Soulbinder? Am I actually going to be proficient in all Second Awakening classes? If I keep advancing like this, then in my complete form, wouldn't I be proficient in all Fifth Awakening classes as well? I'm really looking forward to how the Soulbinder class will keep evolving. Maybe at the end of it, I'll be able to break through the void and slaughter all the demons and beasts." And on the other hand, outside Oracle University, all the student media people and everyone else gather and directly give orders to the crew and say, How's the preparation going for each department? Fresh flowers, medals, welcome squad, flower girl, is everything ready? Everyone needs to move faster. Who knows when that little demon, Cheng Kainmo, will come out? This is an order personally given by the principal. Sloppiness will not be tolerated. And there, at a little distance, people from media houses are also talking amongst themselves. Isn't Director Zhang being a little too prudent? Oracle University is already in such a dire strait. But one phone call was enough to frighten Director Zhang to such a state. Oracle University's ancestors are rich. Don't belittle them too much besides. Their principal is still a fourth awakening powerhouse. While both of them were talking to each other, he notices that Anchor Lai is coming down after getting ready. Then he says to her, "Anchor Lai, are you ready?" Hearing this, she says to him in a little anger, "I was originally planning to go to Cloud Hegemon University to do a special interview today, but the director made me come here. It's just an Oracle University student graduating. What's there to report about? It's simply a waste of my time." I wonder what kind of conditions their principal promised for Director Zhang to agree to it. Since we're already here, let's start. We can also check out the current state of Oracle University. I remember the last time I was here, it was quite a few years ago. After saying this to her cameraman, Anchor Lai starts doing the interview. Then the moment shifts, and after walking a little distance, Cheng remembers about that box, and he thinks, "That's right. The brocade box that Elder Qin sent someone to give to me, I haven't opened it yet. As expected, now I can open it. Let's see what kind of good stuff is inside." Thinking this, Cheng has to open that box, and as soon as the box opens, yellow light starts coming out of it, and a letter is kept scrolled inside the box. After seeing the letter, Cheng thinks it's actually an SS rank book, and it's even a passive skill. Thinking this much, Cheng starts reading that book, and slowly the book starts disappearing, and a pink-colored aura connects with Cheng's head, and after some time, Cheng's eyes turn pink, and then Cheng gets a notification in which it is written, "Congratulations on successfully learning the SS rank passive burst. Burst LV1 increases your critical damage by 20%. Cheng thinks after reading the notification, Elder Qin probably didn't want it to assist me during my advancement exam. That's why he added a seal beforehand, making it so that I can only open it after I complete my second awakening. This gift, it's way too much. If I get the chance in the future, I have to thank him in person." Thinking this, Cheng opens his screen panel and starts adding his attributes and thinks, "Next up, let's first add the 20 attribute points I got for the second awakening rewards into spirit. I don't want to experience that level of exhaustion ever again." Done. Now I should consider the problem of the two new passive skills. The first slot shall be given to Murderous Wave. Luckily, this passive isn't a permanent effect. Otherwise, my MP would deplete too quickly, and I'd end up randomly aggroing monsters. Based on my passive skills development trend, during the mid-stages, I need to do my best to increase my agility. Next, the second transformation slot. Let's use it on this skill. Great, this passive skill is extremely useful. Now I finally have a way to recover HP during combat. After doing all this, Cheng starts going towards the portal and thinks while entering the portal, "I didn't expect to increase my battle power by 2,000 within a day. I still have quite a few treasure chests that I haven't opened yet. I'll deal with them when I go back to Apocalypse Continent." And on the other side, the principal goes to an empty place and looks at a big bell and thinks, the Oracle bell actually rang 9 times. He succeeded, and it's also an unprecedented record in history. This Oracle bell was brought by the first-generation principal. It rings every time a student obtains an unprecedented result. In the past 100 years, this bell has rung quite a few times, but never 9 times in a row, until now. The numbers of heavens and earth begins with 1 and ends with 9. 9 represents the peak and also represents the strongest. And on the other hand, as soon as Cheng comes out of the portal, he is very surprised to see the view outside, and all the people standing outside start clicking photos of Cheng. Then Cheng gets a little confused after looking at them and thinks, is there some kind of important event today? As soon as Cheng comes out of the portal after completing his awakening, he notices that many people were waiting for him outside, and as soon as they see him, they all start cheering for him. Then everyone in the crowd shouts and says, Bigwig Cheng Kainmo is out. He really succeeded. He is now the youngest graduate in the history of country Zia. And at the same time, the media peoples watching also went above 1 million, seeing which the media people themselves were very surprised. Then suddenly 2 directors come from behind, and one of them says to Cheng, Student Cheng, long time no see. I rushed over immediately when I got the news. Luckily, I made it in time. After listening to the director, another director standing next to him started saying smilingly, I am here today to represent Principal Fei Yingguang. He asked me to pass you 2 messages. He said he is sorry. There's an important meeting and he can't leave, otherwise he would have come personally. 2 people standing in the crowd listening to all this are very surprised and start talking amongst themselves. What kind of shocking words did Director Wang just say? A 4th awakening powerhouse, Blue Sky University's principal. If not for some important matters, he would have personally attended. After listening to the person standing next to him, the person becomes very surprised and asks him, Are you serious? Today is a 2nd awakening exam, not a 4th awakening exam. And while Cheng and the 2 directors were talking, the principal of the college arrives there, and then another teacher standing there tells the 2 directors to move aside as the principal is coming, and upon saying this, the teacher shouts and says, Everyone, quiet down, Principal Ling has something to say. After the teacher said this, Principal said Cheng, Congratulations, Cheng Kainmo. You created another historical record for country Zia. This record has already been acknowledged by the Oracle Bell. The 9 rings of the bell just now are the best evidence. After hearing about the Oracle Bell, Cheng and the people watching the live stream are very surprised and start commenting that what is this Oracle Bell, and after hearing about the Oracle Bell, the director standing there is also very surprised and starts saying, I was wondering why my soul is shaking after hearing the ringing just now. So the legend is true. The Oracle Bell really does exist. The anchor standing there and broadcasting everything live, after reading the comment, comes to the teacher and principal, and while telling about herself, starts asking about the bell. Fellow teachers, I am the host from Capital TV station. The amount of people watching the broadcast now has already passed 10 million. Everyone watching doesn't know what the Oracle Bell you have been talking about is. After listening to the anchor's question, the director starts telling about Oracle Bell. Tradition has it that the Oracle Bell was created by the 1st generation principal of Oracle University. It possesses a magical ability that can determine a student's potential. Every time an outstanding student of our school breaks a Secret Realms record, it will ring for a certain number of times. The number of rings represent how fast the record is and also how great the student's potential is. But only a few people are able to trigger it, and they only manage to make it ring 2 or 3 times. Before today, the highest record in the school was 6 rings, and this is also a record that was personally set by our Principal Ling. After listening to the director, the anchor and everyone watching the live stream are very surprised, and they also start commenting whether this can even happen, and many people make comments. Then the anchor asks the director, Director Lei, are you saying that Cheng Kainmo's potential is even greater than a 4th awakening powerhouse? And while the anchor is asking this question to the director, the person standing next to the anchor starts seeing all those comments to the director, and after seeing those comments and listening to his words, the director gets a little angry and he says to him, Preposterous, these people actually don't believe us. I am a respectable person, how could I lie? And on the other hand, a director asks Cheng, Student Cheng Kainmo, may I ask what's your evaluation and clear time for the 2nd awakening exam today? After listening to the director, Cheng tells him about his evaluation SSS rank. I didn't look at the exact timing, but it should be an hour and a few minutes. As soon as Cheng answered that director, The director of Oracle University standing next to him became very happy and started thinking. These bunch of stubborn people who refuses to admit their mistake. Just wait and see how I will fiercely slap your faces later. And after thinking this, the director asks Cheng a question for which he already has the answer. Student Cheng Jianmo, where's your helper? Why didn't we see him? Upon hearing his question, Cheng smiles and tells him, don't you already know? You want me to act in concert with you, right? I cleared it by myself today. I didn't bring a helper. Then the moment shifts a bit, and we see a girl from the crowd moving towards Cheng with a bouquet of flowers, and she is thinking in her mind, such an outstanding man, I must get him. Today's flower girl position, I had to do so much before I was able to get it. Later on, I will show you what I am capable of. And on the other side, Ryuoxi, who is taking a bath, is thinking about what her grandfather said, and her mood is a bit bad. Then she thinks, I have to meet my blind date later. What am I going to do? Why did you have to challenge the second awakening so quickly? Why do I have to follow Grandpa's arrangement? I am really a big idiot. This really won't do. Please let that person fail. If he fails, then won't have to go anymore. I really don't want to go on a blind date. Then Ryuoxi notices that a lot of notifications are coming on her phone. Then she picks up her phone and starts thinking after seeing the notification. Why are there so many people watching the capital TV station's broadcast today? There's actually more than 10 million viewers. As soon as Ryuoxi clicks on the notification, we sees the reflection of the screen in which Cheng is visible, and after seeing it, she gets a little sweaty and surprised. And on the other side, the director makes the announcement, everyone, please quiet down. I believe everyone already knows Cheng Kainmo's horrifying result. Now let us invite the student's representative up to the stage to present the flowers. I also hope that everyone can applaud for the great contribution of Cheng Kainmo. As soon as the director makes the announcement, the girl starts moving towards Cheng with a flower. Cheng feels very awkward seeing this. Then the girl goes to him and says, Congratulations, student Cheng Kainmo. You are the pride of our Oracle University. And before the girl could say anything further, a voice comes from behind, and on hearing the voice, Cheng gets very surprised and says, What are you doing here? And that voice is of none other than Ryuoxi. Then Ryuoxi runs and hugs Cheng, and while crying tells him, So the person that Grandpa wants me to go on a blind date with is actually you. You entered Oracle University, why didn't you tell me? And suddenly, after seeing all this, the principal gets very surprised, and the expression on his face becomes very strange, and he thinks, Cheng Kainmo, you wicked scoundrel. I am not done with you. And after seeing all this, people start commenting on the live stream. Then Cheng tells Ryuoxi, Stop scolding me. This is a live broadcast. Pay attention to your image, my young madam. Upon hearing Cheng's words, Ryuoxi moves away from him, and then the director announces that the celebration is over and everyone can leave. And upon hearing this, everyone starts leaving from there. Then Cheng puts his hand on Ryuoxi's head and tells her, Everyone is gone now. Are you going to keep crying? Blue sky. All the top universities of Xia are present at one place at one time, and it seemed like this was just a sham because the upcoming press conference is the actual main event for which all of them have gathered. There are many people present in front of him, and many people who are not a part of this meeting are wondering about Oracle University, which is responsible for this meeting, what it actually wants to do, and what kind of huge announcement it is going to make today. Then someone says that he is coming. Oracle University's director Lai has arrived here, and then a person calls him inside and asks him to sit on an empty seat. Then someone says that this is Cheng Kainmo. Our hero is moving inside following that guy, and after reaching here he wonders whether the principal is going to announce that matter in front of everyone today. There are a lot of media people present in the conference hall, and on seeing our hero, a media girl gets a little confused and says what's going on. Cheng Kainmo is just a student. Why is he going to the main seats? Those are for the bigwigs of each university. Even if his talent is outstanding, he still isn't qualified to sit there, is he? Then the other person sitting next to her is also from the media. Hearing this, he says that maybe he is representing some students today and has come here to give a speech. Hearing this, the girl says that it seems that this is the case. Otherwise, if he has not come here to do this, then it would be a very irresponsible act. Whatever may happen, but our hero is the center point of attention today, so no media person wants to take the camera focus away from him, and this is what the media girl also does. She also asks her cameraman to focus completely on our hero. The man standing next to our hero was thinking about his people, how crazy they were. Why didn't we send anyone to Zhong City College during the last entrance exam? A strange person like Cheng Kaimo fell into the hands of Oracle University. It is a great loss for us. Then the principal of some other university, sitting on his seat, shouts at the director of his university that Lai Guangdi, you were the director of recruitment at that time. What were you doing at that time? On hearing this, the person says in a panic previously, Cheng Kaimo had not displayed such terrifying power, and his class was also vagabond. He was very weak. Nobody could have predicted his future at that time. With our university's tradition, we would never have considered someone like him without a future. On hearing the words of his school director, the principal says that forget about it. Decision-making mistakes are such things which happen once or twice in every few years. Now let's not talk about it, and what do you all think Ling Xiao is planning to do? Hearing this, the man sitting in front of him said, Principal, I think Oracle University's celebration of Cheng Kaimo is just a gimmick. They are trying to become the top university in Xia country again. And that person also says that if I were Ling Xiao and I had a trump card like Cheng Kaimo, then I would definitely think about using it better. As soon as the old principal hears this, he smiles and says, Your analysis isn't bad, since they are trying to make use of this opportunity. Then we should properly dampen their enthusiasm. There was another person coming there whose name is Zhu Sui, and as soon as he comes, this old man's gift will also come soon. Then Principal Ling stands up and announces that from today our Oracle University and Blue Sky University will form an alliance. Both our universities will exchange mutual help and share their resources. In addition to setting up exchange programs for students, they will also start a teacher improvement department. The purpose of this department is to improve the teaching standards of teachers from both universities. After a unanimous decision, both schools have decided that the director of this department will be a student Cheng Kaimo temporarily. As soon as the people sitting in the conference hall hear this, they get very surprised that a second awakening student who has just graduated is going to teach another teacher. This is very ridiculous. The reason for everyone's surprise is that whether it is Oracle University or Blue Sky University, Third Awakening Powerhouse is present in both the universities, but still our hero is going to study in them. So everyone is wondering what Oracle University is thinking. Then a voice comes from the crowd saying that Oracle University is really ambitious. Suddenly everyone stops on hearing this voice. Then we see that unknown person who continues his talk saying that why did you people stop talking? Go ahead and continue explaining the concept of your respective collaboration. This is a guy from Cloud Hegemon University who furthers his point by saying that we would also like to know how magical this proposal will prove to be in improving the weak university together. On seeing this person, people start talking among themselves that this is Zhu Siwei from Cloud Hegemon University. He was not even invited here, yet he has come here and is standing against Ling Xiao, who is on the Fourth Awakening and a student of this person's university, whose name is Wu Zuking, is also standing behind him. After this, the director of Oracle University stands up and welcomes this uninvited guest. Then Zhu Sui sits on a seat and asks Principal Ling if what I just heard is not wrong, that the second awakening student will be the director of the Teacher Improvement Department. Are you right? Then Principal Ling looks at him and asks if he has someone else in mind. On hearing this, Zhu Sui says that I would like to ask Cheng what kind of qualification he has to charge that class. As soon as our hero hears this, he says in a slightly serious, angry tone, so what you are saying is, for me to become the director of this class, I will need the acknowledgement of Cloud Hegemon University. Aren't you a bit too arrogant? Zhu Sui gets a little angry on hearing this, And he also says proudly, of course the teaching profession is the foundation of country Zia, letting a second awakening student teach third awakening teachers. To make everyone focus on his point, Zhu Siwei asks, are you people doing some kind of experiment on your students, or are you taking the future of Zia as a joke? As soon as everyone hears this point, they agree that this is correct. A student will teach a teacher. What kind of a lesson is this? Everyone agrees with this because this was a correct point. Then a director says that Chang has very good knowledge of teaching others. Then someone says that it is okay, Director Wang. Now there is no need anything else. Everyone sitting here has understood. Then after this our hero also stands up and says that it seems that today Cloud University has come prepared. Then he asks that if this is the case, then why don't you say directly and clearly that if I want to become the director of the class, then what kind of exam will I have to go through? Then Zhu Siwei smilingly says there's no need for any test. But our Cloud Hegemon University has set up an arena in Oracle University today. And the arena's host is our graduate from last semester, Kai Hong. If you are confident, you can give it a try. If you defeat him, then our Cloud Hegemon University no longer has anything to say. As soon as everyone hears Kai Hong's name, they get very surprised because Kai Hong was a second awakening genius of Silver Moon who broke many records of Cloud University 2 years ago, and there is also a rumor about him that he has reached level 40 by now. So everyone was thinking that a level 40 person will bully a level 30 person. Is Cloud University shameless? There was a difference of 10 levels between the two. So everyone thought that this is a bit difficult, and anyway Silver Moon is excellent in class duel. So no one will agree to this, but at this time the situation was such that it had to be accepted. However, at the same time our hero goes to Zhu Siwei and says that I Cheng accept your challenge. As soon as our hero says this, the focus of the people present in the conference hall goes towards him, and the media persons start clicking his photos. Someone is saying that a born calves is not afraid of a tiger, and as soon as this fight is accepted, today's conference ends here, and this is a public challenge, so everyone has to agree for it. So Principal Ling asks everyone to follow him in the ring. Just then a voice is heard that it seems I have come at the right time. A big event is going to happen here, and a person comes in front of everyone and says that Principal Ling, it seems that today you are going to host an arena. As soon as other people see him, the director of Oracle University says that Committee Dia, what are you doing here? Principal Ling also seeing him says that it has been a long time since I saw you, Committee Dia. Today, there was a press conference of the alliance of two universities, but due to a change in the plan, this conference turned into a fight. Zhu Siwei of Cloud University also gets a little nervous on seeing Committee Day and says that when we heard that Oracle University is going to make a second awakening student a teacher, then we turned it into a friendly arena. As soon as Committee D hears this, he says very calmly that young people should always remain energetic. After this, D starts leaving from there congratulating Cheng for leading the department. Everyone gets very surprised to hear D's words, and Principal Ling thinks that what secrets does this boy have? Committee D has some urgent work, so he had to leave from here, but while leaving he tells Oracle University that I will keep watching your future achievements. As soon as they hear Committee D's words, everyone understands that the Management Association stands with Oracle University, and when they mention our hero, everyone understands that they are supporting Cheng. Zhu Siwei also gets scared after hearing this. He could not understand what is happening. Why is the Management Association supporting Cheng? Is a big person involved, or is his background very dangerous? After this, the directors of other universities sitting in this conference hall start getting messages from their principals that whatever happens, they should form an alliance with Oracle University. After this, a director of Spirit University stands up and tells everyone the decision given by his principal that we are joining the alliance with Oracle University. After this, one by one many university directors started joining the alliance with Oracle University, and those who earlier did not want Oracle University to grow became very angry with this thing. They could not understand when did the Management Association become so close to Oracle University. Meanwhile, Zhu Siwei also receives a message on his phone that whatever happens, defeat Cheng. Zhu Siwei cannot take back his decision now, even though he is scared of our hero. But he has challenged our hero, so he gets ready for the fight, and for this they start going towards the arena. Outside the stadium where the tournament is going to take place, some people are standing and talking amongst themselves. Have you guys heard? Cloud Hegemon University issued a challenge to Oracle University. Really? But the two universities aren't on the same level. That's true. Let's quickly go watch it on the Capital TV station's live broadcast, or else it will be too late. Damn, I should go take a look then. And on the other hand, inside the media house, their director is scolding his employees angrily and asking them to manage everything, because his employee tells his director that the server is about to collapse. Then the director tells his employees, "Quickly tell the IT department to take care of it. I want it restored. Otherwise, they have no need to work tomorrow." And there inside the stadium, Cheng and his opponent stand face to face, and seeing them standing face to face, the audience starts talking amongst themselves. It's starting. Cheng Kai-mo really accepted the challenge. He's really reckless. I think Kai Hong is the one being reckless. Cheng Kai-mo has such a close relationship with the management association that they even came to show him support. There's no benefit for Kai Hong even if he wins. And Cheng's opponent standing inside the fighting area starts thinking in his mind after seeing Cheng. Damn it. I really dug my own grave by listening to Director Zhu and the principal this time. Cheng Kai-mo has the management association behind him. Even if I won, the management association is going to make things difficult for me in the future. Nothing good comes from it. Immediately after thinking about it, he tells Cheng, "My name's Kai Hong, and I am not someone who bullies the weak. Why don't you have someone swap with you? Cheng Kai-mo, you are my junior. With your level, it won't be an embarrassment even if you do swap with someone." Upon hearing his words, Cheng smiles and says to him, "I am different from senior. I like picking on people weaker than I. I enjoy bullying the weak. That's why I have to be the one fighting the battle today." After listening to Cheng's statement, the people from the media houses sitting in the audience also started laughing and talking amongst themselves. Cheng Kai-mo is indeed arrogant. He's actually calling Kai Hong, who's at level 40, weak. One needs to have the means to be arrogant. His opponent is 10 levels higher than him. Enraging him doesn't seem like a good strategy. After listening to Cheng's words and seeing the audience laughing at him, Hong gets very angry and his facial expression completely changes, and he starts clenching his fists and says, "I am respecting the management association and giving you a way out, but you don't seem to want to take it. Do not think that you are extraordinary just because you managed to set some record. Since you are asking for it, then I won't hold back." Then an announcement is made in which the announcer says, "This competition will be a 1v1 duel. You are free to use any weapon. But remember, do not take it too far. Killing isn't allowed. The one that loses consciousness or gets pushed out of the arena loses." As soon as the announcement is over, Hong moves forward to attack Cheng and using his skill Silvermoon Stealth. His body slowly starts disappearing, and seeing him do this, Cheng starts smiling and says, "The stealth skill of a Silvermoon. How insignificant. You are trying to display such lackluster skill before an expert." And after saying this, Cheng also disappears, and seeing both of them disappear, the audience gets very surprised and starts talking among themselves that where did both of them disappear, and then suddenly the shadow of electricity starts appearing inside the fighting ring in which both of them are fighting with each other, and then suddenly slowly pieces of stone and sparks start appearing inside the entire ring. So the audience guesses that both of them are fighting, and this continues, and the principal and director sitting there start talking among themselves after seeing this scene. "This is too fast. It's such a pity we can't see them. Aren't both of them invisible? How did they locate each other? They are relying on their battle instinct. They are actually fighting in this manner, even with a 10-level difference between them." Then suddenly the principal's hand starts glowing with yellow color, and he starts saying with a smile, "The usage of stealth is indeed wonderful, but it's a bit lacking for the viewers. Let me help you all out a bit." After saying this, the principal creates a yellow bubble on the ring due to which Cheng and Hong become visible to everyone. Then suddenly Chang starts swinging a knife in his hand, and seeing him do so, Hong gets very surprised and starts thinking in his mind. How is this possible? He's a vagrant and is 10 levels lower than I am. Not only is he seeing through my stealth, he's actually keeping up with my speed. While Hong was thinking all this, Cheng comes into fighting position and smilingly says to Hong, as expected from a level 40 Silvermoon, your speed and instinct are still passable. But it will be my show from now on. And after saying this, Cheng suddenly comes behind Hong, and as soon as Hong scans Cheng behind him, he gets very scared and sweat starts coming out on his face. Then Cheng attacks Hong with a knife, due to which Hong falls on the ground, and suddenly Cheng attacks him again and flies in the air and throws him to the other side. Hong's condition worsens completely due to Cheng's attack. Blood starts coming out of his mouth, and seeing himself in such a condition, Hong thinks in his mind, this kid isn't simple, I can't continue to be controlled by him. And after thinking this, Hong uses his skill Shadow Merge and disappears for a while, and seeing Hong doing this, Cheng starts smiling and says, it's useless. The bleeding effect from backstab has already been applied previously. Your Invincibility wouldn't be able to last for long. And after saying this, Cheng starts counting, and as soon as Cheng counts till 3, Hong appears again, and as soon as Hong appears again, he drinks the nutrition due to which his HP starts increasing again, and while drinking the nutrition Hong says to Cheng, I underestimated you, I hate to admit it, but those combos of a rogue were performed very well. I was careless. From now on, you won't be having such luck any longer. And after saying this, Hong uses his skill to create his shadow around himself and moves forward to attack Cheng. Seeing Cheng surrounded from all sides, the director is very surprised and says, his attack power just increased 5 times. And seeing them all coming towards him, Cheng also gets into fighting position, and suddenly blood starts falling inside the ring, and in a few moments Hong stands in front of Cheng with his hand on his chest, and there is blood on Cheng's knife, and seeing himself in such a condition and seeing his skill fails, Hong tells Cheng, how is this possible? Do you have eyes on the back of your head? After listening to Hong, Cheng smiles and tells him, I have a skill called acoustic location. I have already locked onto your real body beforehand. These clones are no threat to me at all. After saying this to him, Cheng starts thinking, acoustic location. Not only is it important in FPS games, but it's also extremely important in Apocalypse in my previous life. I have already perfectly transformed my experiences into a part of my instincts and reactions. I can naturally use acoustic location to grab hold of opportunities during battles. However, this is a supreme skill that will solely belong to me. It's impossible to copy. And while Cheng was thinking all this, and after listening to all the things that Cheng said to Hong, Hong gets very angry and starts shouting. Then suddenly he starts using his full power, due to which red-colored electric lines start appearing around his body, and he starts smiling, and then suddenly a whirlwind of wind starts rotating around his body, and in a short while he starts looking like a monster. Seeing him doing this, all the teachers sitting at a distance start talking amongst themselves. And the director standing next to teachers gets very surprised seeing all this. His HP will be reduced by 80%. Is Cheng Kainmo really that strong? But it doesn't matter how strong he is. Since Gi Hong is using his ultimate move, then everything will end here. And after thinking so much, the director goes to the principal and asks him to forcefully stop this match, because after seeing Hong's power, he feels that Cheng cannot fight further and his life might be in danger. Then after listening to the director, the principal starts getting restless and says to the director, okay, I will do this match. And after hearing both of them, Cheng standing inside the ring shouts and tells the principal, there's no need, principal. It's just a mere second awakener using his ultimate move, displaying his slight skills before an expert again. And after saying this, Cheng creates a shield, and seeing him doing this, Hong starts smiling and tells him, trying to use a shield to defend against my attacks? And it's a newbie's shield. You're simply dreaming. And after saying this, Hong moves forward to attack Cheng with his full power, and Cheng fails his attack with his shield, and after his attack fails, Hong flies in the air and falls some distance away, And seeing this, all the teachers and director get very surprised, and after his attack fails, Hong gets very surprised and says, "Perfect block. No, it's a jabber." And after saying this, Hong continues attacking Cheng, and Cheng fails his attack every time with his shield. Then Hong angrily tells him, "I don't believe that you can continuously achieve perfect blocks." And due to continuous attack, Hong gets very tired and his body starts trembling. Then Cheng smilingly tells him that it's enough now. "I have had all the fun I wanted to." And after saying this, Cheng gives him a strong kick, due to which Hong falls out of the ring. Then Cheng tells him, "Don't get up if you have already fallen down. Should I get the school doctor for you?" And after saying this, Cheng stands up with his foot on Hong's chest, and then the announcement is made. The winner of Oracle University versus Cloud Hegemon University is Oracle University's. As soon as Cheng defeats his opponent, all the spectators watching the match start praising Cheng and say, "I am convinced, what he just said was way too cool. To win against a second awakening Silvermoon with a 10-level difference in a duel, he's simply too overpowered. I never expected Cloud Hegemon University to end up in such a situation. Oracle University is really about to rise up." And after Cheng won, a different kind of happiness was visible on the principal's face, and he said, "We won, he really did it." And on the other hand, the director of Oracle University starts making fun of the director of Magic Spirit University in another way and says, "Director Chang, you have been really courageous today, to actually turn your back in front of everyone." After listening to the words of the director of Oracle University, the face of the director of Magic Spirit University turns pale, and he says to him with a smile despite not wanting to, "Our Magic Spirit University has always been courageous. I have long recognized that Cheng Kainmo is extraordinary." After saying this, Director Cheng thinks in his mind, "For today's transaction, it looks like there's only profit and no loss." And on the other hand, Hong's condition has become very bad. Then a director comes there and tells the doctor, "Quickly send Kai Hong to the best hospital for treatment. If we miss the optimal timing to treat him, you will all be fired." And as soon as the doctors start taking Hong away, seeing his condition, the director's face starts sweating, and he thinks, "Not only did we offend the Management Association today, but we also lost the duel. Looks like we won't be having good days ahead of us." Thinking this, the director starts looking at Cheng with angry eyes and thinks, "We cannot leave this kid alone, or else he will definitely become a calamity for our Cloud Hegemon University." While the director was thinking all this, looking at Cheng, Cheng smilingly asks him, "If Director Chu still have any other tests you want me to take, you can bring it up now. I, Cheng Jianmo, will accept them all." Director Chu gets very angry after hearing Cheng's words and starts leaving from there, and while leaving he says to Cheng, "Mountains remain unchanged while water continues to flow. We will meet again very soon." After listening to both of them and seeing Director Chu so angry, the people sitting in the stadium start talking amongst themselves. It's been many years since Cloud Hegemon University embarrassed themselves. Speaking of which, when did Oracle University become so strong? How did they manage to recruit a monster like Cheng Kainmo? So envious, with such a student, it's not impossible for them to return back to being the top university. Then suddenly the principal shouts from the top of the roof and says to Cheng, "Come to my office later. You better give me a reasonable explanation." After listening to the principal, Cheng's facial expression completely fades, and he did not feel like going to talk to the principal at all, but he is forced to go, so he asks the principal, "Explain about what?" And as soon as Cheng starts moving forward after saying this, people from the media house come from behind to interview Cheng, and the lady anchor says to Cheng, "Student Cheng Kainmo, can I have some time with you? There's tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast. They would like to ask you some questions." As soon as Cheng hears the words of the people from the media house, he smilingly refuses them immediately because Cheng has to go to the principal's office. Then Cheng shows them his hand and says, "Principal Ling just said that he has some important matters to discuss with me, so I am currently unable to do an interview. Everyone sorry." After listening to Cheng's words, all the people in the media house get very shocked, and the most shocked is the lady anchor, and sweat starts coming out on her face. Then she says, "This is an extremely rare opportunity to become famous. Is he actually giving it up?" Then the moment shifts, and we see that Cheng reaches outside the principal's office, and as Cheng is about to open the gate, he says to the principal, "Principal, I am coming in." And as soon as Cheng says so and goes inside, he sees that there are many directors standing with the principal, and Ryuoxi is also standing with them. Then the principal says to Ryuoxi, "Ryuoxi, go prepare some refreshments for these uncles. We still have some matters to discuss." As soon as she hears her grandfather's words, Ryuoxi starts to leave from there, and as she passes by Cheng and moves a little ahead, Cheng looks back at her but is unable to say anything. Then all of them sit on the chairs and start talking amongst themselves. "Old Ling, you really picked up a treasure this time." "That's right. If I have a beautiful daughter, I will definitely fight it over with you. Since that's not the case, this is actually a great opportunity." After listening to everyone, the principal starts smiling and says to Cheng, "All right, stop joking around. Let's talk about business now. You are already done with your second awakening. What's your plan now?" As soon as the principal asks Cheng about his plan, Cheng tells the principal about his plan. "Next up, I will probably be staying in the Apocalypse continent for a period of time. I would like to set up my own squad and also start building up a prototype for my guild. Of course, I will make sure that the improvement department for the 3 universities will be taken care of before I leave. Please don't worry about it." After listening to Cheng's words, the director sitting in front of him gets a little confused. Then he asks Cheng, "Although you can establish a squad at level 30 and establish a guild at level 35, developing a guild isn't that easy. Do you already have the main members?" After listening to the director, Cheng puts his hand on his face and starts thinking seriously and says, "There's 4 people currently. But the development will be really fast." The director gets very angry after hearing Cheng's words and tells Cheng, "That's too few. You need at least 5 people. If you still don't have a suitable candidate right now, you can host a selection at our universities." After hearing the director talk about selection, Cheng first thinks for a while and then says, "Currently, other than myself, the ones that are confirmed are Huang Tian from Blue Sky University, the granddaughter of Principal Ling, and Ling Ryuoxi. As for the 4th person, he should be from Cloud Hegemon." As soon as the principal hears about Cloud Hegemon, he is very surprised and asks Cheng, "It's actually someone from Cloud Hegemon. What are you thinking?" The director becomes very happy after hearing Cheng's words and tells Cheng, "Good kid, Huang Qian is the future star of our university. So it turns out you have already stolen him from us long ago." As soon as Cheng hears the director's words, he smiles and tells him, "Director Wang, please don't worry. Although Huang Tian did join willingly, I will not let you guys suffer any losses. If there's a chance in the future, I can help you guys nurture a group of excellent sword masters awaken us." Then the moment shifts and we see Ryuoxi making tea and bringing it, and as soon as she comes inside, she says, "I have come to Grandpa," and saying this, she starts giving tea to everyone, and as soon as she reaches near Cheng, her face turns red with shame. Then the principal and everyone else stands up and starts leaving and starts taking Director Wang with them. Then the director says, "Where are you people going? I haven't even had tea yet." Then the principal says, "Let's go out, I will give you better tea than this." And saying this, all the people start leaving from there. And while leaving, they close the gate and only Cheng and Ryuoxi remain inside the room. Then they start feeling shy seeing each other. Then Cheng says smilingly, "Ladies first, you can go ahead." After hearing Cheng's words, Ryuoxi's face turns completely red with shame, and she tells Cheng, "I didn't expect you to be in the same university as me. I came back once previously, but I actually didn't find out about it. After that, Grandpa actually forced me to go on a blind date, but I didn't expect." After listening to Ryuoxi, Cheng asks, "Didn't expect what?" As soon as Cheng says this, Ryuoxi starts punching Cheng lovingly, and seeing her doing so, Cheng starts laughing. Then Ryuoxi Cheng says, "Scoundrel, you're bullying me again." Outside the big palace, we see Principal, Ryuoxi, and Cheng going somewhere. Then the principal says, "You two can stay a little longer in Apocalypse Continent this time." This girl was able to accompany me for 2 weeks, so I'm already content and satisfied. She's also about to go through her second awakening. Make sure to help her out. When the principal asks Cheng for help in completing Ruoxi's second awakening, Cheng smiles and tells him, "Don't worry, principal. I will take good care of her. I've also made arrangements for the teacher improvement department. Let them undergo some practical training during this period. We can assess the results when I return." As soon as Cheng finishes speaking, the principal makes a strange face and says to Cheng, "All right, I will leave my darling granddaughter to you. If you dare bully her, I won't spare you." And as soon as the principal says this, Ruoxi standing nearby becomes very happy, and upon hearing this Cheng's face turns pale and his eyes and mouth both remain open. Then Cheng asks to the principal, as if I am the one doing the bullying. As soon as Cheng says this, the principal also tells Ruoxi, "The same goes for you. Control your temper. If you dare bully Cheng Kaimo, I won't spare you either. It wasn't easy to find such a great grandson-in-law. I can't let this willful girl scare him away." And as soon as the principal says this to Ruoxi, Cheng becomes very happy and Ruoxi's face becomes a little strange and sweat starts coming out on her face. Then she says to her grandfather, "Grandpa, I am your granddaughter." And as soon as Ruoxi says this, the principal says to both of them, "All right, I'm done with my nagging. You two should set off as well." After saying this, as soon as the principal starts leaving from there, both of them look at the principal from behind and get very surprised. Then Cheng says, "Looks like it's time to address the matter of healing Principal Ling's hidden disease. If Oracle University wants to rise back up to the peak, we will need a healthy and powerful fourth awakening powerhouse to hold the fort. All right, it's time for us to head out." Then the moment shifts and we see the view outside Thunder City. Cheng lies down yawning with his hand on his mouth and says to Ruoxi, "It's been so long since I last visited the Apocalypse continent." After listening to Cheng, Ruoxi also smiles and says, "You are right, the air here is fresher than the Blue Star continent," and as soon as Ruoxi finishes speaking, Cheng notices that he has received a message from Huang, and after seeing Huang's message, Cheng is a little surprised at first, and then smiles and thinks they're already messaging me the moment I come online, so impatient. After seeing Cheng so surprised and his face completely changing, Ruoxi, looking at Cheng's mobile phone, asks Cheng, "Who sent you a message? Why is your expression so strange? Is there another poor devil that's about to be scammed by you?" As soon as Ruoxi says this, Cheng smilingly holds her hand and starts taking her somewhere and says to Ruoxi, "Don't ask so many questions. Let's go to Thunder City Tavern and have a few drinks. I will also introduce you to 2 other people." While on the way, Ruoxi repeatedly asks Cheng, "Who do you want me to introduce to?" Then the moment shifts, and we see Cheng and Ruoxi sitting in the restaurant, and Ruoxi is repeatedly asking Cheng, "Which people do you want to introduce me to?" Then Cheng says, "Wait a little, he is about to come, and he is a very good friend of mine." Then suddenly Huang comes from behind drinking and says, "Lao Mo, I don't want to nag you, but you should be more diligent as a man. I am about to reach level 32. Shouldn't you work a little bit harder? Stop slacking off. Hurry up and complete your second awakening already. Otherwise, even I feel embarrassed for." And just as Huang is about to say something further, he notices that Cheng has already completed his second awakening, and seeing this, all his intoxication vanishes, and then he says, "You're already done with your second awakening. That was fast." Then Cheng smilingly says to Huang, "What happened? You are not able to believe this." Then Huang also smilingly says to Cheng, "I believe you. This must be sister-in-law. It's our first time meeting. Please take care of me in the future." After Huang says this, suddenly all the drink from which Ruoxi was drinking spills out of her mouth, and Cheng's and Huang's faces turn weird, because the drink that had come out of Ruoxi's mouth went on the faces of both of them. Then suddenly a man opens the gate and comes inside and says, "Are you guys celebrating Songkran?" After seeing that unknown person, Huang's face fills up with a little surprise, and he says, "This guy." Then Cheng stands up smiling and introduces that unknown person to everyone and says, "This is Lai Minghao from Cloud Hegemon University. All right, everyone is here now." And after saying this, Cheng starts telling his plan to all of them and says, "The reason I invited you guys here today is to tell you something. I am preparing to establish my own squad." As soon as Cheng mentions about the squad, Minghao asks him, "Do you want to establish a guild?" And immediately after that, Huang tells Cheng, "You can only establish a guild when you are level 35, and you need at least 5 people. There's only 4 of us here." After listening to both of them, Cheng says, "Don't worry, that's the premise of our squad. I will establish a guild when I am level 35. I am now sincerely inviting everyone here to join my squad and become the once-in-generation members of the guild. If you have any opinions, please speak freely." After all the 4 members are ready, Huang asks guild leader, "What is our next plan?" Then Cheng smilingly says, "I have already made a plan of where we have to go," and after saying this, Cheng tells all of them, "Next up, our objective is the Bloodfang Keep." Minghao gets a little surprised when he hears about Bloodfang and asks Bloodfang, "What kind of place is this?" After listening to Minghao, Huang becomes very serious and says, "You can obtain rewards and resources and train your combat abilities. You can obtain rewards and resources and train your combat abilities. But there are so many dungeons near Thunder City. Why did you choose that place?" Then Cheng starts telling him why I chose this place. There are 3 reasons for it. Firstly, our squad has just been established. Everyone's still pretty weak. We need to level up quickly. Secondly, our resources are lacking. I need a platform where we can quickly earn some money. As for the third reason, it's to help Ryuoxi go through her second awakening as soon as possible, so she can take revenge and settle an old grudge. Then the moment shifts, and we see the Bloodfang Keep building and our 4 heroes are standing outside it. Then Cheng makes a weird face and tells them, "Wait, I think there's something important I forgot to tell you guys." As soon as Cheng says this, Jabber smilingly asks him, "Have you come with an incomplete plan?" And after saying this, Jibber continues his talk saying, "How much money does everyone have right now? I don't think I have enough money for the Jibber fees." After listening to Cheng, they all slowly start collecting the gold coins, and in a short while, after collecting all the coins, they all get ready to go inside. Then Cheng smilingly says, Let's go in and take a look first." And as soon as they go inside, they notice that there is a huge crowd, and then suddenly Ryuoxi's eyes fall on the person who had scammed her earlier, and she tells them that the person who scammed me. After look that person, Cheng says smilingly, "So that's him. This fellow just has a thick beard. How does that make him an uncle?" Huang gets a little surprised after hearing Cheng's words and asks, "Do you know him?" Then Cheng continues his talk and says, "I had a hunch when Ryuoxi described him earlier. I didn't expect it to really be him. That's why Shen, a notorious conman in my previous life. He's a level 96 Deathbringer and self-proclaimed Apocalypse Continent's #1 old bastard. He's always involved in some sort of shady business. It has nothing to do with his character. He just likes the feeling of scamming others. He's the same as always, setting up stalls to scam newbies, just as villy as before. Looks like our new teammates will have a new objective. Of course, we have to make him suffer a loss first. It will be best if we get to shave off his beard." After listening to Ryuoxi, Cheng tells Huang about that person, and after a while he goes to him to buy an item, and after picking up the item, Cheng asks that person, "How much are you selling this elixir of invisibility for?" After asking the rate, that man tells Cheng that the bottle is worth 80 gold. After hearing 80 gold, Cheng tells that man that 80 gold is too much. "Can't you put a lower rate on it?" On hearing Cheng's words, he says with a smile, "Little bro, this is a godly item for PK. If you use this in a duel, you might actually advance to the next rank. When that happens, you'll earn much more than this. But since you are sincere in buying it, I will sell it to you for 75 gold. And after reducing the rate, he smiles and thinks to himself, "One look and you can tell this kid is inexperienced. Looks like I can earn a huge sum today." Then from behind, Ryuoxi says to Cheng, "Are you really going to buy this item?" And as soon as Ryuoxi said this, Huang standing next to her also says to Cheng, "We have only 100 gold, and this is not enough, and you want to waste 75 gold on this item. This is not a good idea." After listening to all of them, that person says to Cheng, Little bro, if you want to buy in bulk, I can lower the price a little more for you. How about 70 gold per bottle? And as soon as he reduces the rate further, Cheng is stunned and becomes very happy, and Huang and Ruoxi standing behind him get very surprised to hear that this guy is working at a lower rate. Then Cheng smilingly tells that guy that I will take 4 bottles, one for everyone, and after saying this Cheng picks up 4 bottles and tells that guy that the deal is confirmed for 70 gold per bottle, and after saying this Cheng tells that guy, is 3 of them fake while 1 is real? Should I say that you have a conscience or just really crafty? I am still a little worried that it might be fake. You won't cheat me, right? After listening to Cheng's words, the guy gets a little surprised at first and then tells Cheng, don't worry, we are both from Xia country. I won't cheat a fellow countryman. If there's a problem with the quality, I will compensate you tenfold. After convincing Cheng a bit, the man thinks something like the elixir of invisibility can't be checked for its authenticity without actually using it. There's no reason for him to drink one of it just to test it out. After not getting convinced by his words, Cheng says to him, I think we should check one of these bottles. Why don't you take out one of these bottles and check it? And on hearing Cheng's words, that guy gets shocked and says, little bro, you need to think this through. This stuff isn't cheap. It can allow you to advance further during your duels. Isn't it a pity to waste 1 bottle right now? If you really want to test it, it's not a problem. But I will say this first. The bottle used for testing is yours. I am not going to give you another bottle. As soon as that guy tells Cheng that I will test 1 bottle, and that bottle will also be counted among your bottles, Cheng agrees to his words and says that if that bottle turns out to be correct, then its responsibility will be mine, and as soon as Cheng says this, that guy agrees and while taking out a bottle says, all right, since you insist, then I can't stop you. Such a waste. And after saying this, that guy thinks in his mind that these stupid kids don't know that I have mixed a real bottle in these 4 bottles, and I have also put a mark on that bottle so that if someone asks me to check, then I can take out that bottle and drink it, and they should not think that I am selling fake stuff. And after thinking this, he takes out one of the bottles and drinks it, and says that in the next moment I am going to disappear. So don't regret, and as soon as he drinks the bottle, he smiles and thinks that I have disappeared, and after thinking this, he says to Cheng, how about it? I told you it's real. You are way too careful. You have now wasted 70 gold for nothing. I am currently on your left. You can't see me, can you? And as soon as that guy says this, people watching from all sides start saying, am I seeing things? This fellow already drank the elixir of invisibility, right? What a twist. The elixirs of invisibility he's selling are fake. An unscrupulous merchant, selling fake elixirs. And after hearing the voice from all around that it is visible, that guy gets very surprised. Sweat starts coming out on his face. Then he says that this is impossible. I had drunk the real item. Then Cheng smilingly shows him the real item and says, this must be the bottle you're looking for. 3 fakes and 1 real. Trying to use such a method to get out of trouble. You are still too inexperienced. Lao Wai, your methods might be difficult for others to differentiate, but it's a pity you ran into me. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself in my previous life for having such loose lips and telling me everything. As soon as they hear Cheng's words, his companions standing with him start smiling and say, this bad fellow. So he already had a plan, making us worry for nothing. I was wondering how you're going to buy 4 bottles of the elixir when it's 70 gold per bottle. You were actually trying to get him to compensate you tenfold, thus earning 2,800 gold. You're really good at making money, Lao Mo, as expected from a bigwig. But this person is so sloven in dress and manner. His clothing seems pretty average. Can he even compensate us with 2,800 gold? And as soon as Wai hears all of them, he gets very scared and suddenly uses his skill and runs away from there and shouts, I can't compensate the 2,800 gold. You can just treat the items at my stall as a gift. Bye. As soon as Wai completes his statement, Cheng also comes in front of him using his skill, and as soon as Cheng comes in front of him, Wai falls on the ground and starts telling Cheng in fear, wait. I surrender. Don't take things too far. In Bloodfang Keep, you are only allowed to kill others in the arena. If you were to PK here maliciously, you will be immediately sent to jail by the guards. And after saying this, Y gets scared and thinks in his mind, this fellow only took action after I started running, and he still defeated me with a single move. So powerful. Looks like I really kicked an iron plate today. As soon as Y thinks this, Cheng suddenly takes out an item from his hand. Y thinks that Cheng is going to kill him. Then he gets scared and says again, "You're really going to kill someone right outside Bloodfang Keep? You better think this through." After listening to him, Cheng says to him, "When did I say I am going to kill you? Take this contract and sign it." And as soon as Cheng mentions the contract, Y gets very surprised and says, "Contract? What kind of contract is this?" And as soon as Y reads the contract, he gets shocked, and he says, "A slave contract? Hey, you're being too much. You are after my body as well." He starts showing reluctance in signing the contract. Then Cheng tells, "Stop babbling. Are you going to sign it or not?" And as soon as Cheng says this, Y signs the contract and tells Cheng, "All right, I have no choice since you guys already caught me. I can only sign this unfair contract." And as soon as Y signs the contract, Y stands up and starts smiling and puts his hands behind his head and says, "I already signed the contract. When are we going to eat? I have not eaten any hot dishes for quite a few days." On hearing Y's words, Cheng tells him that it doesn't matter if you want to eat, and after saying this, Cheng gives him 200 gold and says, "Go register for duels. After you have won 10 consecutive matches, then come look for me." And after saying this, Cheng goes and sits on the sofa lying in front and tells everyone, "The same goes for you guys. All of you go register for the duels. Ryuoxi, your goal today is 10 consecutive victories in the basic region. Huangchan, Minghao, your goals are 12 consecutive victories and 8 consecutive victories respectively in the intermediate region. No matter whether you gibber or fail." After listening to Cheng's entire story, Huang gets a little surprised and says, "Lao Mo, do you want to reconsider and think it through? We don't have much money. If we were to register for the consecutive victories tournament, our registration fee would go to waste the moment we lose." After listening to Huang, Cheng tells him, "All right, conserve your stamina. Use it in the arena instead. Everyone, don't waste any more time. Go and register." Then the moment shifts, and we see 2 fighters fighting inside the ring, and then one of them tells his opponent, "Zhu Kai Cheng, you are at the end of your rope. Just admit defeat. For your father's sake, I can let you go alive." And on the other side, Cheng is watching the match of both of them. Then a staff member comes to Cheng and says, "Sir, I believe this is your first time here. Should I introduce you to the games available?" After listening to her, Cheng refuses and tells her, "Just help me bet on no." 3958. Candidate Zhu Kai Cheng, on him winning. And on ointment gibber words, all the people standing there get very surprised. And in a short while, Kai Cheng defeats his opponent very badly, and he wins. And after Kai Cheng wins, all the people standing there are very surprised that how did he win? He was just losing. And as soon as Kai Cheng wins, Cheng's coins double, and he becomes very happy. Chapter ends here.